And now
If you don't understand the rules of power, you will certainly lose to someone who does. I'm going to teach you how to be more powerful.
we're back. I got to ask you about Telegram, the company. I got to meet some of the brilliant engineers that work there. Telegram runs lean relative to other technology companies that achieve the scale that Telegram does. It has very few employees. So, how many people are on the core team? Let's say the core engineering team.
The core engineering team is about 40 people. This includes back-end, front-end, designers, system administrators.
Can you speak to the philosophy behind running a company with so few employees?
Well, what we realized really early is that quantity of employees doesn't translate to quality of the product they produce. In many cases, it's the opposite. If you have too many people, they have to coordinate their efforts, constantly communicate, and 90% of their time will be spent on coordinated the small pieces of work they're responsible for between each other. The other problem with having too many employees is that some of them won't get enough work to do. And if they don't get enough work to do, they demotivate everybody else by their mere existence. They're still there, they're still getting the salary, but they don't do anything. And if they don't do anything, more often than not, they will start trying to find their purpose elsewhere. Maybe inside your team, but not by doing productive work, but by finding problems that don't exist within the team. And that can disrupt the team and the mood inside it even further. Also, when you intentionally don't allow some of your team members to hire more people to help them, they will be forced to automate things. In our case, we have tens of thousands of servers around the world, almost 100,000, distributed across several continents and data centers. If you try to manage this system manually without automation, you will probably end up hiring thousands of people, tens of thousands of people. But if you rely on algorithms and the team is forced to put together algorithms in order to manage it, then it becomes much more scalable, much more efficient, and interestingly, much more reliable as well.
And more resilient to the changing geopolitics, to the changing technology, all of that. Because if you automate the distributed aspect of the data storage and all the compute, then that's going to be resilient to everything the world throws at you. I suppose if you have people managing all of it, it becomes stale quickly.
Yes, humans are attack vectors. And if you have a distributed system that runs itself automatically, you have a chance at increasing the security of speed of your service. This is what we did with Telegram, while also making it much more reliable, because if some part of the network goes down, you can still switch to the other parts of it.
Yeah, one of the big ways you protect user privacy is that you store the data. The infrastructure side of Telegram is distributed across many legal jurisdictions with the decryption keys. So it's encrypted in the cloud. The decryption keys are split and kept in different locations so that no single government or entity can access the data. Can you explain the strength of this approach?
The way we designed Telegram is we never wanted to have any humans, any employees have any access to private messaging data. That's why since 2012, when we've been trying to come up with this design, we always invested a lot of effort into making sure that nobody can mess with it. Like if you hire an employee or any of the existing employee, they can't break the system in a way that would allow them to access messages of users. And then, of course, we launched end-to-end encrypted messaging that is even more protected, but it has certain limitations. So you still have to rely on encrypted cloud. So an interesting engineering challenge was how you make sure that no point of failure can be created within your team or outside.
So no employee can even access user messages. So that's the thing. We're talking about encryption, we talk about privacy, we talk about security, all these kinds of things. I think the number one thing that people are concerned about which there's also misinformation, is about private messages. So Telegram is very, very protective of the private messages of users. So you're saying employees never can access the private messages.
I just lost my dad and my aunt. I just want to leave.
Then let's leave.
Clara can never know what really happened. What aren't you telling me? We both deserve to be happy. No regrets, right?
Regretting You, October 24th.
The body scanner reveals the brutal truth about your body that your regular scale will never tell you. For weeks, my scale showed I wasn't losing weight despite diet and exercise. I was about to give up until I discovered the Hume Body Pod. This isn't just another smart scale. It's a complete body intelligence system used in over 12,000 health clinics worldwide, now available for your home. The moment I stepped on it and grabbed the handles, it sent safe electrical currents through my entire body, scanning and analyzing my arms, legs, and torso with 98% DEXA accuracy. What I discovered changed everything. While my weight hadn't changed, I'd actually lost 7 pounds of fat and gained 6 pounds of muscle. The Body Pod measured body fat, muscle mass, water, metabolic age, and 40 other metrics, showing me exactly how my body was responding to different diets, workouts, and routines. No more guesswork or frustrating plateaus, just precise data that showed me exactly where to focus my efforts. Because when you can truly measure everything, you can finally improve everything. That's why top doctors, dietitians, and elite athletes all swear by the Body Pod for accurate results. So I recommend you get your Body Pod now while they still have the special discount. That way, you can finally measure and improve the invisible changes your regular scale is hiding from you.
Have any governments or intelligence agencies ever accessed private user messages in the past?
No, never. Telegram has never shared a single private message with anyone, including governments and intelligence services. If you try to access any server in any of the data center locations, it's all encrypted. You can extract all the hard drives and analyze it, but you won't get anything. It's all encrypted in the way that is undecipherable. That was very important for us. That's why we can say with confidence there hasn't been ever a leakage of data, any leak of data from Telegram, not in terms of private messages, not in terms of, say, contact lists.
Do you see in the future a possible scenario where you might share user private messages with governments or with intelligence agencies?
No. We design a system in a way that's impossible. It would require us to change the system, and we won't do that because we made a promise to our users. We would rather shut Telegram down in a certain country than do that.
So that's like one of the principles you operate under, is you're going to protect user privacy.
I think it's fundamental. Without the right to privacy, people can't feel fully free and protected.
I mean, this is a good place to ask. I'm sure you're pressured by all kinds of people, all kinds of organizations to share private data. Where do you find the strength and the fearlessness to say no to everybody, including powerful intelligence agencies, including powerful governments, influential, powerful people?
I guess part of it is just me being me. I stood up for myself and for my values since I was a little kid. I had issues with my teachers because I would point out their mistakes during classes. And at the end of the day, what's important is to remind yourself that you have nothing to lose. Like, they can think they blackmail you with something, they can threaten you with something, but what is it they really can really do to you? Like, worst case, they can kill you. But that brings us back to the first part of our discussion. There's no point living your life in fear. As for Telegram, it's incredibly successful, but if we lose one market or two markets, or pretty much all of the markets, I don't care that much. It won't affect me, it won't affect my lifestyle in any way. I will still be doing my push-ups, you know. So
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
you don't like encryption, you don't like privacy, you think you should ban encryption in your country, like the European Union is trying to do now for all the member states. Well, go ahead and do that. We'll just quit this market. We won't operate there. It's not that important. They all think that somehow we profit from their citizens, and the only goal tech companies have is extracting revenues. And it's true, most tech companies are like this. But there are projects like Telegram, which are a bit different. And I'm not sure they realize that.
So for you, the value of maintaining your integrity in relation to your principles is more important than anything else. And of course, we should say that you also have full ability and control to do just that because you, Pavel Durov, own 100% of Telegram. So there's no other anybody with a say on this question.
There are no shareholders, which is quite unique.
Very unique. I don't think there's anything even close to that in any major tech company.
And this allows us to operate the way we operate, to build this project and maintain it based on certain fundamental principles, which, by the way, I think everybody believes in. I think the right to privacy is included in the constitution of most countries, at least most Western countries, but it's still under attack almost every week. And it often starts with well-meaning proposals. Oh, we have to fight crime. We have to do that. We have to protect the children. But at the end of the day, the result is the same. People lose their right to such fundamental thing as privacy. They sometimes lose their right to express themselves, to assemble. And this is a slippery slope that we witnessed in pretty much every autocratic country, or country that used to be free and then became autocratic. No dictator in the world ever said, let's just strip you away from your rights because I want more power to myself and I want you to be miserable. They all justified it with very reasonable sounding justifications. And then it came in stages gradually. And after a few years, people would find themselves in a position when they're helpless. They can't protest. Every message they send is monitored. They can't assemble.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is Base 44. This is a first look at the current industry-leading AI app builder, and you wouldn't believe the kind of apps that people are creating. Smart nutrition apps, inventory trackers, onboarding tools, you name it. And if the only thing stopping me from making the app is the idea, then why not build an app that gives me endless app ideas? So let's make it. Pro tip, I draft the full app spec in ChatGPT.
It's over.
So you see Telegram as a place that people from all walks of life, from every nation, can have a place to speak their mind, have a voice. In the context, in the geopolitical context that you're mentioning, that governments, when they become autocratic, naturally, is the way of the world, human nature and the nature of governments, they become more censorious. They begin to censor and always justifying it in their minds, perhaps assuming that they're doing good.
Perhaps some of them assume they are doing good, but interestingly, it always results in the state accumulating more power at the expense of the individual. And then where does it stop? We humans are not very good at finding the right balance. And in this case, the right balance between chaos and order, between freedom and structure. We tend to go to extremes.
I think you still consider yourself a libertarian. There is something about government that always, over time, naturally builds a larger and larger bureaucracy. And in that machine of bureaucracy, it accumulates more and more power. And it's not always that one individual member of that bureaucracy is the one that corrupts the initial principles on which the government was founded, but just something over time you forget. You begin to censor, you begin to limit the freedoms of the individual, the ability of the individuals to speak, to have a voice, to vote. It just gradually happens that way.
And the government is not some abstract notion. The government consists of people. And these people have goals. They would naturally be inclined to increase their level of influence, to have more subordinates, to have more resources. And that's how you end up in an endless loop of ever increasing taxes, ever increasing regulation, which ultimately just suffocates free market, free enterprise, and free speech. So you do want to have very, very strict limitations on the extent the government can increase its powers at the expense of citizens. Ironically, you don't have those limitations. You're supposed, in all countries, which are considered to be free, it's supposed to be the constitution that protects everybody. But interestingly, it doesn't work always this way. They are able to find very tricky phrasings in order to carve out exceptions. And then the exception becomes the rule.
On this topic, I'd love to talk to you about the recent saga of you being arrested in August of last year in France. I think I should say that it's one of the worst overreaches of power I've seen as applied to a tech leader in recent history, in all history. So it's tragic, but I think speaks to the thing that we've been talking about. So maybe can you tell the full saga what happened? You arrive in France.
I arrived in France last year in August, just for a short 2-day trip. And then I see a dozen of armed policemen greeting me and ask me to follow them. They read me a list of something like 15 serious crimes that I'm accused of, which was mind-boggling. At first I thought there must be some mistake. Then I realized they're being serious, and they're accusing me of all possible crimes that the users of Telegram have allegedly committed, or some users. And they think I should be responsible for this. Which again, like you said, it's something that never happened in the history of this planet. No country, not even an authoritarian one, did that to any tech leader, at least at this scale. There are good reasons for that, because you're sacrificing a big part of your economic growth by sending these kind of messages to the business and tech community. So they put me in a police car, and I found myself in police custody. A small room, no windows, just a narrow bed made of concrete. I spent almost 4 days there. In the process, I had to answer some questions of the policemen. They were interested in how Telegram operates. Most of it is public anyway, and I was struck by very limited understanding, or should I say even lack of understanding, on behalf of the people who initiated this investigation against me about how technology works, how encryption works, how social media work.
I mean, there's something darkly poetic about a tech founder of a platform where 1 billion people are communicating with each other, and you're on concrete, no pillow for days, no windows. It's like a book. I mean, it reminds me, I'm a huge fan of Franz Kafka, and he's written about the absurdity of these kinds of situations. Hence the Kafka-esque stories. There's a story literally about the situation that he wrote, perhaps predicted, called The Trial, where a person is arrested for no reason that anybody can explain and is stuck in the judicial system for a long time. That nobody, fascinatingly, in that story, neither the person arrested nor any individual member of the system itself fully understand what is happening. Nobody can truly answer the questions, and eventually the person, spoiler alert, is mentally broken by the whole system, which is what bureaucracy can do in its most absurd forms. It breaks the spirit, the human spirit, laden in all of us. That's the negative side of bureaucracy.
I agree with you on the absurdity of this thing, because if this was a good faith attempt to fix an issue, there were so many ways to reach out to Telegram, to reach out to me personally, voice their concerns, and solve any alleged problem in a way that is conventional and diplomatic, the way every other country on this planet solves these problems, including with Telegram, and we did it dozens of times.
This is one of my favorite little gifts to give. It looks so simple and elegant, and I
They have a nice page showing this is kind of like details that most people don't really think about. But Telegram is at the forefront of moderating CSAM and terrorist groups. There's a nice page, telegram.org/moderation, that shows just the incredible amount of groups and channels that are engaged in terrorist activity and CSAM activity that are blocked, actively blocked, found, and blocked by Telegram. So, and a lot of this work, like you said, because of the automation, is done with machine learning. Just the scale is insane. This is stuff that most like noobs like me who are just chatting it up on Telegram don't think about. But there's just like an immense number of people essentially doing things that violate the law on there, and you have to find them immediately and catch it. I guess all platforms have to deal with it, and Telegram was doing a great job of dealing with that kind of content. And what you're saying is the French government had no idea. Do they even know what machine learning is?
It's a concept that is challenging to explain to them, but I think they will learn much more about it by the end of this investigation. That's my hope. In any case, you're right. I mean, if you look at Telegram, we've been fighting harmful content that is publicly distributed on our platform since 10 years ago. Actually, since the time we launched public channels on Telegram. And since something like 8 years ago, we had daily transparency reports on how many channels related to child abuse or terrorist propaganda we've taken down daily. Every day we've taken, maybe we would take down hundreds of them. And if you include all kinds of content that we remove, all the accounts, groups, channels, posts, that would amount to millions of pieces of content every week, hundreds of thousands every day. And then somebody would read the newspaper, get enraged because they would read something about child porn, and this is a subject that is very emotionally charged, and start doing something not based on data and logical thinking and laws, but based on emotions driven from inaccurate input.
Yeah, I think we should make pretty clear that there's no world, no reason that the French government should have arrested you. But here we are. That's the situation you're in. So to be clear, you have to show up in front of a judge. All of this is beautifully absurd. It would be hilarious if it wasn't extremely serious. You have to show up in front of a judge every certain amount of time. And what is that experience like?
In France, they have this role of investigative judge. I don't think you have it in many other places in the world. It means I'm not on trial, I'm being investigated. And in France, it's not just the police or prosecutor asking me questions, it's a judge. Which, in my experience, is more like still a prosecutor, but it's called a judge. And that makes it harder to appeal. So if you're limited in, say, countries where you can travel, then to appeal that restriction will take you a lot of time. The investigation itself should have never been started. It's an absurd and harmful way of solving an issue such as complicated as regulating social media. It's just the wrong tool. So we objected and appealed the investigation itself. We did last year, I believe. We're still not even given a hearing date for the appeal because the process is painfully slow, not just for me, but for everybody, which made me realize the system may be broken in many levels. You have other entrepreneurs affected by the French justice system telling me horror stories about their experiences, where businesses got paralyzed by very unnecessary actions of investigative judges that ended up being unjustified and biased. And in the end, you can perhaps solve it when you reach a higher court and you'll get justice, but you'll lose a lot of time and energy in the process. So
Without the ones like you working tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. No matter your industry, Grainger's here for you with professional-grade supplies. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Not great with finances? That's okay. Experian is your big financial friend. Explore credit card offers, some labeled no ding decline, which means if you're not approved, they won't hurt your credit scores. See Experian.com for details. Applying for cards labeled no ding decline won't hurt your credit scores if you aren't initially approved.
this is the only thing that is, I hope, different and will be different in this case compared to the story you told from Kafka.
I mean, but it does, as Kafka describes, break a lot of people with time. So when do you hope? We should say that you were for a long time not allowed to travel.
What up, everyone? Welcome back to Financial Education and Business. Today, I'm going to be looking at what happened over the weekend, what happened with the BMNR. Looks like they were able to buy some shares, which is pretty awesome here. On my screen to the left, I am just having fun trading some crypto. I'm definitely short on two items. Currently up about. I am up. Let's see how much. Well, this doesn't show. There you go. I'm up 130% on this one and 28% on this one. And I'm just trading, and these are the two that I'm currently trading. So while I'm looking at this, I'm going to be also going over what BMNR was able to do over the weekend. So it looks like JD Vance says that JD Vance continues the de-escalation with China. We appreciate the friendship Trump developed with China. Xi. Trump hopes the U.S. doesn't need to use leverage on China. Trump will willing to be reasonable. Negotiation with China looks like the market might just pop up again if indeed that we're having we're trying to de-escalate some of the supply chain issues we had regarding the rare earth minerals. It looks like Sam is pretty awesome. I watched a lot of his stuff. It looks like he's saying that who are the real winners from the recent tariff tension? Rare earth minerals and materials. Here they are, their performances. So it looks like the SPY's down, the Q's down, rare earth minerals and products are all up, besides IPX, TC, and TMC. It looks like Applied Materials, US Rare Earth, and Idaho Strategic Resources, and a couple more multi-mineral producers. Looks like including rare earth. You have all these options that you can get into. I think over the long term, rare earth minerals are gonna, they're gonna continue being very important part of our supply chain. And I think I can see the government making it a national security item. Let's just see what's going on here. BMNR. See what happened with BMNR. BMNR. So BMNR definitely bought some shares, which is pretty cool to see. Tanner. Tanner is pretty awesome. I follow him as well. He usually produces pretty good insights on companies. It looks like here that hopefully people saw through the political chest pounding and bought an overblown taco. Tom Lee, BMNR sure did, because it looks like here Tom Lee was able to buy $480 million worth of ETH. As you can see, here are the historical purchases. Looks like Falcon X, and most of the purchases were done between Falcon X and Kraken. I don't know, because Tommy has said these purchases are very strategically done, and it's not it's not very well known on how he actually makes these purchases. I guess there's some kind of a strategic way to buy Ethereum, but he was able to buy $480 million worth over the course, as you can see, a day ago, 22 hours ago, over the course of this weekend. That gave him a decent discount here, so pretty cool. I mean, at the end of the day, at $50, BMNR is definitely a buy. I was able to buy some on Friday. I was hoping to buy some on I was hoping to buy some on Monday, but the market might be back to where we were on Friday. Yep, looks like this guy, we sure did. Yeah, this guy, he was able to buy some BMNR. in Ethereum, breaking Tom Lee, buying Ethereum dip. Are you doing the same? ETH is right back over that 1,000 ETH USDT. ETH is over 4,000 again, just exploding up after that confirmation of looks like their relationship might be a little bit better. So that's pretty cool. So ETH continues up. So what I'm gonna do on my end is add a little bit more ETH to my portfolio. I wanted to buy more, but I didn't get a chance to do that. Let me just make that buy Ethereum. Got it. I just booked some purchases on ETH. See where we go. Got my coffee. Yeah, so ETH is back up again. All that worry for nothing. So we have still some potential to go up 17%, which is pretty awesome. But yeah, pretty cool. ETH is bouncing back. Tom Lee was able to make some purchases, which is really good. Really good. If you have BMNR shares, hopefully you didn't sell and weren't spooked out. Ethereum is pushing harder, back above 4K again. ETH shouldn't really hit 3K. Like ETH shouldn't hit $3,800. Like Ethereum should be one of those cryptos that should definitely be worth way more than it's being valued at right now. So yeah, so here are the purchases. 487 million USD worth of Ethereum bought over the course of this weekend. So Tom Lee spent $500 million almost on purchases. Could we say the same about, strategies and everyone else? I don't know, but I like to see that one of my biggest holdings is doing well here. So this guy thinks BMNR can get to $100. I don't know about all this, but $600 followers. BMNR 3F3 on reversal of this spot, FYI, and I called it. And this person thinks he's a genius. Another good news is that SoFi, let's go into SoFi. We have really good news on SoFi. We've been waiting for this for quite a while. SoFi actually has a lot of benefits coming along for it. SoFi has some of the benefits around their strategy around crypto, as well as about a U.S. Government selling debt to the public. So this is kind of interesting. So it looks like the government is actually looking to sell some of the student loans to the public. And so the interesting part about this is actually, let's just use Gemini. Let's get Gemini to give us the answer that we need here. The cool part here, actually, I'm doing this the wrong way. So if the government is looking to sell its, $1.3 trillion in student debt, how much of the student debt is Trump looking to sell to the public markets? I think it's what, $1.3 trillion. So yeah, Trump administration is evaluating the possibility of selling segments of the large federal student loan debt portfolio, currently totaling about 1.6 trillion and affecting roughly 45 million borrowers. Officials from the Treasury and Education Department have held a discussion with private finance executives about selling only parts, particularly the higher performing loans in the portfolio. The exact value of the share of debt being considered for sale remains unspecified, and the proposal is still under review. Legal constraints require that such sales cannot be disadvantaged to taxpayer financially, and any sales must be preceded by a consultation between the Education Department and the Treasury. The government may consider hiring external consultants or banks to analyze the portfolio value in the private market before proceeding. If the sale occurs, borrower protections under federal law, such as income-driven repayment plans and forgiveness options, may be impacted, given that the private lender do not have the same legal authority and or collections power as the federal government. So the federal government, for instance, can garnish wages and tax refunds. Moreover, Trump administration pushes to reduce education department roles, including contemplate transferring management of the loan portfolio away from the department. So this is all, pretty good news for a company like SoFi. How will SoFi benefit from this? So SoFi has been doing debt student loans since like 2013 or so, and so this is their playground. So if the federal government or education department is looking to do this, and I think Trump Trump definitely wants to sell some of these loans off the books. That's trillions and trillion. I mean, maybe they don't sell all trillion, but they sell a fraction. That is still a lot of money that they'll be able to, some money that the government will be able to take back, invest it in other ways, and sell the loan at a fair value to the market. So, SoFi, expansion of market opportunity due to federal loan sales. The Trump administration is considering the sale of 1.6 trillion, at least part of it. This move would reduce the government direct involvement in student loan and open the market for private lenders to originate how loans and refinance existing federal loan. So SoFi, already a major player in the student loan refinancing, could capture a considerable growth by the filling of the financial gap. By filling this financial gap. So the impact of borrowing capital legislation. So at the end, consequently, the Department for Private Loans, including those offered by SoFi, is expected to increase notably. So it says that here, analysts project that SoFi could see billions routed from federal student private lending markets. This shift could translate into hundreds of millions in new loans originated from fees, significant interest income. For example, Bank of America estimates that SoFi might add approximately 1.4 billion in new loan origination and turns of millions in fees if it captures an additional 10% private gradual loan market. This could boost SoFi's overall revenue by around 6% in the near term. So as you can see, SoFi has been doing this for a while, and so obviously SoFi is not going to be able to take the full amount, but SoFi doesn't have to be the main company for these loans. What I mean by that is Charles Schwab and any of these companies can buy these loans, but SoFi can be the back end, how students pay, how interests are charged, how users log in to make these payments. So SoFi can easily play the back end. What that will do is it will bring all these individuals, it was about 45 million borrowers. A fraction of, if 10% of those, right, come to the SoFi platform, that's about 4.5 million users. That would be on the SoFi platform, making these student loan payments. So in the long term, in this case, is that SoFi's user base will grow, and also SoFi is going to be able to capture those users to use other SoFi products. So SoFi products includes other types of loans, stocks, options, and most likely by December, SoFi has been confirmed they're gonna also start offering crypto. So, so this whole thing could be beneficial for SoFi. Risk and market context. So, while the market reaction to these government considerations has been positive for SoFi shares, the actual sales and restructuring process remains uncertain. They're subject to legal and regulatory approvals, obviously, like everything else. So in summary, the federal government is going to do this, and SoFi, I believe, is going to benefit greatly from this type of move from the federal government. So shares of SoFi Technology went up. The Trump administration is looking to sell government loans of about 1.6 trillion student loan portfolio to private lenders, fueling optimism for fintech growth. Well, something about this is SoFi is still a buy at whatever price it's at right now. Is 25 or so. SoFi. $25 a share. So SoFi is sitting around 25. This stock is a buy at 28. So this recent dump on the stock is nothing. If they're able to get this loan, they're going to benefit significantly. So it says senior officials at the Treasury Department and Department of Education have discussed transferring high-performing student loans to private, according to Politico. The report, which has not been independently verified, sent SoFi stock up 3% to $27. The stock was a buy at $28. SoFi CEO sees opportunity if Washington steps back from lending. SoFi, which offers student loans, refinancing, investing, and banking services, could benefit if the federal government reduces as Barron. If the government backs away from the private providing in-school loans, Grad Plus, so on and so forth, we'll absolutely capture that opportunity. CEO Anthony Noto said. Anthony Noto is no longer with SoFi, but definitely tells you the trajectory of what SoFi wants to do. We would love to do so much as we can, as much as we can do that in this market. The Trump administration has pushed to restructure the Department of Education, at times suggesting it could shift oversight of student loan to sell small business administration. Federal student loan captured by boost private lenders like SoFi. In July, the Trump legislation tax spending bill that imposes limits on federal student loan. So this means, there's limitations on student loans. Where they're going to go? Well, the students are going to go to a company like SoFi to take student loans, so that they can pay for their educations. Not everybody can afford this kind of stuff. So Parent Plus loan were capped at $65,000 per student. Graduate students $100,000, professional students $200,000 in July of 26. These restrictions are expected to leave many students unable to cover the full education costs for federal loans. Given borrowing limits, many students may be unable to finance their education costs with just federal loans. And I think on top of some of this stuff, we need to realize is that people college isn't as how do you say, as important as it used to be, especially now in the world of AI. Because people are realizing, even just if you look all over social media, you're gonna see that college is not worth attending. And I think that's kind of true. You can spend your time doing so many other things, especially if you're taking out $60,000 in student loan, investing in that into businesses that you could do well in, and the outcome is almost just as bad or as good as what happens with let me change what happens if you go to college. So trading plus SoFi, we're talking about SoFi. So breaking out trade trip, so on and so forth. All right, so cool. So student loans are being these stocks moved the most today. It looks like we got October 7th. This is Baron speaking on SoFi. All right, they don't say much, but it is pretty cool. So let's look at when did SoFi start doing student loans. So as you can see, their student loan program as 2013, I believe, and they definitely, before they started providing any type of product, they started providing this student loans before anything else. So they have good experience in this type of industry. So funding and early programs. So SoFi, short for social finance, was founded in August of 2011 by 4 Stanford graduate students. Business, here they are. The company originally mission focused on addressing the high cost of education by providing more affordable financing opportunities. So SoFi used an alum fund lending program, pooling contributions from alum and friends to directly fund student loan for MBA students at Stanford as a pilot program. Approximately 40 alum loaned around $2 million to 100 students with an average loan size of about $20,000 per student. And then by 2012, they launched the student loan refinancing program. By October 2013, SoFi had scaled this program, raising $500 million in combined debt and equity fund refinancing loan for students at 100 eligible schools, marking its rapid growth in private student loan sector. So as you can see, SoFi, in summary, this is where they started, right in college, focusing on student loans and how to make that, just finding out how to make that work, especially for a lot of the students that couldn't afford, any type of government loans. So SoFi's entire SoFi's entry into student lending started immediately after its funding in 2011, with a formal student loan refinancing service established in 2012. With quick growth, grew become the company's significant product. And now that is just one factor of what they do. Let's look at like all of SoFi's products. So what are all SoFi's products? So SoFi product, there's a lot of products that SoFi has. So it looks like these are so obviously they have their banking services, they have their lending service, they have the credit card, investment products, insurance products, and they got financial tools and insights, retirement and wealth management, business services, and additional features. So besides all this, right, they're going to be adding options, level 1 and incoming level 2 options, and then they're going to also provide crypto trading as well. So SoFi checking and savings. So SoFi provides a combined checking and saving account with no monthly fees, unlike most banks right now that we know of. Bonuses offering direct deposit to over 55 all-point ATM nationwide. Cash bonus for qualifying. Ooh, geez. This is one of my trades. It's kind of picking up heat here. Lending, so student loans, both private and refinancing options for undergraduate, graduate law, MBA medical students, and parent plus loans. Personal loans, so unsecured loans for debt consolidation, home improvement, or other personal expenses with flexible repayment options and no origination fees. Auto loan refinancing says options to compare and refinance through partner lenders. So the cool part about SoFi is they actually don't hold a lot of the debt on their books. That is one of the benefits of SoFi. Whether the market goes up or market goes down, SoFi is doing this the right way. What I mean by that is SoFi, when somebody's looking for a loan, SoFi, they don't actually give the money out of their account. What they'll do is they'll find a partner that is focused on student loans, and SoFi will take other people's money and lend that money to those users, which is pretty cool. So this keeps SoFi kind of lean over the long term. And also, if we have a bad credit market, then SoFi isn't getting beat up, or the financials aren't getting beat up, or they don't have a whole bunch of debt, unsecured debts, student loan, home loans, auto loan refinancing, all these different types of debt on their books. But they can have, hundreds of thousands of partners, from individuals to, institutions who have a whole bunch of money, and they're willing to take this risk of loaning this money out to students. And then for, whatever amount of return. And so what SoFi does is, they get their, 1 to 2% on making this option available. So at the end of the day, SoFi does win. And that's how they make their money on their loans. So obviously they got the SoFi credit card, which offers 2% cashback reward for purchases with additional incentives. SoFi Plus members, investment products. So SoFi includes self-directed and automated investing accounts, retirement accounts, ETFs, fractional shares, and options trading. New level 1 options and basic strategies with zero commissions. IPO participation available for qualified members. Actually, they have changed this to this IPO. Usually, you have to be an accredited investor, but um, now this is changing a little bit, and so a lot of this like rule around you have to be an accredited investor, which is like $1 million net, or like I think $300 million married, and so they no longer are, you no longer have to be an accredited investor. SoFi and also Robinhood are making this investment style IPO investment strategy, a possibility because of that. So financial and advising planning available for certified planners. Robo advisors also available for automated diversified investing. They also have the SoFi insurance, provide coverage for auto, life, home, renters, and cyber insurance through the partnerships, which is pretty cool. It would be interesting to see, who are they partnering with for these types of products. Hopefully this shows who their partners are. So SoFi checking and saving, online checking, online saving, and student banking. SoFi credit card, financing, financial insights, SoFi investing, IPO, self-directed investing, automotive investing. You got your IRAs, student loans, and you got the medical resident refinancing, Parent Plus, medical professional, and then you got the obviously your law and MBA. They got their personal loans here, home improvement, credit card, family, travel loan, wedding loans. They also have mortgage. So mortgage loans, they at the end of the day, they are a bank, so they get some privileges that a company like Robinhood might not be able to have, but can easily make that a part of a product that they provide. But it looks like they got mortgage loans, refinancing, cash out refinancing, jumbo loans, home equity loans, FHA loans, VA loans, private student loans. As you can see, they have all the different types. SoFi Protect, we got retirement, homeowner, auto, and life insurance here. SoFi at Work, I don't know what that is. Make SoFi work for your company. So actually there's some screenshots where SoFi is the companies are using SoFi at their jobs for direct deposits, so on and so forth, as well as different types of financing programs. So top tier financial being benefits for top tier talent. For student debt repayment, let's see. So trusted by over 10 million SoFi members and about 1,200 HR leaders at top companies, SoFi at Work has earned 98% client retention rates. So practically, once SoFi, gains a company and they start using SoFi as a product for their employees, they're not going anywhere. Your employees are struggling with financial problems every day. SoFi can step in and help with that. 87% of employees would stay with their employer if they help them pay their student loans. Struggling with basic living expense, not saving for retirement. So imagine now SoFi gets into the retirement business. Well, they are in the retirement business, but imagine if SoFi is the one that employees decide to use to start their 401k for their their 401k for their employees, which is pretty cool. So you got employer contributions, retirement matching, student loan refinancing, student debt navigation, student debt navigation, student debt education, so on and so forth. Who we serve and how we can serve you. So they serve employers, associates, and record keeping, benefit brokers. Why SoFi works, right, for your business. So as you can see, SoFi wants to get into directly linked into companies. They don't want to just be a company that is like Robinhood, that just provides these services related around like stocks and trading. They want to be more than that. They want to be plugged into institutions and companies and help companies find a streamlined solutions to have their employees pay pay out student debt or their fill out their 401k through the SoFi program. So which is pretty awesome from what SoFi is doing there. So you guys, small business financing, SoFi at Work, SoFi Product, SoFi Protect. So you can see, I mean, SoFi has quite a list of products where they can make one-time earning or they can make recurring earnings. So when you look at all these products and the size of the company, I mean, they're not anywhere as big as any of these large institutions, but they are continuously providing more services. Something this doesn't list is SoFi Crypto. Crypto, when will this product be offered? So SoFi is looking to provide these types of services. Still not there yet to where it needs to be. I think they're right now allowing like a limited time offering. If you get on the list, you're going to be able to get some of that product by November. I think it's like by November or so. So as you can see here, it says SoFi is returning to the crypto market after 2 years hiatus. Well, this hiatus sucks because they didn't really have a choice. The government just kind of like shut them down during the Biden era. So 2 years hiatus with initial offering focus on Bitcoin, Ethereum trading. These services will be available on SoFi members late this year, like November. So let's go read about it a little bit more. So you can get on the list by November, and then after that, it's going to be by December. If you make eligible purchases, then you'll be able to make more purchases of different cryptos. So this, as you can see, came out in September, June. Oh, this is kind of dated actually. Shortly after initial launch, SoFi also intends to expand its stablecoin support, staking, borrowing, and so on and so forth. Regulatory context. So the renewed cryptocurrency service rollout is supported by the U.S. regulatory clarity, interpretive guidance for the Office of the Commission of the Currency. OCC permits nationally chartered banks such as SoFi to custody digital assets and provide crypto-related financial services. So I don't see it here, but if I go into here and say crypto, there was news around when SoFi will start providing this. So I don't know how accurate this is, but this looks like something that SoFi has dropped. So your chance at Bitcoin is just a few steps away. Here's how. Join the crypto waitlist by 11:30, so November 30th. Open a crypto account once you're given that notification. Make 3 qualified transactions of at least $10 by January 31st. That's right. Crypto returns to SoFi. It'll be seemingly integrated with the rest of your finances, and will be able to buy, hold, sell cryptocurrencies right on the easy to use platform. So they say buy, hold, and sell, but they don't say staking. So maybe staking is not allowed. So no purchase or qualification transaction necessary. Open to only legal residents USDC. Territories, you have to be 18 and older, and then it says a second phase sign up phase starts 10/15, so 2025. So that's the 15th of this month in a couple days, and ends 11/25. Entry phase starts at 12/25 and looks like which is pretty cool. So as you can see, SoFi is looking to get into the crypto business. Good finding as always. Is this crypto on their platform different from BitGo? How do you know if it was referral link and not onboarded link? So still, seems like the news is still out, but SoFi is looking to start providing crypto on their platform. Let's see what else is going on in the world of SoFi. I think it just seems like SoFi has such a great, tailwind that's coming to kind of that's going to boost the the business. And specifically, if the government does decide that they're going to loan out, or they're going to sell the $1.6 trillion government student educational debt that's on their books to companies, to the public market, I think SoFi is going to 100% be it's going to be a nice platform to that's going to have a ton of new users. So SoFi, 2 hours ago, SoFi, the official SoFi account is. Wait, what? The official SoFi account is mercilessly trolling Hood. What's going on? How are they doing this? Let's see what's going on. Yeah. So there was something that happened here. The crazy thing that happened is when Bitcoin fell like crazy, we had a whole bunch of companies that were not letting you sell Bitcoin. And so once again, a lot of people got angry because they were saying, listen, why can't I sell my crypto? And this is a problem that when the market is the worst and things are dropping, like I should be able to sell my crypto right away, and I don't want to be held hostage, or the service is not working because of whatever reason. You don't want to get, especially when it comes to money, you don't want to get in the way of people's money, especially if they want to get in and get out. You don't want to be stuck in that situation. So practically Hood was not letting people sell their cryptocurrency. Hood is down, preventing users from buying and selling crypto. Shocker. What proof do you have Hood is shady? So practically, when Bitcoin dumped, people wanted to, short or sell, or, just take actions in any way toward to be able to make money. And obviously, you don't want anything like this to happen, especially if you're a smaller company and you don't want a system that's broken. Video proof that Hood prevented crypto orders. Yeah, no, this is really bad for them. I think they're gonna have to address this, and then they can't just ignore it like nothing happened at all. This person is showing video proof that Hood is not letting Robinhood is not letting users buy, sell crypto at all, especially when you see something like this. You see the market just dump like that. Those are the opportunities, and that's when institutions most of the time take opportunity in the marketplace to be able to make good money. So Arrow 44, but wait, there's more. Good clip. Yeah, so it is frustrating for a lot of users. who are on the Robinhood platform. This is not going to be good for Robinhood, and I hope that they are going to address this because, yeah, so Binance, Coin, and Hood are all having issues right now. There is not the same. Binance, Coinbase, and Hood are not the same. Hood already has a tarnished, how do you say, a tarnished history because of, during the whole event, AMC, where people couldn't sell any of their stocks. The stock market was exploding and going up, and Robinhood was just not allowing users to get out or get in, and it felt like Citadel and a lot of these large institutions were manipulating what's going on in the marketplace. So I think that because that's tarnished, because of that tarnished history, Robinhood, if users are easily cajoled, I guess, easily make that conclusion that Robinhood is doing that same thing they always do, manipulate the market for the institutional investors, and retail investors are left in the dark. So I don't know. All that to say that that AMD, I mean not AMD, Hood needs to be very careful when it comes to this kind of these kind of technology issues. So yeah, overall, so SoFi didn't really have that kind of problem. They did have issues, but it was not as pronounced. The day SoFi had an issue, the day AMD exploded like 25 to 30% in the morning, which was quite intense. This was when AMD exploded about 20 to 30%. A lot of the sites actually couldn't even load up the price. They couldn't not only load up the price, but they were just having issues overall as updating the website. So if going right into AMD though, it seems like AMD still has a long. This is again a stock that I have. AMD seems to be a company that has a really good tailwind again, because when you think of the AI industry, obviously you have the main player, that is NVIDIA, and NVIDIA kind of has the market in a chokehold, and they kind of own the whole AI chips and GPU industry, especially with their CUDA infrastructure, where it's easy for users or companies and users to be able to link their systems into one single network. And but one of the biggest issues with NVIDIA is that their chips are very expensive. First of all, any chips that you buy is just in a million, especially for these large institutions. But the problem there is that if you have one part break, the whole system goes down. So that is a problem. So if the whole system goes down, that means you have to replace that part, and that is going to be very, very pricey. And so because of that, I think a lot of institutions are wanting something that is more like has a chiplet architecture. When I say that is when you think of chiplet architecture, think about like within one motherboard, there's a whole bunch of chips on there, CPUs, GPUs, CPUs, and those are, if any given CPU breaks, you can easily just replace it with one, and at the same time, while the one that's broken, all the other CPUs and GPUs work together to be efficient enough to kind of keep the system going so it doesn't just shut down on you. So when we look at if we look at what is AMD's chiplet architecture, let's see if they are able to give us a summary here. So AMD's chiplet architecture refers to the use of modular specialized semiconductor diodes. So looks like there's a video here we may end up watching. AMD's chiplet architecture refers to the use of modular specialized semiconductor called chiplets that are integrated into a single processor package to improve performance as scalable and efficiency across CPU and GPU. This approach is central to AMD's recent advancements in both consumer enterprise hardware, including Ryzen, EPYC, and Instinct MI series accelerators. So practically, this is where I think AMD is going to win. Having these chiplet architectures that kind of work together to create an entire system, rather than just buying one block that if one thing breaks, the entire system goes down. I think there's a big benefit of having these chiplet architecture. You can see now, like large corporations or even individuals, now can afford an AMD product because it's in this chiplet architecture, and then it says core concept. So chiplet defined. So chiplets are smaller modular pieces of silicon, each performing a distinct function. Unlike monolithic designs where a single die contains all logic, memory, I/O, chiplet allows independent optimization of each module. So if one chiplet breaks, the other chiplets work together, and then obviously you're going to get some kind of warning, like one chiplet is broken and you need to replace it. Architecture integration. AMD separates processing units, so CPU core and GPU core, into compute chiplets. So, and I/O or memory subsystems into dedicated I/O dies or memory chips dies, or MCDS. Chiplets are interconnected using AMD's proprietary Infinity Fabric or hybrid bonding technique, enabling high bandwidth, low latency, and communicate across dies. Advantage integrating across including 2.5D, 3D stack, particularly for AI accelerators like MI350, where GPU compute chiplets are bound at up I/O dies and HBM memory stack. Performance acceleration advantages, cost efficiency. Smaller individual dies have higher yield and lower waste. Expensive high performance nodes can be reserved for critical chiplets. So scalability. Systems can scale by adding or removing chiplets without redesigning the entire die. EPYC server processors can scale across from 8 to 64 using different numbers of compute chiplets. Flexibility. Chiplets can be mixed, including third-party dies or application-specific accelerators, enabling target hardware accelerations, faster integration. So these are all like some of the benefits that a lot of corporations would want, right? They want to be lean, efficient, scalable, flexible, fast, and then easily flexible, specifically to be able to be more modular. So you can have one module, you can connect another one, and continue to develop this huge AI infrastructure versus paying millions and upon millions of dollars and buying a single infrastructure that's not modular, and then it's not in this formatted chiplet structure. So CPUs, Ryzen EPYC processing unit computes chiplets with separate allowing core counts and each GPU. So the cool part about it is kind of cool because what this chiplet lets an AMD do is it allows it to go between CPU and GPU, and not always using one or the other, depending on the need at that current time. So if you think about like AI and gaming, this kind of product is going to be very useful. AI and gaming, if you think of like the whole AR VR, the whole AR and VR industry that we're going into, you know, a lot of these laptops and computers, desktops have these types of architecture where, you know, it's not all CPU, it's not all GPU, and it's a combination of both. So the fact that you have this chip, this processor that can kind of go between one or the other is a great benefit over the long term. So boom, AMD. So in summary, AMD's chiplet architecture is a modular, heterogeneous design strategy that splits large processors into smaller, optimized building blocks to increase performance, scalable, and manufacturing efficiency. By allocating specialized chips for compute, memory, I/O, and acceleration tasks, AMD can accelerate complex workloads, reduce production costs, and facilitate rapid innovation across CPU, GPU, AI accelerators. So this is where I think AMD is going to win. So you have a company, you know, obviously that is not even half, not even a fifth the size of AMD still, and they are on the second stage of AI industry. So practically, they're going to be producing products around the second stage of AI, which is inferencing. I think NVIDIA has done a great job on the training portion, and they have amazing chips for the training. But after you train them, these AI chips have to be able to, these AIs that have been trained have to be able to, you know, make decisions, predict things, predict context, and make conclusions based on the context that users give them. For example, the computer has been trained that when I asked this question around what is AMD's chiplet architecture, it's been trained how to answer this. But then the second stage is like the inference and the guessing of what the user is asking for, and then producing that outcome is an important part of AI. So there's the training where AMD's done a great job, but the second half of that is the inference where AMD, I believe, is going to win. And so you have companies like Meta, who's going to be their partner. OpenAI just partnered up with them, which is pretty impressive. But AMD is going to be the second stage of AI. The first stage is obviously NVIDIA, which they have wiped the market, and right now any product by them is just, you know, obviously super expensive. But the second stage is exactly the inference stage. So this person here, Mike, has been doing a great job on just tracking and giving updates on what's going on. So you got AMD, a 5 trillion roadmap will start in 2026. So he's saying, hey, listen, AMD could actually get to this 5 trillion market cap. I don't know. I don't think AMD needs to get to 5 trillion market cap, but the market isn't respecting the AI industry as a whole, because right now we're going into the second stage. So before I go into details, I want to lay out the 2026 products for AMD after adoption sector weapon. So one thing I wanted to point out is that we've seen partnerships for AMD already. I mean, we have a big partnership that's happened with SoFi. With OpenAI and Meta. Is also, I think, 60% of Meta's AI architecture is around AMD products. Let's see, what percent of Meta AI architecture is using AMD. So I think it's in the 60%, right? So I think the next big haul. So as of latest news, so Meta has publicly showed support for AMD's MI300 and 350 platform at launch events, but actual procurement numbers are still confidential. Currently, there's no verified data. Well, okay, there's no verified data, I guess. So as of latest available information, October 20th, specific figures detail what percent of Meta AI accelerated infrastructure uses AMD chiplets are not publicly disclosed. The source indicate that Meta is among the companies supporting AMD's MI300, MI300X, and MI350 series AI chiplet based on accelerators which utilizes multiple chips for high-performance AI workload. However, there is no breakdown of how much of that they're using between AMD and NVIDIA as a other vendor. Okay, so we already, regardless of that, right? We know that Meta has come out. Mark Zuckerberg has come out and said this multiple times that we're going to use AMD products. Their product is definitely good for what we want to do. What did Meta say about AMD products? So I think Mark Zuckerberg did say something. I just don't know. So exclusive deployment. So Meta has publicly expressed strong endorsements and a strategic partnership adoption of AMD's AI accelerated products, particularly emphasizing the chiplet architecture advantages and the MI300 platform. Comments to AMD's MI300X for AI infrastructure. So exclusive deployment. So Meta runs all live inference workloads from models like Llama on AMD MI300X GPUs, citing large on-chip memory and total cost of ownership advantages. Obviously, large institutions want to be able to save money. Inference superiority. Meta believes that AMD chiplet based on 300X architecture positions AMD ahead of competitors like NVIDIA for inference workload. The underlying principle is data proximity, minimizing electron travel between memory and compute, reducing latency, improving inference efficiency. Chiplet architecture benefits. Obviously, the MI300X contains a GPU-tied model optimizing for AI inference and training. The MI300A capturing CPU tile designed for HPC dense AI workload, rapid alternation, collaboration, and long-term integration. Meta collaboration closely with AMD on a software and hardware co-optimization. Shared focus on open software ecosystem, ROCm, and versus NVIDIA's CUDA, supporting flexibility and innovation. And then early collaboration extends to future MI350 and 400 series development. Feedback loop allows Meta to influence AMD's architecture iteration for optimizing real-world AI performance. So as you can see, there is this deep relationship between Meta and AMD. So I think the next big partnership I think we're gonna see is that AMD Meta comes out and says, you know what, we need our survival with AI and Llama development and our Meta glasses and all this is is going to be so important to the growth and technological development of a company like AMD. NVIDIA needs competition because now NVIDIA makes everything that NVIDIA makes is, expensive, pricey, and we need competition in the market. So I can see companies like Meta, companies like Microsoft, Dell, all coming out and supporting this. And you can see in some of the interviews that the CEO of AMD, Lisa Su, she comes out and says, "Hey, we're excited about," like, you can see she has this like glow when she talks about partnerships. She's saying, yes, we are excited about this OpenAI partnership that recently went through, but there's other partnerships that are still in discussion. So, which is like a positive sign. So let's go ahead and get into this article after all that yapping that I just did. So, desktop and consumer CPUs. The Ryzen 10,000 series up to 24 core, Ryzen Threadripper 10,000 series up to 96 core laptop and mobile, service and data centers, gaming consoles. So the gaming console industry is actually, I was watching some videos on, how the market is taking this, and it seems like there is this shift that gamers are moving away from NVIDIA products and using AMD. And one of the main reasons is because AMD is allowing some of their AI optimization and as well as pricing to be below what a lot of NVIDIA's products are. So I wouldn't be surprised this coming earnings season, AMD actually has really good earnings in the gaming industry. For the past couple of quarters, this industry has been getting beat up. So it says, till today, analysts are still pointing to just OpenAI AMD 6 gigawatt. I have been covering AMD for years. If you think AMD is just all about this deal, then upside is still not so massive in the AI infra revolution. We're not building a data center, we're building intelligence. This is why it's not a bubble. However, analysts love to throw that NVIDIA, TSM, now they have to shoot at AMD, but still pushing back harder. AMD is not way ahead of NVIDIA and Intel because of its compute performance portfolio. From affordable to premium compute, AMD's compute manufacturer. Prior to this secret weapon breakthrough, I would say that this affordable compute is far behind MI300 and MI450. However, Lisa Su does not accept that Dr. Su and AMD been working on this revolutionary secret weapon for years and years. The AMD EPY EPYC 26 Gen will change everything for large hyperscalers. This will be superior for infrastructure for any in-house ASIC. Oracle, Meta, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, and as well as Elon. Elon, on the point of Elon actually did come out and say something about AMD's products. What did Elon Musk say about AMD products? So the cool part is that obviously, he uses Elon Musk. He has building Colossus. Colossus is this spot in the middle of America that is just like one of the largest AI data centers. He obviously, he would know he spent billions of dollars in building XAI, and he has great partnership with NVIDIA, but he came out and said that Elon Musk has highlighted that AMD's accelerator, particularly the Instinct MI300 and MI300 series, are quite good for a small to medium-sized AI model, noting their efficiency and cost-effective for inference, fine-tuning, mid-scale foundational AI model. He acknowledged that the NVIDIA remained dominant in high-end modeling. AMD provides a viable alternative for a specific workload, helping diversify AI hardware options and reducing sole dependency on NVIDIA. Once again, diversification is so key when it comes to supply chain, especially when your entire business, you don't want to be dependent on one company. Integration into Musk companies. So Musk's xAI has deployed AMD's MI300, MI300X GPUs in its infrastructure to power AI tasks that Musk's AI that do not require massive training capacity. So Tesla has also planned to purchase AMD chips alongside NVIDIA's hardware for AI initiatives. Musk has emphasized that global chips available is key for factor contributing AI development, making AMD a strategic partnership in meeting GPU demand for these systems. Significant implications. So by endorsing AMD for small AI workload, Musk signal a diversification strategy using NVIDIA for complex large-scale training while leveraging AMD's for mid-scale AI operations. This approach aligns AMD's growing presence in AI market and enhanced by improving the ROCm software stack and planning updates in the Instinct Link line like the MI450 series. So practically, all that to say that this passes the sniff check, Elon's sniff check. I'm just looking at while AMD has taken up larger the market and the training in the middle of the market, there's gonna be still like hundreds of thousands of businesses that are gonna need these smaller modular AI infrastructure build out that are going to be needed, and they don't need to invest millions of dollars in getting AMD's product, NVIDIA's product. So all that to say, I remember watching this live, and we're gonna watch it and just react to it and see what happens afterwards.
It's been an incredibly busy 9 months since our last Advancing AI event. We launched lots of new AI data center, PC, and gaming products. But today, we have so much exciting news to share with you. I'd like to go ahead and get started. Now, you guys know us well. At AMD, we're really focused on pushing the boundaries of high performance and adaptive computing to help solve some of the world's most important challenges. And frankly, computing has never been more important in the world. I'm always incredibly proud to say that billions of people use AMD technology every day. Whether you're talking about services like Microsoft Office 365, or Facebook, or Zoom, or Netflix, or Uber, or Salesforce, or SAP, and many more, you're running on AMD infrastructure. And in AI, the biggest cloud and AI companies are using Instinct to power their latest models and new production workloads. And there's a ton of new innovation that's going on with the new AI startups. For example, life sciences company 310 AI uses MI300X to train a model that turns simple text prompts into novel proteins to really help accelerate drug discovery. Our Versal AI adaptive SoCs are being used to build more efficient 5G networks and improve automotive driver safety. And Ryzen is bringing AI to PCs, enabling more intuitive, responsive, and more powerful experiences. Now, since ChatGPT launched a few years ago, the pace of AI innovation has been unlike anything I've seen in my career. And in 2025, it's only gone faster. We've seen the emergence of more powerful reasoning models, the rise of agents, really growing momentum in real-world use cases that are actually starting massive scale deployments. And it's clear that we're entering the next chapter of AI. Now, training is always going to be the foundation to develop the models. But what has really changed is the demand for inference has grown significantly, driven by more capable models and new use cases that are increasing AI usage. We're also seeing an explosion of models. So, of course, you have the new frontier models from folks like OpenAI and Google. But you also have open models from Meta and DeepSeek and many others. And we're also seeing now a surge in new specialized models that are built from everything from healthcare to finance to coding to scientific research. And when you look over the next few years, one of the things that we see is we expect hundreds of thousands and eventually millions of purpose-built models, each tuned for specific tasks, industry, or use cases. And as AI does more complex tasks like reasoning, you expect agents to become more capable. It drives significantly more compute, which frankly is great for all of us. Now let me talk a little bit about agentic AI. Agentic AI actually represents a new class of user. One thing that is always on, constantly accessing data, looking at applications, looking at systems to really make decisions and really work autonomously. They need high-performance GPUs to generate insights in real time, but that's really only part of the story. What we're seeing now is as agentic AI activity increases, all of those agents are now also spawning a lot of traditional compute going to high-performance CPUs. And just think about it. What we're actually seeing is we're adding the equivalent of billions of new virtual users to the global compute infrastructure. All of these agents are here to help us, and that requires lots of GPUs and lots of CPUs working together in an open ecosystem. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the market. When we were here last year, we said that we expected the data center AI accelerator TAM to grow more than 60% annually to $500 billion in 2028. And frankly, for many of the analysts and folks, at the time, that seemed like a really big number. People were like, do you really think it can be that big, Lisa? And I said, well, that's what we're seeing. And what I can tell you, based on everything that we see today, that number is going to be even higher, exceeding $500 billion in 2028. And most importantly, we always believed that inference was actually be the driver of AI going forward. And we can now see that inference inflection point. With all the new use cases and reasoning models, we now expect that inference is going to grow more than 80% a year for the next few years, really becoming the largest driver of AI compute. And we expect that high-performance GPUs are going to be the vast majority of that market because they provide the flexibility and programmability that you need as models are continuing to evolve and really algorithms are moving so fast. You want that programmability in your compute infrastructure. Now, the other thing that we see is AI is also moving beyond the data center, from intelligent systems at the edge to PC experiences. And we expect to see AI deployed in every single device. Now, to enable all of this, you don't have any one architecture that is the right answer. So I like to say there's really no one size that fits all. What you need is the right compute for each use case, and that's exactly what we're focused on. Our strategy is really focused on three key principles. First, we're delivering a broad portfolio of compute engines so customers can match the right compute to the right model and the right use case. Second, we're investing heavily in an open developer-first ecosystem. And you're going to hear us talk about open a lot today. We're really supporting every major framework, every library, every model to bring the industry together in open standards so that everyone can contribute to AI innovation. And third, we're delivering full-stack solutions. We're building, we're forging partnerships. You're going to hear from some of our partners about our ecosystem today to really put all of these elements together. So now let me just give you a little bit of color. From a portfolio standpoint, we offer the most complete suite of computing elements end to end for this vision. That includes CPUs, GPUs, DPUs, NICs, FPGAs, and adaptive SoCs. No matter where AI runs or how much compute you need, AMD has the right solution. Next, let's talk about open. There are a lot of developers in this audience and online, so this is really talking to you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for coming today. And we believe an open ecosystem is actually essential to the future of AI. AMD is the only company committed to openness across hardware, software, and solutions. And when you just take a look back, some of the most important breakthroughs in tech actually started out closed. If you think about things like early networking protocols, Unix operating systems, and even mobile platforms. But the history of our industry shows us that time and time again, innovation truly takes off when things are open. Linux surpassed Unix as a data center operating system of choice when global collaboration was unlocked. Android's open platform helped scale mobile computing to billions of users. And in each case, openness delivered more competition, faster innovation, and eventually a better outcome for users. And that's why for us at AMD, and frankly for us as an industry, openness shouldn't be just a buzzword. It is actually critical to how we accelerate the scale, adoption, and impact of AI over the coming years. Now, we also recognize that these AI systems are getting super complicated, and full-stack solutions are really critical. So to deliver full-stack AI solutions, we've significantly expanded our investments over the last few years, both organically and through strategic acquisitions and investments. We're very happy to say that we recently closed our acquisition of ZT, giving us new capabilities in rack and data center scale design that are becoming extremely useful for what we're doing next. And we've also strengthened our software stack, acquiring leaders like Nod.ai, Mipsology, Silo AI, and in the last several weeks, we announced adding the Brium and the Lamini teams to AMD. And we're also investing broadly in the AI ecosystem. Over the last year, we've actually done more than 25 strategic investments that have been a great way for us to build new relationships and also support the AI software and hardware leaders of tomorrow. So let's talk a little bit about customers. We have tremendous momentum in the data center. Since launching in 2017, EPYC has transformed the data center. Today, EPYC is trusted by the world's largest cloud providers and businesses to run their most important workloads. EPYC powers everything from hyperscale services to enterprise data centers, supporting the most important workloads with leaders in financial services, healthcare, media, and manufacturing. And our momentum is just accelerating. We exited the last quarter with a record 40% market share, and we believe with AI and high-performance compute, there's a lot more room for us to grow. In AI, MI250X and MI300A enabled the exascale supercomputing era. I'm very happy to say, actually this week, there was a new top 500 list that was released, and AMD powers the 2 fastest supercomputers in the world, so that's pretty cool. And thank you. And with MI300X and 325, we've extended that leadership to Gen AI with large-scale internal and cloud deployments at Microsoft, Meta, Oracle, and many others. And I'm happy to say we've added a lot of new Instinct customers in the last 9 months. Today, 7 of the top 10 model builders and AI companies are using Instinct in their data centers. Leaders like OpenAI, Meta, xAI, and Tesla. Innovators like Cohere, Luma, and Essential, and many, many more. You're going to hear from several of them. They're our guests here today, and they'll tell you a little bit about how we work together. Now, as powerful as our hardware is, it's truly the software that enables their full potential, and I hear from lots of you as developers on what we can do better in software. I can say that I hear you, and our ROCm software stack continues to make just incredible progress. We're really focused on broadening the coverage for AI models, accelerating the pace of our releases, and really setting a North Star of a developer-first mentality with ROCm. When you hear me talk to our engineers, what I say is it is all about the developer experience. It's all about what you guys say. And this is our guiding principle.
So today, I'm super proud to announce ROCm 7. ROCm 7 is bringing exciting new capabilities to address these emerging trends and brings support for our MI350 series of GPUs. It continues our relentless focus on usability, performance, introduces the latest algorithms, advanced features like distributed inference, support for large-scale training, and new capabilities that make it easy for enterprises to deploy AI effortlessly. Within ROCm 7, inference has been the largest area of focus. We've innovated and invested at every layer of the inference stack, from the latest framework enhancements in VLLM, SGLang, implementing serving optimizations, supporting advanced data types, to delivering extremely high-performance kernels, to implementing the latest algorithms like Flash Attention v3. We made it easy to author and integrate kernels with Pythonic abstractions, and we've done significant work in our communication stack. This is how ROCm 7 delivers over 3.5 times the performance of ROCm 6. And when it comes to inference serving frameworks, it's becoming more and more clear that open source feature velocity and performance is in fact outpacing proprietary alternatives. Just look at what's happening in frameworks like VLLM and SGLang. They're actually setting the pace on commits and have both enabled FP8 optimizations and support ahead of closed alternatives. Working closely with these open source communities, MI355 is today delivering up to 1.3x better throughput on DeepSeek FP8 when compared with B200. That's the power of open collaboration, moving fast and delivering more. One of our earliest partners that's innovating at scale with ROCm is Microsoft. So to talk about our work together, please join me in welcoming Eric Boyd, CVP AI Platforms from Microsoft. Hey, Eric, so good to see you. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Yeah, really glad to be here.
Yeah, we have been very close partners for a long time. Can you tell us a little bit about how that partnership has evolved, and particularly around Instinct?
Yeah, sure. I mean, as you know, we've been using several generations of Instinct. It's been a key part of our inferencing platform, and we've integrated ROCm into our inferencing stack, making it really easy for us to take and deploy new models on the platform.
That's great. Now, tell us a little bit about the type of models, what kind of work our teams are doing together.
Yeah, so at Microsoft, the customers that come to AI Foundry or even our internal customers are looking for the cutting-edge leading models. And so models like GPT-4o or 4.1 from OpenAI. And, the Instinct chip really gives us great performance on top of that platform, really enabling us to scale and perform at the, tremendous scale and low latencies we need.
That's great to hear. And we've been super lucky to have collaborated with your team over the years. Tell us a little bit about the role AMD plays in enabling performance, efficiency, and what flexibility does it provide in your infrastructure?
So when you're serving these large language models, one of the big challenges is taking advantage of all the memory on the chip. And so the models have tons of parameters and they have caches and things. And so the more memory you have available and the better bandwidth, the better performance you get and the better latency that you get out of it. And so the Instinct chip brings a large memory footprint along with really dense compute across it. And that all combines to give us really great TCO benefits as we use these chips to serve our platform.
That is so great to hear, because that's exactly how our engineers have been thinking about it when designing these features.
They did a good job, yes.
And you've expanded from the original set of models now to actually working with more open models. So can you share a little bit more about the work there?
Yeah, of course. At AI Foundry, we're committed to making sure customers get the most advanced models from OpenAI, Mistral, Cohere, other companies like that. But we have over 11,000 models in our catalog, and most of those are open source. I think one of the interesting things over the last few months has been the emergence of DeepSeek as an open source model that provides really great quality in it. And we inference the DeepSeek model on SGLang, which is an engine that's open source that we've contributed to, adding things like predictive sampling and the like to it. And being able to use that sort of open source framework has really accelerated the development in this space. And of course, ROCm's integration with open source makes all of this really easy for us to deploy at scale.
Yeah, that's been so refreshing, all the work that we've done in the open. Now, as you look ahead, you've again expanded the footprint of activities, and now we're looking at training. So that's super exciting. So maybe share a little bit about what we're doing there.
Yeah, it's really interesting. As we look forward, we've seen such tremendous growth in inferencing, and we don't see any signs of that slowing down. And the Instinct looks to be a key part of our platform on inferencing going forward. But it's also great that it works really well as a training chip. And so we've been able to train, on 2100 MI300Xs, a state-of-the-art multimodal model in our research team. And really being able to use the same platform for inferencing and for training gives us tremendous flexibility in our data centers. And as we look forward, we're really excited to continue partnering with AMD on our inferencing and our infrastructure solutions.
Never.
Day on Wall Street.
The stock market plunging nearly 900 points at the close.
Markets lower on fears of an escalating trade war.
The Dow closing down 878 points, the Nasdaq down 820, the S&P 500 down 182 points.
Millionaires are made when the stock market crashes, and the bigger the decline, the bigger the opportunity, especially if we can be greedy when others are fearful. So in this video, I'll show you everything you need to know about the latest market downturn and which stocks could win big as a result. Your time is valuable, so let's get right into it. First things first, the most important thing that every investor needs to do is make moves based on data and facts, not feelings. That's not always easy, which is why I'm making this video. I'm also not here to hold you hostage, so here's what this video covers up front. What just caused this latest market drop and why? How far stocks could fall and for how long? The best way to be greedy when others are fearful? And of course, which stocks I'm buying if prices continue to tank. There's a lot of ground to cover, so let's dive right into this latest market downturn. Stock markets around the world dropped as President Trump threatened a new round of tariffs on China. Both the S&P 500 and the Nasdaq posted their worst day since April after Donald Trump said he would impose a 100% tariff on goods imported from China over and above any other tariffs they're currently paying. And that number is effective November 1st, just 19 days from when I'm recording this video. This is in response to China announcing expanded export controls on rare earth elements, including restricting their exports, requiring that foreign companies obtain special licenses to export products containing even trace amounts of Chinese rare earth materials, even if they're manufactured out of China, and adding additional restrictions for semiconductors and AI-related products specifically. There are a few important factors that make today's situation different from April's Liberation Day tariffs. First, China currently controls around 70% of the world's rare earth supply, and over 90% of the processed rare earth materials and magnets, which are critical to everything from AI chips and electric vehicle batteries to jet engines and defense systems, so pretty much every market we invest in. At least 7 rare earth elements go into the chips themselves and the machines that build them, which means almost every chip maker and AI hardware company could see some serious supply chain disruptions thanks to these new export controls. On top of that, Trump's new export controls include all AI and semiconductor-related software, so AI companies are really getting hit from both sides. Second, while tariffs on Chinese goods peaked at 145% after Liberation Day back in April, they were quickly lowered to anywhere between 10 to 30% once both sides agreed to a 90-day pause for renegotiations, and there was another extension in August. So even though the trade war tanked the stock market in the short term, it quickly rebounded as both sides came back to the table. And we made a lot of money by being greedy when others were being fearful. And I'll go over exactly how in a little bit. But this time is different. This week's escalations have a much higher starting tariff rate, 100% on top of pre-existing tariffs instead of just resuming previous rates, as well as broader coverage, not just goods but also critical materials, port fees, and tech exports. There's also a big shift in tone here, with President Trump commenting that high-level negotiations might not even take place, suggesting that both sides are willing to endure much more economic pain than they were back in April, which means these tariffs, export controls, and trade restrictions could stick around longer than previous versions. And the big problem with that is that semiconductor supply chains take many years and many billions of dollars to set up. We're talking about building and maintaining huge factories full of extremely expensive and intricate machines, training specialized staff and optimizing complex processes, and so on. So AI hardware manufacturers aren't just going to pick up and move to another country to avoid these tariffs. They're simply going to pass the added costs on to their customers. In fact, a study by the National Bureau of Economic Research found that the costs of President Trump's trade war back in 2018 were passed entirely onto importers and consumers, while the Federal Reserve said that the 2018 tariffs led to increased job losses and higher prices. Higher unemployment and higher prices mean lower spending by consumers and businesses, which means lower revenues and profits for companies and ultimately lower stock prices. That's the connection between Trump's tariffs and the stock market going down right now. But how far could stocks fall, and how worried should investors actually be? We don't want to rely on emotions or gut feelings for the answer, so let's look at some historic market data next. And speaking of data, I found out that over 100 online data brokers were selling my personal data, and they might be selling yours too. That's why I joined Delete Me, the sponsor of this privacy report showing everything they've done. As part, they'll keep scanning these website families' privacy. You can /symbol trust, showing the S&P 500's performance for every bear and bull market going back to 1942. The x-axis is time, the y-axis is total returns, and the vertical bars show recessions. It turns out that bull markets last around 4.3 years, and they return a total of 150% on average, which works out to about a 24% compound annual growth rate. On the flip side, the average bear market only lasts 11 months, and it draws down by around 32%. So while bear markets are around 50% steeper, bull markets last over 300% longer, returning all the losses from bear markets and then some.
Whoever invented this deserves a raise. Take a string and a pencil, twist off the faucet's old nozzle like this, then get the U-shaped faucet.
This is why millionaires are made when the stock market drops. They become huge windows of opportunity to buy great stocks at deep discounts. This is also why my channel focuses on long-term investing. It takes years for markets to hit the top and recover from their bottom. Here's another study that splits bear markets into their declines versus their recoveries. For example, the S&P 500 dropped by 21.6% over 15 months in 1956, and then took another 11 months to recover from the bottom. But look what happened during the pandemic, where the S&P 500 dropped by 34% in a single month, and it only took 5 months to recover. There are two big insights from this study that will make millionaires as well. First, looking at data from previous market crashes isn't the same as holding through one. Most of us would probably say that we'd rather take the crash from 2020 over the one in 1956, since that one took 15 times longer to bottom and it took twice as long to recover. But in reality, the 2020 crash was much harder to hold through since the decline was so sharp and sudden, averaging almost a 2% decline per trading day for a month straight. The second insight is that even though the shortest bear markets jam all that panic selling into a matter of weeks, the average bear market actually takes about a year to bottom and about 2 years to fully recover. Not weeks, but years. That's why it's so important to keep cash on the side and to dollar cost average in over time. Alright, So far, we've covered what's causing this latest stock market drop, and we've looked at some important historic data to see how far stocks could fall and for how long. But how do we know when to be fearful and when to be greedy? Guess what? The answer is by looking at even more data. This is CNN's Fear and Greed Index, which I'll leave a link to below for you. The index goes from 0 to 100, and it's currently showing fear in the market. You can also see a 1-year timeline, which is a good way to see how fast the index fell from greed to fear after President Trump threatened another round of tariffs late last week. This is very useful information for anyone looking to be greedy when others are being fearful. What I like about the Fear and Greed Index is that it's actually calculated from 7 useful market indicators, like stock price momentum, strength and breadth, the ratio of puts to call options, market volatility, and demand for stocks versus bonds, all different measures of risk in the market. Out of the 7, I tend to pay attention to market momentum and volatility the most. I like to dollar cost average into my favorite stocks even more aggressively when market momentum dips below the 125-day moving average, which is 6 months of trading days. As you can see, we're not there yet, but look what happened back in April. Market momentum was well below the 6-month average from March 13th all the way to May 7th, which ended up being a great window to buy stocks. And momentum bottomed out on April 8th, the exact same day the S&P 500 bottomed. I like to buy stocks when the VIX, which measures the S&P 500's volatility, spikes to around 30 or higher, which also hasn't happened yet. But if we look back at the VIX in April, we can see that it topped out on April 8th. Again, the exact bottom for the S&P 500. That's why I made so many videos in April covering the Trump administration's tariffs, while this index was showing extreme fear. This is a powerful tool for knowing when to be greedy and when to be fearful. And personally, right now isn't the time for me to be greedy just yet. I'm waiting for the VIX to get closer to 30, and I'm waiting for market momentum to drop below its 6-month average first. Alright, now that we have all that context, we can talk about which stocks to buy when the time is right. And if you feel I've earned it, consider hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. That really helps me out, and it lets me know to make more content like this. Thanks, and with that out of the way, let's talk some stocks. Like I've been saying all year, the foundation of every good long-term portfolio starts with a fund. That's especially true if you're a newer or more emotional investor with itchy fingers. I'm not judging you, we've all been there. All the data we've looked at throughout this video tracks the S&P 500, but it applies just as much to the Nasdaq 100, since they have so many holdings in common and they tend to move together. The Nasdaq has a few advantages over the S&P, like not being limited to US companies and not holding commercial or investment banks. And since it only holds 100 companies compared to the S&P's 500, the Nasdaq tends to make higher highs in bull markets and lower lows in bear markets, like the ones we just went over. Exactly what I want when I'm being greedy when others are being fearful. And if you're in the US, check out VGT, Vanguard's Information Technology ETF. VGT holds more companies for diversification, lets their winners ride for longer for performance, and has lower fees than the Nasdaq. As a result, it tends to make slightly higher highs and lower lows with a lower cost. But just to be clear, both of these funds are great foundations for any long-term portfolio. When it comes to individual stocks, I'm looking for 2 things. First, I want them to be affected by these latest tariff announcements, since I don't think another 100% tariff on China will last for very long. I also want them to be core holdings for the AI era. That way, even if I'm wrong, they're all stocks I'm comfortable holding for the long term. First up is CoreWeave. CoreWeave is an AI-focused cloud computing company that provides infrastructure for AI workloads in the form of GPU clusters, high-performance storage, and high-bandwidth networking. Not only does CoreWeave get priority access to NVIDIA's latest GPUs, but they're also one of NVIDIA's biggest investments, which is why I'm comfortable holding the stock for years and years. Discounted cash flow models like Simply Wall Street's show CoreWeave as 33% undervalued today. Said another way, CoreWeave stock would have to go up by 50% to hit its fair value. That's a 50% upside on a company sitting at the center of the AI revolution. Like I said at the start of this video, millionaires are made when the stock market crashes, and now you can see why. The next company I'm watching like a hawk is Amazon. There's no doubt that an additional 100% tariff on Chinese goods is going to affect their e-commerce business. And the same is true on the AI chip and software side for Amazon Web Services. Amazon currently trades at a price-to-earnings ratio of 33, which is below its average for the last 2 years. And according to DCF models, Amazon is currently 20% undervalued, which means it already has a 25% upside from today's prices. But I think that's a conservative estimate because analysts and models tend to undervalue the growth of Amazon Web Services and Amazon's advertising business. Most investors still don't realize that Amazon is the 4th fastest growing advertising company on the planet, only behind Mercado Libre, Reddit, and TikTok. And that's on top of their massive e-commerce and cloud service businesses. It's also the 3rd largest advertising company, only behind Google and Meta Platforms. Speaking of which, Meta Platforms is currently 36% undervalued, giving it a 56% upside from today's prices. Talk about an obvious slam dunk investment for the AI era. So hopefully this video helped you understand what's causing the latest market downturn, how bear markets compare to bull markets, exactly what data to use to be greedy when others are being fearful, and of course some great stocks to watch for when it's actually time to pull the trigger, because relying on data instead of emotions is the
Hey traders, welcome back to the TradingView channel. In this video, we're introducing our new AI.
I want you to know, I just spent 5 days in Boca at the gym eating salads and sushi and string beans.
I know you were grinding.
And I'm doing that so I could fit into regular sized chairs.
I saw you grinding on
Yeah, actually, I
Instagram.
thought you looked skinny.
I'm trying. I'm finally trying. I blamed it all on
You
my
do.
wife.
No, you do.
I said, how'd you let me get this fat?
You look great.
And she said, oh, now this is me? She's like, are you kidding me? Do you see what I eat?
All right, come on in, Scott. We'll have you over here.
You got your Boca look
All right. Scott, I got to tell you a story. When was the last time we saw each other until today?
You know, I think it was in Vegas years ago for a CNBC event.
Vegas. It's got to be 10 years then?
I bet.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
You know, we may have bumped into each other at NASDAQ.
No, for sure. In the old days when I used to do the Fast Money 5 show, you were on the desk.
That's probably right.
Or sometimes you were the options guy.
I was the option guy.
That they would cut to.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did they ever ask you to change your name to Najarian to do the options hits? Was that on the table?
When I re-upped my contract, we put it in there that they wouldn't ask anymore.
All right.
I got $150 every time they asked.
What do you think of my pumpkin situation?
It's good, which leads me to believe you had absolutely nothing to do with it.
No, everything to do with it.
You had nothing to do with that. I
Is
think
that-
you hired somebody.
Nick,
for
is that in the right place?
He's a
Where
stickler
it's
for
sitting.
this shit. It's weird.
It is? Isn't it usually here? All right.
It's definitely off. It's definitely. It's
So,
off center.
all right. So we have this thing in my town called, it used to be called Dairy Barn. It was literally a drive-through for eggs and milk.
7-Eleven. Drive through 7-Eleven.
Yeah, like you're on the way home from work. Your wife's like, I need a gallon of milk.
You know, they have those in Ohio for booze.
Okay, so this is for dairy. But it like sold and it had different owners, and then it closed down, and then this new group comes in and they call it the Barn. And I'm just glad it's reopened because it's super convenient.
Don't tell me private equity's not in this.
I didn't know what they were about to do with this place. They turned it into this like viral Instagram sensation that is now backing traffic up, like literally closing an entire lane of the main street through my town. People wrapped around the block. They're coming from like New England and the Bronx and Brooklyn and Queens and all over the place to like drink these viral iced coffees with donuts on top. Or, all right, so there's a new drink that they just launched, which of course creates a fucking like DEFCON 5 traffic situation. It's an entire pumpkin, not a mini pumpkin, like a pumpkin. They cut off the top, they hollow it out, they fill it with, I guess, pumpkin spice latte or something. They cover the whole thing in whipped cream, 2 giant cinnamon sticks, and they serve it to people sitting at picnic tables right out in the street. So I've never seen it before. So I pull up next to this thing. There's, I don't know, 100 people waiting in line to drink out of a pumpkin. There's a dude my age sitting at a picnic table with his wife. The wife's holding the camera. This is getting, look at the look on your face. It's getting worse and worse, right? The guy takes this pumpkin with 2 hands, lifts it to his face, and like chugging out of a pumpkin, and the wife is filming him. And I couldn't stop myself. So I just got back from the airport. I pull up to the corner. My wife is in the passenger seat. I lower the window, and she's like, she's going, oh, no, don't do it.
This is not going to be good.
I'm like, quiet. This has to be done. So I yell to the guy. He literally has the pumpkin to his face. I go, sick picture, bro. Send me that. Definitely send me that. I need that pic, bro.
What a dick.
I know, the worst. He slams the pumpkin down. There's whipped cream in the air. His wife starts laughing at him, or his girlfriend. So I speed off, of course, because I don't want the confrontation. So my wife's like, what if he follows you? What if he kicks your ass? You know what? If that dude kicks my ass, the universe is telling me I deserve it.
By a pumpkin.
By a
drinker?
pumpkin sipping freak who's got an Instagram girlfriend. Like, if that's right, what do you think?
I think he's going to be a fake tough guy. Listen, somebody who's drinking a whole pumpkin full.
Can you imagine?
A pumpkin spice latte with the whipped cream. It's probably got cherries on top.
Two-handed.
Oh, no.
Like a maniac.
No, that guy's, no. Listen, pumpkin spice latte was the beginning of the end for civilization.
I sort of think that the timing coincides with when I think everything started to suck.
Yeah, I think when we quit drinking black coffee and we started drinking, everything has to have an umbrella in it now.
They're not even drinking it, though. Look,
You think it's performative?
I know it is. God bless them. I want them to make money because it's my town and I want all the local businesses to thrive.
Sure.
So it's not really a comment on them. Like, if it's just like the stock market, they're doing all these secondaries now. If people are willing to buy it, you should sell. But when did men start having this need to have their significant other film them sip out of a pumpkin, drink whipped cream out of a pumpkin, broad fucking daylight? I don't even know when this started.
Well, when are their children going to see that photo and start making fun of them?
There will be no children. That's the point. This is emasculation on a level like previously unimaginable. How can you mate with a person that's doing this? I don't think they're going to be a next generation, honestly. I think this is it.
Well, that's great news.
Well,
that means it ends
for the climate.
It ends with them. It's like a corollary of the Darwin Award.
I think it's over. It's got to be close to being over, right? Anyway, all right. Sorry, I had to get that off my chest. You okay? Are you going through the dairy bar? Are you going through the barn today for your? Have you seen this shit that's going on Instagram?
I now have to avoid Hewlett Avenue.
I'm
glad I moved.
Have you seen what's going on here?
Give me a little bit more.
Dude, it is ridiculous.
Give me a little bit more insight into where this is, so I stay away.
It literally. All right, just like. Oh, here it is. Look at this guy. Holy shit.
Oh, come on.
Come on. Come on.
Good for them. Listen, oh my God, their place is huge and they're selling a ton of this. How much is one of those?
Got to be a lot.
Look at this. Look, he's gonna pick it up and drink out of it. It's a pumpkin filled with whipped cream.
Wait a minute. What if the guy that you were harassing was the owner trying to promote his business?
No, trust me, this guy doesn't own anything.
And how much they charge for one of these giant pumpkin things?
Oh, I'm gonna guess that's like it's
13.
You know?
Oh
what?
no, bet double that.
So yeah, maybe $20. I hope they get. So here's the other shit. Like, this is like an iced coffee with a donut or a piece of pie on top. Hold on, that's the place. This literally used to be like you just buy cigarettes on your way to the bar. That's what
back in my day.
In my day.
Apple cider
donut. We'd be better off if they're back to selling cigarettes in a 40.
Look at me with my apple cider donut. Iced coffee. I hope you drown in it. The whole purpose of this place was to get Parliament Lights.
Daniel's having an aneurysm.
And then go to the club, go to the bar.
I'm just glad that. Listen, we split our time between Chicago and New York. I'm glad that we don't go to Long Island.
You guys want to talk about the, stock market?
Wherever that is.
Stay away from Long Island.
It is. It's got to be Long Island. Tell me it's not Long Island.
Of course it is. Where else would it be?
It is.
Are you ready?
We own this disaster. You're right.
Build a website you love with Wix, where your words.
It is.
Here we go.
It is. It's got to be Long Island. Tell me it's not Long Island.
Of course it is. Where else would it be?
It is.
Are you ready?
We own this disaster. You're right.
Confident Friends, episode 212.
Curious about investing in crypto and not sure where to start? Start with Grayscale. Grayscale is the world's largest crypto expert. Welcome to the best investing podcast in the world. First time guest, Scott Nation. Scott is the author of The Anxious Investor, as well as A History of the United States in 5 Crashes. Scott is also the president of Nations Indexes, the world's leading independent developer of volatility indexes and options strategy indexes. Scott, it's so great to be here. You had some other stuff that you wanted us to know that you had done in the past. Can we talk about the Chicago Mercantile Exchange for a few minutes?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
we were just talking about when men really were men.
Yeah.
And you want to talk about a place where that was going on in spades.
Yeah.
The floor of the Chicago Mercantile Exchange.
Yeah.
Pure,
And you were-
pure testosterone.
And you were in the pit?
Yeah, I was in the pit. I
worked with Jonathan Novi.
I stood next to Jonathan Novi for years in the S&P option pit at the Mercantile Exchange, and I'll tell you, you really get to know somebody when you stand to them in a trading pit. And that's Jonathan and I are still friends.
You could see the other guy's soul, basically, because you're watching that fear and greed stuff.
Well, and
how they react to pressure.
And how they act, and if they're a stand-up guy or if they're a weasel.
Okay.
And
How would you describe Jonathan? More of the Weasley side?
Big weasel.
No, Jonathan is one of the
one of my
finest
favorite
advisors.
One of my
at
favorite
Ritholtz
people
Wealth.
in the world, actually.
Honestly, you could be in a pit with 500 people.
He's not answering the question.
And I'm going to answer your question. You could be in a pit with 500 people. And so I probably came across thousands of traders in my time there. And I am still connected to maybe 5 of them, maybe a half a dozen. Jonathan is one. 2 of my business partners were guys. I mean, I stood next to Bob Ward in the pit. That's how I met him. But 99.99% of those people, everybody was just there trying to make money.
Yeah.
There's no reason to stay connected except to guys like Jonathan.
Yeah. Is the market missing something, not having something like that? Or have we moved on without it and everything's more efficient now?
It's a great question. And so for people to get the visual, I was one of those guys in a bright red polyester jacket with a gray mesh back, jumping up and down like crazy.
What was your first year there?
My very first year trading on my own was 1989. I just got started. But to your question, yes, we're missing something. And it was a place where young people could get started as traders, and you paid your dues. I started as a clerk, had a great job out of school, quit, moved to Chicago to become a clerk at the Board of Trade, and you can't do that anymore.
No.
And so that's probably missing. On the other hand, it is so insanely efficient now, markets are.
Yeah.
That I can't look back and say, I wish we'd go back, because it's a step back.
The career on-ramp to professional trading now is like computer science degree.
Or physics.
Or physics.
Physics. Yeah, I mean, we have an advisor who has a PhD in math from Caltech, is on our board.
Right.
And he has told me that there is, in finance now, physics PhDs trump math PhDs.
Why is that?
I don't know.
Trump like they do better, or there are more of them?
They're considered more valuable. A physics PhD is considered more valuable than a math PhD.
What about phys ed? Not the same. That used to be.
Well, phys ed is great if you're the guy who's emptying the trash cans and sweeping up at the end of the day.
But that's weird, because I forget who I'm stealing this from. Somebody said markets are way more like biological than they are like physics. Anytime you think you've cracked something with math, they change the lock or they change the code. I mean, you just said the markets are more efficient now than ever. What do you mean by that?
If you want to trade size now, and I don't care if it's interest rate futures or NVIDIA shares or the S&P, you can trade immense volumes with very little market impact costs. You can move the market against you to a very small degree. And there are millions of people on the other side who are happy to make markets, and they're happy to make, I don't know, 1/20th of a penny a share, and they'll do it until their heads cave in.
Right.
And that wasn't always the case.
So more efficient, and there's a lot of liquidity.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I can, long time ago, when we were trading treasury bond options at the Board of Trade, I can remember when PIMCO came in, Bill Gross came in, and he just sold a ton of strangles. And he essentially killed the market by the time he sold about 150,000 of them. But he was like, yeah, I'll sell these strangles. And if the market goes down here, I'm happy to buy more. If it goes up here, I'm happy to sell some.
I'll sell these strangles.
Oh, and we bought, we bought them and bought them and bought them and bought them until our heads caved in.
Okay. So those were the days.
But on the other hand, the markets are so much more efficient now, which is great for everybody. And now opportunity exists for anybody. I don't care if you're male, female, 5'2", whatever. If you're smarter than the next person, then you're going to do well now. And unfortunately, that wasn't always the case.
Okay, it was more about who you knew, how close you could get physically, proximity to a trading post, right? Like lineage, like this is my grandfather's seat, like that kind of thing.
Yeah, not so much that. Proximity in the trading pit mattered. But for example, in the Eurodollar futures pit at the Mercantile Exchange, there was nobody on the top step who was shorter than 6'4".
Actually, Jim Urios showed me that, and he's not a tall guy.
No, he's not.
And he told me he explained that same story to me.
Right, and when the brokers in the Eurodollar futures pit were looking for a new clerk, a clerk being taller was even more important. So the prime place where they would recruit from, Big Ten football and basketball programs.
Yeah, well, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Right. So Scott, I can't think of a better person to have here for this week specifically. You're a market historian.
Yep.
You're a trader. You're a math guy. You know all about what we're going to talk about today, which is retail having a real moment. There's a new book, an old book that is being updated by Richard Thaler and Alex Emis. The book is called The Winner's Curse. And our friend Jason Zweig interviewed them in the Journal this weekend. And here's what they had to say about bubbles. The main difference between then and now is the presence of the internet. Forums like Wall Street Bets allows people to coordinate their actions on a massive scale. Bubbles typically burst when some people start selling and others can't viably coordinate in the holding position. But phrases like diamond hands inspire people to collectively hold a position for much longer than before information technology was so widespread. And then secondly, the internet allows many more assets to become bubbles in the first place, and now can take only a small group of people coordinating stocks like Kohl's or AMC to start what seems to be a trend. The end result is many more bubbles that will potentially last longer than in previous periods.
I've seen plenty of power banks over my 15 years of reviewing tech, but this Ridge one quickly became a favorite. So this, a 10,000.
That's interesting. Let's talk Thaler, literally winner of the Nobel Prize, one of the smartest guys in finance. Listen, I watched from the sidelines during that whole meme stock thing, and kind of like a lot of people, maybe like you guys, shaking my head, just holy cow, come on. I actually think that in general, big bubbles kind of get cut off at the knees because of what we've been talking about. So many investors and so many people who are now willing to fade a big move like that. So the meme stocks, that was an entirely different story. That was purely emotional, purely behavioral. I remember talking to a college student at the time when that was going on, and very smart girl. She said, young woman, very smart, and she said, well, I'm long GameStop because we know it's going to go to $1,000 a share. I'm like, well, how do you know that? Well, it's going to go to $1,000 a share. We all know that. Yeah.
How do you not know that, dumbass?
Right. And it probably went up another $100 a share that day. And I'm probably, well, I don't know, maybe I'm an idiot.
Yeah.
So it's easy for people to get together now. And I'm not saying they're colluding, but it's all reinforcing. And
it's a self-aware bubble. They say, yeah, we know it's a bubble. Jump in. We're going to bubble it up even more. That's one aspect. The second aspect is if they can keep the balls in the air long enough, the corporation can raise money via secondary and get itself out of the sort of trouble that made it a $3 stock. That's one. We saw that with the movie theater. The second thing is they could pivot and adopt a new business model. So GameStop is going to be a Bitcoin treasury now or whatever. Like, you know, that's a new phenomenon. To Michael's point, like this level of coordination was heretofore not possible in the age when people looked at a newspaper for stock ticker info and couldn't communicate with another million people who were involved.
And you were nice enough to mention my book, The Anxious Investor. In there, I talk about herding.
Yeah.
The herding behavior that is much more common now. And it's very easy for you to see somebody talk about something on social media, and then you look at the stock, oh yeah, it's up 5% this month. Let me climb on board.
Yeah.
And that's very common. And also there's another thing that I write about in that book, that people feel like they're part of a tribe when
it becomes part of your identity
when they're on when they're on board. And one of the favorite things that I write about, phenomenon that I write about in that book, is this thing called fantastic markets. And the idea came from a couple of British guys, so they spell fantastic with a PH. But in the 1990s, the idea was people felt that if they owned Microsoft or Apple, either the shares or the products, they felt physically closer to Bill Gates or Steve Jobs. It was almost like they were buddies.
It works that way.
It's like, now I own an iPhone. So Steve and I are friends. We're close.
Right.
And that one strikes me as really dangerous, because whether you love Elon or hate him, there are people out there who think, oh, I own 100 shares. He and I are best buddies now.
Yeah. Well, so long as the stock price has been going up most of the last 15 years,
yeah,
people that have taken the ride love him more than ever.
This is one of my favorite little gifts to give. It looks so simple and elegant, and I love how it has that.
Yeah, I mean, sure. Yeah. How can you not? He's iconoclastic in a way that some investors have been begging for.
Yeah. I want to ask you about what you make of all of the all of the new ways to speculate. So I'm definitely going to ask you about what's happening in the option market. But before we go there, let's just take a quick look at leveraged ETFs. This is not that new of a phenomenon. These have been around for a long time, but the popularity of them is at a fever pitch. I don't know if that's because of just the length of this bull market and the degree to which it's been running. Michael, what's in this chart? This is a Todd chart.
So Todd Sohn updates this chart, just taking the temperature of the market, and levered long, the ratio of how much money is in long versus shorts. It's about as high as it's ever gone. We've had $6.5 billion come into these markets in the first 9 months of the year. I'm sorry, single stock levered ETFs, which is a little bit different than this. $6.5 billion in single stock ETFs in the first 9 months. There's almost $30 billion in single stock levered ETFs, which I don't even know if that shows up in this chart. But what does this tell you about where we are? And is this just now, Scott, is this just now a part of the market? Like, is there any going back, or is this just not a signal here anymore?
Before you answer, it's 10 to 1. So you got $140 billion in levered long. I guess these are index ETFs, Michael?
Yeah.
Okay. And 14 billion in inverse, so or betting on a negative outcome.
Right.
I mean, it's about what you'd expect at the high of a bull market, right?
The thing that stands out to me is, and to your question, to answer your question, no, we're never going back. We don't go back. Yeah. When these sorts of products get invented and created and sold, and boy, they're selling the hell out of them, aren't they? Then we don't really go back. The thing that surprises me is that there's not more inverse. And it's not, I'm not saying that people ought to be loading up on inverse products because the market's going to tank. You would just think that just kind of through Brownian motion, people would have more of that stuff on in relationship to the broad market, and they don't.
Well, the problem is—
As a hedge?
Yeah, as a hedge or a speculation.
The problem is almost nobody makes money in these products, even on the long side. So our friend Jeffrey Patak showed the MicroStrategy double levered long, Daniel chart 3. So this thing is up 98%. This is the total assets in here. This thing is up 98% since inception, just the price. And somehow investors have lost $397 million in the aggregate. And that's on the long side. So there's some really funky shit where Jeffrey said traders actually made money on the short side, which is not neither here nor there. But these things are pure money incinerators and nobody cares.
Yeah, well, and there are a couple of things like this. You know, we're in the volatility space. And so the same thing happens in VIX ETFs, levered or not. You know, people want to be long VIX systematically, and so they buy some of these ETFs.
Like an ongoing insurance premium that they're paying.
Right.
Horrible idea.
Yeah.
It's terrible.
Nobody should do that.
No, because the manager has to roll that product from one expensive futures contract to an even more expensive futures contract every month, and talk about money incinerator between the roll costs and the actual expenses. So if you want to trade those products, trade them, use them tactically. You can't, but these sorts of products.
What is the right tactical use of a VIX flavored ETF or ETN? Is it like ahead of a Fed meeting where you think the market's about to be shocked, or like what? How should that be used, if at all?
Probably not at all. Let's talk about the specific situation you're talking about before a catalyst.
Hold on. Our sponsor today is VIX ETF. No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
and quickly, SIBO, for example, hates us. They think that we're a competitor to VIX. SIBO would be happy to kill us just to watch us die. But VIX is the 800-pound gorilla. But no, traders are very smart now when it comes to these sorts of things. So if you buy something, if you buy VIX options before a catalyst, whether it's a Fed meeting or a big unemployment number, if we ever have one of those again, then as soon as the data is out, I mean, instantaneously, those options are worth less than they were 30 seconds ago. And so we call that the volatility crush. That is a headwind that's almost impossible to overcome.
So what? Right. So if you want to express that bet, why not just buy puts on an index of stocks? Like, why even bother trading a VIX, like a volatility product?
Well, the puts are going to, even if the underlying doesn't move, the puts are going to be worth less 30 seconds later.
Yes.
So the options have become much, much, much more popular over the past 5 or 10 years, and for a good reason. 20 years ago, people were all about options because they got leverage. All they wanted was more and more and more and more leverage. Now, people have come to the conclusion, and some pretty sophisticated retail traders have come to the realization that the benefit of options is not leverage. It's not more, more, more. It's that if you combine an underlying with an option, you can create a payoff profile that's absolutely superior to the 45-degree line that is owning or shorting the stock.
But don't you think that's why people are in these leveraged products? So there's $140 billion. It's the off chance that you're in the AMD double levered ETF before the announcement like we had last week. And there's like a fun component in here.
I think that people are in these sorts of products, or some of these buffered products, that sort of thing, is because they understand the value of the strategy, but they don't want to be bothered to do it themselves.
Yeah, it's the easy button.
To a certain degree, it's like going out to dinner.
Yeah,
I could make that, or I can pay somebody a little bit more money and make it for me.
Retirement account that can't use margin. Hey, I don't need it anymore. Now I buy this product, I get 2x AMD.
Right.
And if Lisa Su has a great appearance at a conference somewhere, instead of making 5% on that day, I'll make 10.
They made 45% last week in that one day.
45 times 2.
Times 2 divided by 6.
But that's one name, and how many of those things are out there that lost?
But Michael's point is
nobody cares.
It's lottery S.
So Scott,
yeah, well, that's unfortunately, yeah, there's
no, but that's what it is. So Jason Zweig wrote an article, and again, he knows he's screaming into the void. Nobody actually cares, but it's astounding. So there was this new double levered software platform ETF, whatever it was, and it was small. This guy was just launching the product. And he said the swaps were 1.7% a month. And so right off the bat, the manager, and this guy, credit to him, he's like, I'm sure this is crazy. I can't justify this. The swaps alone were like 20% annualized. But if you're in this thing for a week, a day, a month, people don't care. So there's no amount of warning. There's no amount of tobacco warnings on the labels. People just don't care.
This is my favorite classy gift to give.
People, unfortunately, people have gotten to the point where they're like, even if they have a great advisor.
I know it's bad for me, but I like it.
And they're like, say they're 65-30, and they have that 5%.
Yeah, I agree.
They're like, I'm going to roll the dice with some of this stuff.
I agree. And in some cases, it's working out really well. And that's why it's so hard to talk them out of doing it.
Well,
think about all the financial advisors who told their clients, don't buy Tesla. It's a money-losing company. Don't buy Bitcoin. It's internet fake shit. Listen to what Warren Buffett, Jamie Dimon, Charlie Munger, and the rest. Or like, if you are on the receiving end of that advice, don't do this, don't do this, don't do this, and then you make $1 million doing it, you're probably done being talked out of recreational activities in the market for the rest of your life.
What you're talking about is not what he's talking about. Nobody's making $1 million buying the double levered.
I think, no, but directionally, a lot of crazy shit has paid off in the last 15 years.
Well, or something even worse happens, Josh. You don't make the $1 million.
Oh, that's
but your
right.
friend or neighbor
yeah.
does.
Yep.
And
that's it. That's it.
Yeah.
Then you're done. Then you're like, oh, it's risky. Okay, how about
give me
this?
more of it.
Here's 5 times the amount.
Right.
How you like me now?
Right.
100% I agree.
Give me more of it. Oh my God, you mean my idiot brother-in-law? He made all this money?
Yeah.
And you told me not to.
Do you agree this is one of the hardest parts about knowing the markets is communicating to people the difference between process and outcome? And sometimes you could have no process whatsoever and an incredible outcome. And sometimes you could have an amazing process that historically works really well with a terrible outcome. And it's very, very hard to disentangle those two ideas.
Yeah. One of the things I write about in The Anxious Investor, and Thaler is the guy who actually first kind of started writing about it, was this myopic loss aversion idea, which means that essentially, we'll put it this way, the less often you look at your portfolio or monkey around with it, the better your returns are.
Yeah.
And so I like a thought experiment. How much better would the average investor do if the stock market was open one day a year? You could only rebalance, you could only trade, you could only invest one day a year. And the other 364 days a year, you had to sit on your hands.
Can I introduce him to private equity?
Yeah. Well, no, it is an interesting thought experiment, but so you would...
Except you get liquid once every 7 years.
But you would say, like, obviously people would perform better, but what if on that one day people are, like, freaking the hell out?
Yeah.
This is my only chance to get out.
By the way, everyone's a seller on that one day. No one's a buyer.
You think so?
The stock market goes to zero when it opens.
Yes, because the people are buying other things. They find something to do besides stocks. They're in crypto. They're in real estate. So on that day, you close the market for a year. Guys, it's only open on Wednesday.
Your point is well taken. The more you
Everyone's
trade...
selling.
Then if everybody is selling on that one day a year, I want to buy.
You want to buy.
I want to be the buyer.
So Scott, you are a quantitative investor. You are looking at the math and objectively saying things are this way, things are that way. It doesn't mean you know the outcome, of course, but you're giving yourself a chance. We are in this moment right now where there are so many outside forces, people acting in ways that may or may not make sense in the long term, but in the short term, whatever, it is what it is. So
they're drinking out of pumpkins.
Right, yeah.
It's like a whole thing going on right now.
So Marlin Capital, it says all flows estimated from public data. So let's just say it's directionally right, even if it's not 100% precise. Who knows? We have just witnessed the largest retail investing buying ever. Retail has bought over $100 billion of U.S. stocks in the last month. The largest 1 million buying, the largest 1 month buying on record. Surely this amount of money coming into the market, into these names, has to have a dramatic impact on everything.
Retail investor just bought $100 billion of U.S. stocks. Is this aggregating individual stocks and funds?
I don't know the methodology, but maybe the next chart is a good setup for this. So Deutsche Bank has this chart that shows a basket performance relative to the rest of the market. And they're showing the stocks with the most net call volume, which, as we know, is what the retail investors are buying. And it's also showing the most shorted stocks. Again, what retail investors are buying. And these things are on absolute fire. And it's hard to tell somebody this isn't rational. It's like, what, making money is not rational? It feels pretty rational to me.
On its surface, is it totally irrational? to be buying the most shorted stocks? I don't think so. I don't know. I mean, they're not going to be the most high quality stocks. We know that.
I hate for retail investors to get fired up about some of these metrics.
Yeah.
And I would expect, listen, the market's at all-time highs. I'm trying to do the math in my head. What's the market cap of the U.S. stock market?
Almost 50 trillion, 40.
Okay.
Yeah.
So 100 billion out of 50 trillion is actually not that big a deal. And so I would expect that. I think the fact that retail investors, as opposed to retail traders, continue to put money in the stock market is a great thing.
Agreed.
I hope if the stock market is off 25% from highs, let's say next year, middle of next year, if it's down 25% from here, I hope that they're still buying, and in fact, they're buying more. And one of the things that drives me crazy when it comes to professionals is stock buybacks. Companies who are doing stock buybacks are the worst traders in the world because they double up at the high.
Themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. If company XYZ announces a stock buyback or increases the size of their buyback, I'll bet you the stock has done really well over the past 12 months.
Unfortunately, that is the way it works.
But isn't that human? That's like human nature. That's like when are you the most confident in your own stock? Probably after it's just gone up 40%.
But these guys are the CFO and the CEO of XYZ company are supposed to be professionals. They're supposed to be not devoid of emotion, but they're supposed to have steeled themselves against.
Here's the other side of that, though. Here, Berkshire Hathaway had a buyback, and they said publicly, we're buyers below 1.3 times tangible book value. I think that's what it was.
Yeah.
The stock never even got close to that. So now it's just like, all right, fine. We're not going to buy as much as we thought because we don't have an opportunity. In your mind, that's the right way to handle it?
Well, you can't. I think the mistake there is you can't say this is what we're going to pay because it's never going to get down there.
Yeah.
You have a natural put option.
Maybe that's brilliant though.
Well,
see?
Okay,
Scott,
come on.
You just spoke about like $100 billion. Yeah, it sounds like a lot of money, but if you normalize it for the size of the market. All right, we did normalize it. Hold on to your face because it's about to be blown off your body.
Okay.
Daniel, chart 5, please. So the retail stocks, I had ChartKid make this chart. We're looking at some of the most in-favored speculative names. So I'm talking about Rigatoni, RGTI, Oklo, CoreWeave, MicroStrategy. So what Matt did was he adjusted for the 20-day average volume, not of shares, of dollars traded, okay? Dollars of shares traded against the Mag 7. And holy shit, Rigetti, which is a $10, $15 billion market cap, and Oklo and CoreWeave, which is approaching 100, MicroStrategy's 100, those names trade as many dollars as Netflix and Google, which are, Google is a $1 trillion+ company. Is this wild or what?
Investing in Larimer City means betting on a unique project in the Caribbean. It combines a strategic.
Well, this is a function of what we were talking about earlier. Markets are incredibly efficient. Brokers are able to sell their order flow, and there are a bunch of institutional hedge funds who are willing to buy it and make a 20th of a penny on all that volume and gin it up. And we talked how it's becoming more like gambling for those names. Somebody's going to, I don't know, trade 100 shares or some call options, and it's the 5% that's not in the S&P or in treasury bonds.
But when you see this type of behavior, are you of the mentality that, listen, if this is your 5% money, trade your ass off, have a great time, does this bother you?
No, this is human nature.
Yeah.
I mean, this is human nature.
Can I say one thing about this also? Well, what are there, 10, 11 stocks in this group?
I mean, I could have given you 20.
Okay, fine. But like in every market era, these stocks exist. They're just different stocks. So here are the names.
Not to this degree. You're right, but not to this degree.
So you have Qubit and Rigetti in here, which are and QS. This is quantum computing. What's IRAN? I still haven't bothered to Google it. Do I care?
It's
stock goes up $5 a day.
It's quantum aviation.
Get the out of here. All right, fine.
What is that?
I made it up.
Okay,
nobody knows. It almost doesn't matter. Orbs and BMNR are these digital asset currencies.
And MicroStrategy.
One is Tom Lee. One is
Dan Ives.
Dan Ives. CoreWeave is AI. Strategy is another.
What's the point of naming
treasury.
all these companies? That's not the point.
Well, I'm just saying, like, if you pull these Joby, Circle, if you pull these names out and you go back to 2000,
Nah. Stop it right there. Stop it right there.
you will find the same version of
There's
that.
no way. I'm guessing.
School him.
Hold on. There's no way I am guessing that in 2000 that the companies that were in the bottom 20% of market cap were trading as much daily volume as IBM and Cisco and Yahoo. There's just no way. That's got to be different.
Because
Not
it was
in 2000 because
There's
the
no
market
way.
was crashing, but in 99.
There's no way, dude. The small stocks were not trading as much as the giants. No way.
It was much more difficult to physically trade
Yeah, you
stocks in
couldn't.
1999. But how about this? And one of the things I write about in The Anxious Investor is that, and there's some wonderful research done on this. In 1999, if a company changed its name to include
.com,
web.com, any of that, it didn't matter what they did. They could be a cafeteria. But if they now became cafeteria.com, then the stock would zoom. It was like crazy.
We saw that in 17. They all became blockchain companies.
There you go.
We saw
Yeah.
that in. They're probably going to do that now with quantum.
And or anything having to do with blockchain or crypto or anything. And I guess if you're a shareholder, don't you want your guys to do that? Oh, we own this boring cafeteria company.
Depends how long you own the share for. Not if you're a long-term investor.
But now you have an option to sell at a much higher
They
price.
arrested these guys who owned the deli in New
Yeah,
Jersey.
those are good guys.
I thought they were on Long Island.
Oh, they might have been.
I thought they were next to the place that sells the pumpkin spice latte and hollowed out pumpkins. But one thing, real quick, in 2002 and 2003, the guys who wrote the paper about what happened in 1999 with renamings, they turned it on its head. And the companies in 2002 and 2003 that renamed themselves away from .com, web, they outperformed the names that didn't.
Yeah.
So
because everyone wanted to be in traditional value stocks in
Right.
that era.
Right. Yeah. So if GM.com changes its name to GM and we don't have anything to do with the web, but we're going to make some great cars and a whole bunch of them, people were like, that's for me now. I want old economy.
We had real world examples where DLJ spun out DLJ Direct. DLJ Direct was going to be its online brokerage arm. They spun it out as a tracking stock for the first 6 months that outperformed regular DLJ, and then it flipped. So yeah, we do the. So I guess I would argue we do this all the time. But to Michael's point, this might be the most extreme version we've ever seen because those companies that he's showing,
they're small
Some
companies.
of them are
and they're
telling
pre-revenue.
I was going to say some of them are telling investors we won't have a commercialized product till 2029. And they're trading as much volume as Google.
Right. And I am firmly convinced that a combination of AI, fusion energy, which is probably 10 years away, and quantum computing is going to be massive. It's going to be absolutely massive. But how in the world do you invest in a quantum computing business now? That's darts at a dart.
But that's the point. They're not investing. They're trading.
But
and that's
here's my question for you: does that turn you off from the overall market? Like, it's a expensive relative to history S&P. It's a very expensive Nasdaq, and then you have that activity as like a sideshow. But it's not even a sideshow; it's the main event for a lot of investors.
Yeah. Well, I hope that the main event for a lot of investors is putting money from their 401k into SPY or TLT every month. I hope. I
think it probably is, but the self-directed investor with a Robinhood account is not doing TLT and SPY.
Well, I would argue with your describing him as self-directed investor. Those aren't investors.
Well, in 2022 they were. Remember, they were diving head first. TLT was
put up the evolution of meme. This is such a great chart.
All right, so we love the round.
Whose idea was this?
We love the Roundhill guys. So this is no disrespect to them, but it is just hilarious that they have a meme ETF that was listed towards the end of 2021.
Good timing.
We know what happened. They got delisted in 2023, and I'm overlaying this with the ARK price just because I guess it's the closest proxy. And yesterday, it's back. They resurrected a dead ETF. I don't know if that's ever been done before. I'm sure it has.
I've never heard of that before.
But
what? Because the stocks are in favor again.
because we're back.
So this is meme priced in ARK or ARK
No,
priced
no, it's not priced in anything.
Never thought $100 could get me 3 suit pants? Meet Timeless Flex.
I'm merely putting the dots on the ARK price. I could have done the S&P, but this is a better proxy.
All right,
for
I'm
the
gonna,
stocks.
I'm gonna do something I probably shouldn't do.
Do it.
What is the management fee, annual management fee for meme now?
I
Do
don't
you
know.
know?
70 basis points. I made that up. I could check. There's an
I bet
I have an internet
I
here.
bet you it's over $1.
No way.
No way.
No.
On an
Oh,
ETF?
No, these are not those guys.
You can get away with it now because people are completely
69.
price
69.
Okay, all right, you're right.
Scott, you can get away with anything right now. If Tom Lee dropped a time travel ETF,
Well, that's my point.
people would put $1 billion
That's my
into
point.
it.
People are completely price
I think people have
elastic when
lost
it comes to
But
some
wait,
of
I
this
want to
stuff.
ask your opinion on this because Paul Tudor Jones was on CNBC this week saying it feels like 1999, and maybe it does. I wasn't around in 1999 trading stocks, but this type of thing that is happening now is a new permanent feature of bull markets. It will never not. The ability to speculate, as we open the show with, it's so easy. You just got to get used to this.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. And to the degree that people are paying attention to the stock market in a way that they didn't 30 or 40 years ago is fantastic. The stock market is a great way to build wealth and provide for your retirement and finance your kids' educations, as long as you only put a little bit of money in some of these knucklehead names.
And to be clear, I do think that most people that are being reckless are doing it responsibly. Like, I don't think that people are taking now, with of course there's exceptions, but I do feel like generally speaking, people are like, yeah, I eat my vegetables and potatoes and meat in my 401k, and I'm having a hell of a lot of fun doing this. And guess what? I'm making money, asshole, so shut up.
What do you make of the blurring of the lines between gambling in things outside of the stock market and the stock market? So,
Oh, the stock exchange yesterday.
So ICE is not the immigration ICE, the other ICE that controls the New York Stock Exchange.
Yeah.
They made a $2 billion investment into Polymarket at a valuation for Polymarket of what, 10 billion, whatever the number, some insane number. They're not even operating in the United States yet, and I assume they will be able to soon. Kalshi is operating in the United States, but this is a prediction market that ICE has now decided is worth more than like the biggest casino corporations.
I love a prediction market. Don't call it gambling.
Yeah, we call it
Don't
prediction
call it
market.
betting.
Prediction market. But like if Robinhood is going to combine sports gambling with prediction markets, with investing in an IRA, stocks and bonds, and the next generation investor is going to grow up in an environment where you could just do all those things simultaneously, we really are like in a very different world.
Very different world and much more dangerous. I hate the intersection of investing and gambling because over time, investing is not gambling. There's never been a 20-year period where the S&P lost money once you account for dividends. Doesn't happen.
We're doing our best to make that happen, though.
Well, yeah, you get to a high like this. So I have a dear friend who we're on a text chain for fraternity brothers, and on Sundays he'll send us his goofy parlay bets. He has 20, and he's risking $20 on a 20-leg parlay.
Yeah, for fun.
And I'm like, go with God. That sounds fantastic. I think you're wrong here, but I think the Chiefs are going to win. But he's having a good time, and that's fantastic.
Yeah.
Some people spend $1 bazillion on fishing gear. So, but the intersection where people think that investing and gambling are alike, that's incredibly dangerous. They're not.
It's going to happen whether people like me and you like it. It's inevitable.
Sure,
there doesn't seem to be any restrictions against doing anything at this point.
I don't like fishing, but if you want to be go buy a bunch of fishing gear, go crazy.
Can we show you a ratio chart?
This is so one of the beneficiaries and one of the inventors of this new meme world that we're living in is, of course, Robinhood. And this chart really and truly is a miracle. What I'm showing here is the market cap of Schwab divided by the market cap of Robinhood. And at its peak, the discrepancy was 22.5 times. So in other words,
only 2 years ago,
Schwab in 2023, Schwab's market cap was 23x Robinhood. And 2 years and change later, it's converging on one. It's 1.3 times. Robinhood's market cap is 135 billion, and Schwab is 170 billion.
Could have been like one of the greatest pure alpha pair trades I've
Holy
ever seen.
mackerel.
If you had put this trade on in 23, I want to be long Robinhood, short Schwab. Holy
All
cow!
right, guess what? If this touches one, go the other way.
Oh, you think that's the moment?
That's interesting. I will say this, and I had this conversation with some people on social media right after Robinhood launched. And as long as you understand what the deal is with Robinhood, what your relationship is with them, then fine. Then use Robinhood. But I had a number of people say, well, it's free. Robinhood is free. I said, well, it's not really free. It's just that you don't see where they're making money off of you. No, it's free to me. And at some point, you just have to, slap your head and say, fine, okay, I'm not going to waste any more time. If you understand their value proposition, then good. I'm all
two things
for
on
more
that.
options.
The other brokerages are now all in the payment for order flow business anyway.
Yeah.
So that's number one. So there's no alternative. That's one. And then two, I guess to somebody that's going to buy Apple and hold it for 10 years, does it matter if they pay a penny higher than a normal bid-ask spread? Probably not.
Well, and now it becomes a marketing problem.
Yeah.
Schwab is your great-grandfather's broker.
Yeah.
Robinhood is, for a 20-something. And that's the marketing
That's
problem.
Pumpkin Latte's guy's broker.
I already pitched this to Schwab. I said, you guys, Chucky S. And Chucky S has a skateboard. Let's do. I don't think Schwab has a image problem, because if you look at the amount of wealth at Schwab versus Robinhood, it's still a huge difference. But in Wall Street terms, Wall Street is purely interested in what is the future path of earnings growth. And the story at Robinhood is we're basically going to allow people to do whatever they want.
So wait, we know what the numbers are. I think Robinhood has $400 billion worth of assets. I mean,
No,
nothing.
It's more than that. It's way more than that. No, assets under management?
Robinhood?
Oh, no. I thought you said Schwab.
No, Robinhood is like 350 to 400.
Right, and Schwab is in the
is
trillions.
10 trillion.
Yeah.
Well, but you say you don't care, but let's walk it back. What if you're a Schwab shareholder?
Oh no, I agree.
They're
saying
they're lighting their hair on fire.
as a user, I don't care.
And I'm not saying it's an investment problem. I'm saying it's a marketing problem for Schwab shareholders.
Yeah, you know what? It could be, but in a bear market, we just made that point. The companies that took .com off their name did better. You get into a substantial bear market for this type of trading activity, and all of a sudden, that's going to look like a bad word, and you'll see the Schwabs of the world come back into favor on the stock market.
Last thing, to be clear, Schwab's shareholders are fine. The stock is up 45% over the last year. The thing is, Robinhood is up 500.
Well, and it's like we were talking about before. At Thanksgiving coming up, your idiot brother-in-law is going to say, "Oh, you're still invested in Charles Schwab stock." I've been along for the Robinhood ride for the last 2 years. So the red car out in front, that one's mine. And I see you still got that Buick, and you're gonna want to throttle your idiot brother-in-law.
I tell this story in one of my books about the ad campaigns on CNBC and other channels, frankly, every channel, every sporting event. The difference between 1999 and 2001. In 1999, it was like Phil Jackson, what's your next big trade going to be? Like, people thought it was basketball, and he's like on his laptop in the limo. Anna Kournikova picking stocks, Shaquille O'Neal giving stock tips, Jackie Chan kicking a trade into the laptop that's in air while fighting off assailants.
He's got money coming out the wazoo.
Do you remember the commercials? Do you remember the commercials in 2001? It was Sam Waterston from Law and Order in a suit, and the tagline went from Jackie Chan kicking his laptop to place a trade to investing is serious business. And he did this whole direct-to-camera monologue with like somber tones, because the marketing of this stuff mirrors the recent experience of the people who are market participants. So I guess my point is, I don't know how excited you would be to be a Robinhood shareholder in a bear market. And I kind of feel like you'd see the action rotate back to people wanting to be invested in Schwab because of its perceived permanence and stature.
Let me ask you this. In 2001, if you had been Schwab, would you have hired Sam Waterston or
In 2001?
In 2001 and
Yeah.
said, and had our marketing message is now eat your vegetables.
Yeah.
Or would you have just gone quiet?
No, they did the eat your vegetables.
What would you have done?
Probably the same.
I would have gone quiet.
Why?
I don't think you get anything from by reminding people how badly they've done over the previous 18 months and that you were part of that, even though it's not your fault.
Right.
I'm not saying you'd hide.
You know who went quiet?
Who?
They put the E-Trade baby to bed for a little while.
Well, they did E-Trade wasn't it E-Trade that did? He's got the money coming out the wazoo.
Yep. E-Trade did the one, maybe it was E-Trade, did the one with the truck driver who owns his own private island from trading in the stock market. Remember that?
Yeah.
He's got a picture taped up on his sun visor. They go, "What's that?" He goes, "It's my island." So some of these were like incredibly egregious, and they all stopped on a dime. And I really feel the same thing could happen this time.
I think there's one difference.
Going out on a limb.
And we were talking about it before. I think there's one difference here in that when the market sells off, people do rush in to buy the effing dip. They rush in to buy the dip. And we were talking about before in the vol space. We are now in a market where traders are so accustomed to seeing vol normalize after a volatility spike.
Yeah.
And we saw it happen in April. And we saw it happen twice last year. There was December, and then there was another one, I think, in July of last year. And now traders are so commonly rush in to sell that volatility spike. They just want to sell options, just sell them like crazy. When they see these vol spikes, because they know, if you will, that volatility is going to revert to the mean.
You know, it's so interesting.
And so they have to get, and quickly, I had just gotten started in 87, and the option market took years to recover after 1987, and now it takes about 18 hours.
Yeah. And what level is, like, how does the VIX ever get to 35 if people are already
Without the ones like you working tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. No matter your industry, Grainger's here for you with professional-grade supplies. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
No, it
Fading
gets
it
there.
at
It
20
gets there.
at 20.
It just can't stand there. And I
Yeah.
think that I never thought about this until just now. Josh mentioned earlier that the stock market can affect these businesses if they're able to feed the shareholders more stock, raise money, pivot, whatever. I never thought of this until just now, how the vol spikes, and I'm sorry, the vol crushes can impact the world in a real way, because this is what ends up on the newspapers. And as soon as these vol crushes happen, it dampens the hysteria. Not that the media needs any more of it, but it dampens their ability to try and scare investors and generate clicks and all that stuff, because the vol disappears pretty quickly.
Yeah, it reverts very, very quickly, surprisingly quickly, to the point where guys that are my age are kind of shaking their heads a little bit because I think what's going to happen is this is going to continue to happen. Something crazy will hit the wire. Stocks will be down 10%. Vol will be up a bunch, and traders will rush in to sell volatility, and they'll pat themselves on the back. And then at some point, stocks are going to take another 15 or 20% down leg. Vol will spike again, and these people will all be like, well, this trade always worked in the past.
Yeah, what did we just do?
Right.
Stretchers.
And now I've lit my portfolio on fire by shorting vol. And I think we will eventually unfortunately have that happen. One thing I will say, I get asked this question a lot because in my crash book, I talk about contraptions. There's always some financial contraption that injects leverage at the worst.
Portfolio insurance.
And you know, the world only learned about portfolio insurance on October 12th of 1987, when somebody wrote about it in the Wall Street Journal.
Yeah.
A lot of people didn't even know it existed until then. But portfolio insurance or mortgage-backed securities.
Subprime.
Right.
Right.
And so people ask, is retail trading, all this retail trading and vol selling and that sort of thing, and zero DTE options, is this the next contraption? And the good news is, I don't think it is. I don't think the system can build up enough size, enough leverage in these things to be the next contraption. I think if the next contraption, if we have some sort of problem in the next few years, and crashes are very rare. Thank God. I write about in that book in 07, last one in 2010, the flash crash. So they're very rare, and thank God, because they do incredible damage to psyches.
Yeah.
But if we do have some sort of big downdraft in the near future, I think it's going to be private credit is going to be the
I totally agree.
contraption.
And can we skip ahead and just go to that story now?
Let's do it.
Okay. We might go back to this gold Bitcoin thing because I want to get Scott's take on it. Private credit, it's not an anti-private credit message, what I'm about to say.
Sounds like it's going to be.
No. But to your point, like, what's the mechanism by which the market actually gets nervous about something? Well, it's probably going to have something to do with one of the areas where the most money has been going. That's sort of aberrant relative to history. You have a lot of new holders of funds that are private credit. So two things in the last couple of days. The first is the BDCs. So for people, business development corporations, these are publicly traded vehicles usually sponsored by larger organizations.
With leverage.
They dole out leverage as lenders, and they themselves are backed with leverage. And the goal is to capture the spread in between.
Right.
The designation BDC is they're paying out all the income in the middle. Can I show you a chart? This is the VanEck BDC Income ETF, ticker BIZD, BIZD. So this is an index of, I guess, the 25 biggest BDCs that are publicly traded that VanEck puts into an index, and they created a product. You can see now that we are below the April lows in this BIZD ETF price-wise. And what I'm showing you...
I'm sorry, the pricing is kind of ridiculous. This is a total return product, but they look shitty.
Well, I'm so glad you brought that up. The reason why this is falling is because the total return is being lowered by the fact that dividends are being cut. So a lot of these nominally look like they're going to pay out 9, 10, 11%, but investors are smart, and they're realizing as interest rates fall and, God forbid, non-accruals, or non-payment of debt starts to bubble up, the dividends have to be cut. And that's why these are falling. The pain at the bottom is volume. I think I did 30-day average volume. So you have volume spiking as people try to get themselves out of these ahead of dividend cuts, which we know are likely for 26 because rates are coming down. Do you have a strong opinion on the popularity of private credit amongst retail investors or even institutions?
Stay away. I am not a fan at all for a lot of reasons. One, it's almost completely opaque. Fees are huge. It's a little, we were joking earlier about private equity. Not a fan of that in a retail portfolio either, for the same sorts of reasons. It's opaque, fees are high, returns are not particularly good, no liquidity. You know, it's worse than a hedge fund slamming the gates in 08 or 09. And these companies are these managers are going to say, yeah, but we have so much less volatility.
Next chart, Daniel. This is just a list of these are the BDCs. These are all very reputable sponsors: Ares, Blue Owl, Blackstone, Main Street, Hercules, Golub, KKR, Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs. These are their BDC products that they've listed as tradable vehicles.
Right, and I'm not taking aim at the sponsors. If there's a market for something and sophisticated investors want to buy it, then they should fill the market niche. But my point is that to the degree that the stuff gets sold because they say less volatility, you got to remember who's coming up, who's pricing the stuff that's inside these portfolios.
Yeah.
It's the managers. So of course they have less volatility.
So the story here is, and full disclosure, I tried to catch a fall on that if I sold it. I took a 5% loss and moved on in one of these BDCs. The story is that one of the big borrowers blew up. recently. They said that there's $2 billion or God knows how much, many billions of dollars where they don't know where
This
it
is
went.
First Brands.
So this is like an auto, there's some financing aspects of this where they're selling and buying the parts and the leases and the whatever.
So I want to not conflate two different things, but to Michael's point, this is part of the same stress now that we haven't seen in credit markets. CLOs are a really big business. They have been for a long time. And basically the collateralized loan obligations. And there's a company called First Brands, which is kind of like this conglomerate of like auto parts businesses, different brands in the auto parts space. Auto is always the first thing stressed in any economic downturn. The auto market itself is fine. This is about the companies in that ecosystem that sell parts.
So investors are getting worried that this is maybe systemic, that holy shit, if there's a God knows how many $1 billion lost here, are they actually reading the covenants? Like, what do these deals even look like? So there's a lot of doubt there. I will just say this. The idea that this is going to be the first of the next leg to drop, high yield credit spreads are doing nothing, basically. And if you look at the size of the private credit market relative to the rest of the loan market, it's tiny. It's a couple $1 trillion it's the slice is absolutely tiny. So maybe should investors be careful? Perhaps.
Yeah, and that's actually, I've had this conversation with a couple of people recently. Is it big enough to spawn some sort of real disaster?
Yeah, subprime was tiny too.
There was a
People
time when
forget.
Now that's possible. Whether there's just way more than we know about.
Well, think
about people subprime. Nobody cares about that market. It was the bottom layer of something that was unstable above it.
And are you guys are probably both old enough to remember long-term capital management.
I was 12, but
okay. Well, bastard. But there were, I mean, those were supposed to be the smartest guys in the world. Bunch of Nobel Prize
Great
winners.
point. Big enough to be so systemic that the head of every bank was called in to meet with the New York Fed,
Right, and
figure it out.
what was their number? Their number was at $300 billion.
But the leverage, what was it, 50?
Well, but the number, the amount of capital that was $300 billion, which is a lot of money, but it's not all the money in the world, even back in 1997 when that was. So the point is if this gets spread out over enough names, then any of these things can cause problems. I was in.
It causes a shaking of confidence, which ripples. First Brands is the stone that you throw into the middle of the lake. It's inconsequential. It's the ripples. And just to barge in here with some numbers, this is a company that ended up in its.
Okay, so welcome to Shark Numbers. What happened?
In its bankruptcy filing, which will now be a 3-year fight amongst creditors, $11 billion in liabilities on $3 billion in revenue, which is not even the problem. The real problem is double factoring. They took the same collateral and used it for multiple loans. So now people are looking at everything they own. Like, whoa. This is going on? That's the problem.
Correct. Yeah, to Michael's point, there's about the number I saw today, $2.3 billion that they think was essentially double factored. In other words, they sold it twice.
Yeah.
There's also, and quickly, try to be quick here. There's every crash not only has a financial contraption, it has a catalyst. And often the catalyst has nothing to do with finance. People forget that in 1987, the Friday before the crash of 1987, we essentially went to war with Iran. Column 1 of the Wall Street Journal on that Monday morning was not, the stock market lost a bunch of money last week. Column 1, page 1 of the Wall Street Journal that Monday was that we were essentially at war with Iran. Why do I bring this up? Because in 1929, what really, really got the crash going was a fraudster in London, a guy by the name of Hatley, I think. Hattrey. He had started forging stock certificates. And then he was selling these stocks or borrowing against them. And eventually somebody figured out, oh my God, this is a counterfeit stock certificate. I wonder how many of these we have.
Yeah.
And the number was actually relatively small, but nobody trusted anything.
That's the thing that happens.
That's right.
You're
And so
right.
they said, I don't know if this stock certificate's genuine. Why am I going to wait around to find out?
Sell them anyway.
Right.
And you bring that up because the weather in October of 1987 before the crash is not too dissimilar than what we're seeing today.
I'm not a crash guy. I'm not one of those guys who thinks that you have to buy gold now because it's going to triple by the end of the week because the stock market's going to crash. I'm not that guy.
The First Brands ownership is diffuse enough that we're not going to see one major player take a substantial hit just because of First Brands. Jefferies has a $700 million exposure, which sounds like a lot of money, and it is, but not really. UBS has one specific fund where 30% of its assets are First Brands.
About $500 million.
Okay, so not knowing anything.
So that's not taking anyone down, but that's forcing everybody to rethink the way they're investing in some of this stuff and maybe to ask some questions they weren't asking a week ago.
But hang on, but not knowing anything, because I am certainly a tourist in the space. The likelihood of this blowing over or turning into something holy shit, I'm just going to take the odds of it'll blow over. And obviously this could age very poorly.
Well, there's another one. It's called Tricolor, and it is involved in auto finance as well. And
yes, sentiment is weighing on the group right now. Of course, there's no doubt about it.
This is another CLO story that it's not.
No, it is. It is.
Well, I'm with you in that crashes are rare, thank God, because not only is a lot of money lost, but a lot of psychic energy gets wasted.
But think about the stock market. How many stories over the years have blown over? People were worried and then they weren't.
Right. Well, and we talked about long-term capital management. That was really ugly. I think the stock market was down 14% in that month, and it bounced back. But let's look at it a little differently. In that, and what I'm going to mention is two Bear Stearns hedge funds
in 06.
I thought it was 07, but okay, 06, 07.
Yeah.
We're focused on mortgages and subprime mortgages. Blew up. They went to zero. One used no leverage and one used some leverage, and the one that didn't use any leverage fell 90%, and the one that used a little bit of leverage.
Opening shots of the financial crisis.
That's right, and people were having exactly the same conversation then that we're having now.
Was it October?
No, it was. I think it was in the summer.
I think it's August of 06, to be honest with you.
Okay,
and then within 18 months, Bear Stearns is zero.
Right, and everybody is terrified, and the market is seized up, and nobody can get any money out of their money market fund. Right. So it's the same situation then as now. We don't know. I don't think that that we're going to have the same outcome, but sometimes the market gives you a little notice.
Yeah, and it's not just the B2Cs, it's the equities too, of the private equity companies.
Correct. So it's very possible we never speak of this again a week from now, and there is no other First Brands. I agree with Michael where you still have to give the system the benefit of the doubt that this is not widespread fraud and people doing crazy shit everywhere, but it does get people asking new questions and looking a little bit more closely, and that's new. I want to finish by getting your take on this gold versus Bitcoin masterpiece from Chart Kid Matt at Exhibit A. Michael,
not at Exhibit A, just to be clear. This is a Chart Kid Matt production.
It's too many names and things to keep track of. What are we looking at?
I mean, you tell the story. This is great stuff.
Gold versus Bitcoin on a calendar year basis. Are you shocked? For two questions. First, are you shocked that we're in a stock market bull?
Whoever invented this deserves a raise. Take a string and a pencil, twist off the faucet's old nozzle like this, then get the U-shaped faucet extended.
With both gold and Bitcoin also making record highs.
And before you answer that, one last thing. The number one category of inflows of ETFs this year is treasury bills.
Yeah.
This is a weird thing.
Yeah.
Really?
This is weird.
Like, how crazy is what's going on right now?
That makes no sense because you can explain all of the other ones with lower interest rates.
Anyway, gold outperforming Bitcoin this year. It underperformed last year, underperformed the year before. Just a straight ratio. I find that really fascinating. Gold is not what you would typically associate with a stock market bull market, and you definitely don't expect it to outperform crypto in an economic expansion like this. What the hell is going on?
You would expect both of them. You would expect crypto, gold, and the stock market to do well
together
when interest rates are coming down. Sure.
Okay. All right.
All right.
I'll buy that. I'll buy that explanation.
They're not. it's not like gold is doing well because the stock market's doing well. They're all riding the same ride. So I don't. That doesn't really mean anything to me.
Okay.
I will say this though, that in an environment where unemployment is at 4.5%, is there? And I understand it's looked kind of crappy over the last few months, and you can look at the revisions, but unemployment's at 4.5%. Why in the world does that demand cutting interest rates? Inflation, depending on how you look at it, is anywhere between 2.5% and 2.9%, and the Fed's bogey is supposed to be 2%. So why in the world are they cutting interest rates? So I have a bigger beef with the Fed giving into public opinion and cutting interest rates when it's really not appropriate. And the final thing I'll say, and I talk about this in the crash book, the Federal Reserve does 10 times, maybe 100 times more damage by keeping interest rates too low for too long than they ever do by having rates too high. They fostered the bubble in 1929 by refusing to raise interest rates, even though they knew, and the quote they used at the time was speculative orgy.
Yeah.
And
my favorite type.
They're the only good kind.
Yeah.
And the same thing happened in 2004, 5, 6, when Alan Greenspan refused to raise interest rates, thought that the banks were their own
regulator,
should referee themselves.
Yep.
Nobody knows their risk better than they do. They'll modulate, and you cannot forget the whole "I'll be gone, you'll be gone" concept.
Yeah.
What's that concept?
Don't worry about it, because by the time this matters, I won't be in this job and you won't be in the job that you're in.
I will have gotten my bonus check.
Right.
I will actually have my own private island.
Yeah.
I'll be retired somewhere.
Somebody else clean it up.
That's right.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you, but Chicago guys typically don't like the Fed. I've noticed that.
Yeah, the Chicago contingent is very suspicious of anything central planning, especially the Federal Reserve.
Yeah, I get that. Because
the Bears haven't won since '85.
No,
I'm a Giants fan, so I can't talk.
They won in '86. And it's not like everybody in Chicago has to know that in order to get into the city.
The season was in '85. The Super Bowl was in '86.
That's right, and they beat the
Jim McMahon
bejesus out of the Boston Cake Eaters.
Yeah.
So my point is, I don't hate the Fed. I think we need the Fed. It has a role. It should be a backstop. I'm not one of those guys who thinks that the Jekyll Island meeting that created the Fed was some sort of sabotage or larceny.
Jewish plot.
All right, I'm a fan. I just think that they do make policy
He's in on it. He's in on it. Hey, what kind of last name is Nations? What is that? Is that English?
It is English.
Okay. It's unique though, right?
It is. The first member of my first American in my family came over from Somerset, England in 1740 as a 14-year-old indentured servant.
Oh, wow.
Think of the average 14-year-old today.
Yeah.
You think that guy would get on a boat and come over as an indentured servant?
I can't indenture my kid to take the garbage out.
Right. Or shovel the snow.
I want to end the show with what I think is a perfect metaphor for the current economy and state of the world right now. Tell me what you think of this, Scott. This is an article, CNBC.com. Delta Airlines customers are getting used to first class. Revenue from the pricier, roomier seats toward the front of the plane could eclipse sales from standard coach seats for at least a quarter or two next year, Delta executives said today. In the last
This credit card has an interest rate that's really, really low. How low? This low. The credit card that's in your
last quarter, Delta said ticket revenue from its premium cabin rose 9% from last year to $5.8 billion, while main cabin ticket revenue fell 4% from a year earlier to just over $6 billion. And the CEO said,
"So just do first class flights. That's it. No coach."
Yeah, why are we putting coach people on the plane at all?
Do I have to think of everything?
I think that's called a private jet. During an investor day last year, Delta said just 43% of its 2024 revenue was coming from main cabin tickets, down from a 60% share in 2010. Basically, it's flipped. And now all the revenue is going to come from 5% of the customers, 3% of the. How perfect is that of a metaphor for the K-shaped bull market?
There are so many businesses, it seems like, where that is the case, where not the uber wealthy, but the pretty wealthy, the well-off, are happy to spend money.
Yeah.
Whether it's travel or dining or entertainment. I actually
Cocaine.
I'll leave that one to you. I actually had I had drinks last night with a good friend, longtime friend, who's a a Broadway promoter and producer. And he was talking about they just had a show open. Average ticket price $450. Have absolutely average ticket price.
One ticket.
$450 for one ticket. So that's $1,000. You take your spouse.
Yeah.
You take your husband.
Packed theater.
Absolutely, and
sold out.
They sell all that they can get at $450 average. And you know what that means? That means that the ones up in front are probably double that.
Yeah.
And if you're a kid who's a college student and wants to go see good luck with that.
Wait till it's on Netflix. All right, Scott, did you have fun on the show today?
I did. You guys are fantastic. I love the show. A lot of fun.
We're just big fans of yours. You're great on TV. You write great books. You have such a great breadth of knowledge and just a appreciation from us for everything that you do. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I appreciate what you guys do to entertain and educate, most importantly, investors, because it can be tough out there. It can be overwhelming. And to the degree that people are educated when it comes to financing a retirement or a kid's education, then God love you.
Great news, everyone. Donald Trump tacoing. Now, this was the escape hatch from what we heard on Friday. Everybody's like, Trump's gonna taco, right? He always tacos. He always, that's what taco is, after all. Trump always chickens out. It's not like Soko, where it's like Trump sometimes chickens out. It's always chickens out. And that's literally what we just got in this Truth Social post, which we'll talk about in just a moment. As we can see already, Bitcoin finally moving back over not just 110, which it broke briefly between yesterday and Friday, but now back to 114. Nice recovery here. Should lead futures to move higher once the futures actually open at 3 p.m. California time. In addition to that, we should look at betting markets and then understand, of course, what was said and what this means. So betting markets were already anticipating a taco. If we go to Polymarket's U.S. tariff rate on China by November 12th, which is just basically 30 days out, we can see that betting markets on the, oh no, Trump's going to increase tariffs, plummeted the odds that tariffs would be between 25 to 40% from 69%, down all the way here to a low of about 19%. However, that quickly started fading as people thought, Trump's just going to taco again. Then we started hearing commentary that the meeting that Donald Trump said he was going to cancel with President Xi Jinping is a meeting that just has neither been confirmed as happening or not happening, which is very different from it's canceled. It's maybe we'll talk. And then we started seeing this go from a 19% chance up to a 50% chance. And then, of course, here very recently, we've now heard this latest taco from Donald Trump on Truth Social, in addition to commentary from J.D. Vance. See, J.D. Vance this morning, he had commentary on exactly this as well. J.D. suggests, hey, we're going to be reasonable with negotiating. And this is all coming in response to China starting to slam the United States. Just as early as, well, Sunday morning China time, which of course is probably, hours ago at this point. Well, not probably, it is, right? They're hours ahead of us. They slammed the 100% tariffs as a double standard. And they started talking about how, like, hey, we just want these basic licenses on our rare earth controls. We're not trying to limit your ability to get material for civilian use. We're just trying to protect our national security, just like the United States is. Meanwhile, you guys have just removed the de minimis exemption on basically everything, which is hurting us. And so China's sort of like, hey, we're trying to be reasonable here. Now, let's be clear, okay? It is China. So China obviously is establishing these licenses, so if there's ever like a war or a larger conflict, they could just ratchet the dial from you're allowed to click, 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 you're not allowed to export rare earths anymore. It gives them a lot of control and registration over where the flows are, who the buyers are. It gives them a lot of surveillance, so when and if they actually need to stop the flow of rare earths, they could do it very quickly. So understand, China is being very cunning here, okay? Like, this is not, oh, China's right in this. China's playing their game too, but, as they should. It's their country to defend, just like what we're trying to do, right? This is a negotiation. But what's wild about this is actually the Chinese are now taking an opportunity to slam our entire political system, which we're going to talk about that and Trump's taco in just a moment, what this is going to potentially mean for stock prices and otherwise. But I want you to see is their argument. Now, this is the basically the propaganda wing of the Chinese Communist Party, the Global Times. I mean, basically all media over there is controlled by the Chinese Communist Party, so it doesn't really matter. But anyway, I want you to see this. China doubling down. We do not want to try a trade war, but we are not afraid to fight one. Willful threats of high tariffs are not the way to get along with China. And following these statements, we have now seen the taco from Donnie T, which my phone locked, so let's unlock that. There we go. Don't worry about China. It will all be fine. This sounds a whole lot like Donald Trump going, don't be a panicking, bye, and then, hyphen DJT, Donald Trump, right? So don't worry about China. It will all be fine. Highly respected Xi Jinping just had a bad moment. He doesn't want a depression for his country, and neither do I. The USA wants to help China, not hurt it. President DJT. See, that's the same way. He's not doing the thank you for the attention in this matter. It's a similar way to how he signed off on basically buy the dip back in April, which was a fantastically timed tweet, or truth, as are many of Donald Trump's actions relative to insider trades. Like, let's not even get into the fact that on Friday, somebody opened a brand new crypto wallet and shorted the crypto market just moments before Donald Trump made this announcement. Let's not talk about all of the fraud and insider trading that is ruining the institutions of American integrity, what's left of it. Let's just ignore all that for a moment and just be grateful that it looks like we are getting taco, which doesn't mean there won't be tariff effects in a lasting manner. We know that we're really just at the beginning of the potential impacts of tariffs. We had a 90-day pause from April, which took us obviously through May, June, and July. Initially in April, we thought it would take, 90 to 180 days to actually see the impacts. But then when you factor in all of the pauses, you've really only been at this trade war for maybe 3 to 4 months, which really means 2026 is probably when we're going to see most of the compounding of the actual impacts of the trade war, which does lead to some bad calculus by people who defend tariffs. Like, I'll get messages. I got a message from somebody, and I feel bad for these people, but I'm just going to speak to you I'm not a politician, so, I'm just going to speak to you as, like, an economist, a financial analyst, and a news provider.
This is the Patriot Power Generator 1200. It's a solar generator, but portable. It's back.
The tariffs will hit, and the pain will hit. It's just going to take time. And when people send me messages, like somebody sent me a very respectable message. Thank you for you actually texted me in our little community tech platform, which I can actually put that number up. But I do read these, and I try my best to reply. Oh, here it is. But that's the number if you want. But anyway, they said, hey, Kevin, I've seen firsthand. I know you don't like tariffs, and I get it, but I've seen firsthand the destruction of basically what global trade has done to small communities in America. And the reality of this is totally real. Like, this is true. Yes, globalism, global trade does negatively affect those smaller, unfortunately less efficient towns compared to Chinese manufacturers or, what we saw happen with truckers with NAFTA, right? There are real issues that come from globalism. And it's why Republicans always promote protectionism, because those smaller towns are more likely to vote Republican anyway, and so they want to be seen as defending that part of America. The problem is the vast majority of Americans benefit from globalism in the form of deflation. The fact that now you could get a 4K, 55-inch Amazon Fire TV for $399 is insane. We could never build that in small town America. It would cost us, probably $3,000 just to make it, and it would have to sell for $4,000. It would be insane. I mean, we're talking about a factor of 10 difference in pricing for solar panels, keyboards, mice, computers, hardware, chips. This is why we manufacture so much in Taiwan. The manufacturing is so much more advanced, and it's unfortunate. And it's not to say that we don't want to help smaller town America. It's just to say economically, globalism helps cause deflation. So all of that aside, what's important to remember in this trade war is we are getting blasted by China for this tariff war, and it's leading Donald Trump to walk back his aggression. Look at what China says here. China argues that the U.S. unilateral actions have dealt a heavy blow to global market confidence, raising concerns that the two largest economies could once again slip into a trade war. If the U.S. claims to seek dialogue while simultaneously escalating unilateral measures and resorting to fabricated justifications and trade bullying, it would only deepen the trust deficit. This is, I think, why Donald Trump's already starting to talk. He's like, yeah, okay, we're going to have to. I was a little too aggressive here. Of course, he's blaming Xi Jinping, but Trump was the aggressive one this weekend, for sure, Friday. China's trade and export control policies have always been highly transparent and predictable, and we remain open to trade applications, products intended for military. Okay, we already talked about this with licensing. The United States hypocritically criticizes China's normal regulatory measures, a clear U.S. double standard. China says the United States, or somebody who used to be a former China director at the NSC, the National Security Council, so an American, says the United States is playing 2D chess while Beijing is playing 4D chess. And so really what you're getting is this doubling down of China going, hey, like, we don't want this trade war, but if you want to go, we'll go. And Trump's kind of like, maybe we don't, because, if he doubled down on this trade war, we'd probably have a Black Monday. And I don't think he wants that. And I think that's why he's already tacoing. So the taco trade is great for the stock market tomorrow. Now, what this is opening a door to, which is kind of sad, but this is all opening a door to China now literally writing op-eds, the Global Times editorial board writing op-eds about how the U.S. government sucks. And what they're doing is they're saying that we're basically playing this judo match with our two-party system, and that every week the shutdown goes on, we're shaving 0.1 to 0.% off of GDP. And this time is like the worst shutdown ever since 1976, where we've had more than 20 shutdowns, because now, you've got a shutdown where Donald Trump is front and center purposefully doing layoffs. He accidentally laid off a bunch of CDC scientists working on measles research and then rescinded that layoff. Oh, that was a mistake. J.D. Vance was on Face the Nation this morning, and he's like, that was a mistake. And it's Democrats' fault. It's Schumer's chaos as far as why we accidentally laid off those people, but we are laying off others just to, keep the government operating. But in prior shutdowns, we've always been able to keep the government operating. And we just temporarily furlough people. What's different this time, and China is making fun of us for it, is we're using the shutdown as an opportunity to literally fire people permanently. And so they literally say, the two-party system was originally designed as a check and balance mechanism, but under trends of polarization, the system is turning into a self-consuming loop. So basically they're saying see, look, the American experiment fails. Capitalism fails. American politics plus capitalism fails because you get a two-party system and nothing gets done, and it turns into a self-serving loop of bullcrap. Multiple factors, including electoral redistricting, money-driven politics, and a social media ecosystem, have accelerated the entrenchment of extreme positions in the United States. I agree with this. I wholeheartedly agree that, and this is why I take a very neutral point of view in America. And the reason I do that is because I think vast majority of us are very neutral. The problem is it's just you're gonna offend people on the far sides. Like, I'm sorry to the small town person who's like, oh, but tariffs protect us. They might protect 200,000 Americans, but tariffs might protect 200,000 Americans at the cost of 20 million Americans. Right? So this is where you kind of have to like balance out, like, what are the costs here? Would it be better to provide stimulus to those 200,000 Americans and then let everybody else have lower prices, for example, right? So those are the debates to have, and I think that's a neutral position rather than the entrenchment of extremes. I think China's right about that. And they argue that basically what we have in American politics is zero-sum thinking that dominates people's political imagination. That's what it is. It's, well, like...
If you're thinking about buying a house anywhere in the Orlando area, including the blue areas on this map, here's how to ensure that you're seeing
everything that hurts everybody else I'm okay with, as long as I don't, you get hurt. It's like, this is wrong. There was actually a video on this. I don't know that I'll be able to find it quickly, but I will look for it. There's a video. It is, here it is. Don't be a sucker. 1947. Okay, so I'm not going to play this whole thing. I just encourage you to watch it because I want to talk about market here. Right here. It's clipped from and it's really play it. Are at a political rally, and there's this guy yelling about like how you got to get the Negro out or whatever. Black guy in the not hell, dude. This is bullcrap, right? And you've got over here, you've got these guys talking, and this guy's like, yeah, damn right, hey, I'm a union worker, like anything that's gonna help us. And then all of a sudden, the politician, the guy up on the podium or whatever, he starts going, and you know who else we gotta get out? Those union workers. And then all of a sudden, the guy is like, wait, what? Now he's talking about me. This is bullcrap. And then this guy leans over and he's like, it's different when he's talking about you, doesn't it? And it's just like, it's so powerful. It's 1947, so it's like super old school here, but it's such a powerful message. And it's worth seeing because, like, that's how politics works. There are winners and losers, and wow, what a surprise when all of a sudden a politician, you hate a politician. And this is kind of starting to weaponize, right? The big thing out of today is, Trump is going action of taco markets. It probably means we're going to get a nice rebound. Now, we'll have a full strategy set up tomorrow morning in the Meet Kevin Alpha report. So we'll be talking about call options. We'll be talking volatility. We'll be talking historic volatility to see where opportunities and options. So if you want to be part of that, remember you can do so over at the Meet Kevin membership. But it's worth remembering that it's not just this Meet Kevin membership. You can use coupon code Schumer. But let's talk a little bit about bonds as well, and what could happen broadly with chip stocks and otherwise, and just set some ideas up here. Quick heads up, tomorrow also, Investing Pro, not yet, but tomorrow, Investing Pro is starting their flash sale again, where you get 50% off plus 15%. So don't use it yet, but just be prepared for that. Really, really great if you're into like fundamental analysis or even technical analysis. So we'll have some comments on that coming up. But yeah, let's think about this. So strategically, look, yields plummeted on Friday because there was some panic that we were going to get a resumption of a trade war. The assumption at this point is that the futures will turn green to offset a 3.5% decline on the Nasdaq. Some kind of back. The will probably leave the 10-year yield to rise again. So my guess is, and we'll see with futures in a few hours, but my guess is we'll probably see the 10 go back to like 4.10. I don't think it'll all the way back to 4.15. And I think we'll see some modest green over here, like maybe, honestly, like modest in response to this could be like 80 bips up on the Qs, which is actually on a normal day pretty damn good. But seeing 80 bips, maybe 120 bips on the Qs totally reasonable on bounce back here. Remember, though, the market is now going to be primed for all the catalysts that we have coming up. The CPI catalyst, the October 31st and November 1st meeting, potentially in China. So that's going to be a catalyst. The Fed meeting at the end of the month. Are we going to get the release of jobs data before the end of the month? All of those things are going to be catalysts that now the market's like, plus earnings. Oh, crap. Like Donald Trump's Friday tariff warning was sort of a warning shot where, does it make sense to start going, while we're at all-time highs, let's enjoy a little bit of a recovery here, but we start taking money off the table until we get earnings to confirm everything's good. My opinion is we're probably going to have a harder time now hitting some of these all-time highs while people are a little shell-shocked. Yes, Taco is going to help us go green, which is fantastic, but we are going into that era where, all right, now earnings are going to, not only this quarter, but, really the forecast going forward, they're going to start telling us who's really going to be eating these tariffs. And so it's going to take some nuance to go through all these earnings. As usual, I'll be covering earnings as much as I can. If you want, I'm considering it, but if you want, leave a comment down below if I should go live for earnings after the bell. I was thinking maybe we go live for earnings, cover the earnings, and then do a little summary video. I don't know if that's of interest to people. I think most people like market open, but I thought I'd mention that. So this is good. This is a good rundown so far. As far as sort of like geopolitical news, otherwise, so far it looks like Israel is pulling back troops to determine, they're saying, hey, we're not going to pull back all the way unless we get all our hostages. So, we actually got to see all the details get worked out here. But so far, so good. And you got to give Trump credit for that, So as much as I like to poop on politicians, you got to give Trump credit for that upside down diplomacy he pulled off. That was impressive, and it really sends a signal that.
What's better, 50 when gym or Tai Chi?
One builds, the other reverse.
Iran is eating bricks right now. I don't even know if that's the right phrase. But anyway, this gives you a little Sunday update. Great news. And folks, thank you so much for watching. Remember, use coupon code Schumer Siesta if you want to join. And then for the Meet Kevin membership. And if you want to diversify from the wild, but, landlords are taking away a home from another. We're not taking away homes from anyone. We're taking empty homes most of the time, or at least a lot of the time, and we're renting them into a quality property people can rent. People are always going to rent. There are always going to be 30 to 40% of Americans who I need to rent because I might only be here for a year or 2 years or short term. I'm not ready to buy or this, that, or whatever. It's somebody's got to provide service. I think sometimes people don't understand that, but I think that's reasonable what I'm saying. It's also fun to note that yesterday, and I love this, I spent, maybe I'll post some more pictures on my IG to see this. Some of you have been following me on Instagram, commenting on some of the real estate pictures that we're posting. But yesterday I spent all day with Jack just going to different properties, working our renovations. And I think it's so great because, we'll go through our renovations and we'll look at, hey, all right, here's what we got to do. Here's the checklist we got to do. We're bringing product. Dude, I threw so much crap in the back of the Cybertruck. It was crazy. I even used this rack over here to deliver a vanity. And sometimes people wonder, though, how are we doing this? So the trick is, if you go order stuff at Lowe's and you buy stuff for 4 properties at a time, you get a much bigger discount than if you just
AMD. Here's the deal, okay? Obviously, the big deal came out here today in regards to OpenAI. Now, a lot of people don't understand what's actually going on here.
I think it's true that now more than ever, there's more economic opportunity to make money.
So it's funny looking back because I first saw you, I don't even know how many years ago. You're talking about your dividend stock portfolio
Yeah.
and crypto. You're talking about crypto on YouTube a long time ago. I mean, 5 years ago, I think we had you on the show and we were talking about Bitcoin when it was at like $20,000, which we all still thought we'd missed the train.
Right.
Do you think that we've missed the train on Bitcoin still?
No, not at all. Wasn't I like the second guest on your podcast?
You were one of the very first guests we've ever had.
I remember that. You gave me the Pokemon cards, and I
Yep.
got the psychic energy. I remember that. Now we're back.
Yeah.
No, yeah, it's crazy. I do remember that 20,000 was the peak of that cycle in 2017. Was it?
Yep.
Yeah. No,
And then we
it's-
did again in 2020.
That's right.
Yeah.
No, and it's crazy to see it at over 100 now. What do you guys think? You think we've peaked?
Michael Saylor would disagree. He would say that we're just getting started here. I
Yeah.
tend to agree. Also, you know, we just had Robert Kiyosaki on the podcast, and that did instill a little bit of fear when he's like, fake money, holding up like the dollar bill. It kind of does make sense.
He's a huge fan of Bitcoin, right?
He loves Bitcoin. He loves gold. He loves silver. He loves assets when you can't just print more of them.
And
And
what's
dollars
interesting,
you can.
we were talking about Bitcoin, and I said, "Are you still buying Bitcoin?" And he said, "No."
Hmm.
And I said, "Well, give us a price target. How is it at 100,000?" And he goes like this, I kid you not, implying that retail investors are being dragged along.
Oh.
He likes instead, he said, silver, gold, and Ethereum. And
Interesting.
he's not buying Bitcoin at $100,000 levels.
Okay.
Which is interesting. I thought he would continue to be buying Bitcoin, given his stance on the dollar.
Yeah, from what I've seen, silver and platinum and gold outperform Bitcoin. From maybe no, I think Bitcoin has a long way to go. I think I've always looked at Bitcoin's final price to be inflation divided by 21 million. And what's inflation? That's infinity, right? Like infinity divided by 21 million is infinity essentially. And it seems to be the fastest horse in the race. So I think it'll continue to go up. It might dip below $100,000 though. I wouldn't be surprised.
Are you still buying Bitcoin right now?
Yeah, actually, the last time I bought it was a couple weeks ago. I bought it at like 115,000. I just bought the IBIT ETF. I know that you've been buying it.
Yep.
Yeah, so I've just bought the IBIT. But most of my Bitcoin is in the commodity itself, the coin. I self-custody.
So you do the cold storage.
Yeah.
If you're going to do cold storage in Bitcoin, what's the best way of doing it?
There's just so many devices to do it. Get yourself a like a Ledger or whatever else is not sponsored. You can get so many hardware devices. And then look into something called a 25th passphrase. It's sort of a plausible deniability wallet that allows you to create sort of a duplicate of your wallet. So if somebody like attacks you, you can be like, okay, here's my seed phrase. But you have a secret wallet that's just one more word on top of that where your actual money is stored. It's called a plausible deniability wallet. It's actually really cool.
That's interesting. So,
Yeah.
for example, when those people like went over to Amaranth's house,
Yeah.
and they were trying to like attack her and get her Bitcoin away
Sure.
from her, she could have just said, "Oh, I have this code," and then it like looks like it's hers, but in actuality, that's just like a fake code.
Correct. You could do that. I mean, at that point, like people always say, like the $5 wrench attack. Like at that point, there's no amount of like cybersecurity. You can be like, oh, here's, yeah. I mean, that was an unfortunate thing that happened with her.
So, when did you first buy Bitcoin?
When did I first buy Bitcoin? I went when it was $600 a coin.
How much Bitcoin did you buy, and why did you buy it?
I bought like 6 of them, and I bought it because I was reading it was like this magic internet money. And I remember reading about it when I was like at $100, but there was no way of buying it unless you were super computer savvy. And then that's when, what exchange was it? The
Mt. Gox.
Mt. Gox, yeah. And I was like, okay, I don't understand any of that stuff. But I remember buying it. I think it was on Coinbase. I bought 6 of them. And then I just held on to it for a year, totally forgot about it. And I checked a year later in like, I don't know, 2015. And it dropped to $300 a coin. So I sold all 6 of them to buy myself a DJI drone, which is like the 1080p DJI, whatever it was at the time. And I eventually crashed that drone. But yeah, I sold it basically all of it.
So that drone was about $750,000.
Yeah. Yeah. It was an expensive like learning mistake, but I feel like everyone has that story in Bitcoin.
I mean, I told Graham to buy Dogecoin when it was less than half a.
Oh, he
half a
showed me
cent.
this the other day. We could go back on the podcast. So Jack told me to buy Dogecoin when it was a fraction of a penny. Told me to invest $1,000 into it in one of our first ever podcasts, and I did. I didn't understand it. I thought it was dumb. And so I had 217,000 Dogecoin for $1,000.
Wow.
I looked at it, and then the next day I sold it for a loss.
His hands, his paper hands.
I thought it was so stupid.
What was it worth at the peak?
It would have been worth
125.
There's like
150.
That's not as bad as me, but
It would have been worth about $150,000.
But
But $1,000 investment, which meant, and I told Jack this, I would have made more money from that single Dogecoin investment than I would have from the podcast at the time.
That's crazy.
So I put $100 in Dogecoin when it was about 0.4 cents.
Okay.
And then I held on, I diamond hands for a very, very long time up until the night of the SNL thing when Elon was
That's
supposed
literally
to go in there
the
and talk
top.
about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so I cashed out and then bought this exact Rolex with it. So we call this the Dogelix.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
But I remember pleading with you. I was like, dude, look into Bitcoin. You got to get some. And you're like, I don't know. Do you remember how opposed to Bitcoin you were?
Yeah.
Not that long ago.
Late 2016 or early 2017 is when I made my first video about Bitcoin. And that was Bitcoin hit
I just did a full free training breaking down what is a fund, what's the differences between a hedge fund, private equity fund, real estate fund, venture capital fund, private credit fund. We talked about the fund launch formula here. You can see on my screen how to actually approach investors, what to do, the legal formation, what licenses do you need, all that included inside of launching a fund. If you're someone who wants to scale a fund, there's a link down below to go and watch this free training, and we'll see you inside.
Imagine being able to build an app with name on it just by thinking about it. Base 44, a complete AI creation platform. Describe want and watch it take shape. You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction. From tools built for one to platforms ready for many. From passion projects.
Bitcoin just hit $1,000. That's when I made my first video. You could go back on my channel and
Do
see
you ever
it.
read the comments? They're like, oh, this aged like milk.
All the time. No, in the video, the
This
thing is,
aged like milk.
dude, I wasn't for or against it. It was just I was neutral about it, and
Right.
at the time there was no real use case. It was just people speculating on it. Like it did not evolve back then to where it is today.
Right.
It just is what it was a gambling mechanism back then. Now people for it, but back then it didn't have the utility or anything that it does
What
today.
changed your mind?
It hit 20,000. It hit 17,000 actually, and I bought one Bitcoin for fun, just to see what it was about because everyone. And I bought it, and then I started getting involved in all like the communities
Right.
and reading through on Reddit and Twitter and crypto YouTube at the time in 2017, and I had fun with it. Back then, I started like just day trading it, so I would like buy it at 17. I would sell it for like 17.2. I'd buy back in at 16.9. I just did that.
Right.
And I made like $500. Then I put all of that into a project called, at the time, Ryblox.
Huh.
And that turned into 50 or 60 grand. And I didn't cash out and I lost all of it.
Wow. Okay, so we all make mistakes.
Yeah.
That's good.
But
good
that's
to
what
know.
turned me on to Bitcoin.
Right.
And then I thought at that point, okay, there's no harm in just like investing 1% of my portfolio in Bitcoin.
Do you think that Bitcoin's price is manipulated right now?
Probably.
Okay.
Probably just because you see these insane swings. Like all of a sudden I'll check the price at midnight and it drops from like 115 to 109
Right.
instantly. Somebody's selling. Who is that? How is that manipulated? And then all of a sudden it'll jump right back up to like 112.
There's this concept called the rehypothecation. Have you guys heard of it?
No.
It's a mechanism to suppress Bitcoin's price, and it's probably happening on it. It's where a lender can essentially take the loan they give you and your collateral, and then they can use your collateral. Like for example, if you're like, Andre, I want to borrow $100. I'm like, okay, here's $100. Okay, but in return, I'm gonna have a claim over your house. Whatever, right? That's the collateral.
Mhm.
And then with that collateral, that IOU, I go to another bank and I'm like, hey, I got this dude's house. That's my collateral. I'm going to borrow money against it. And then that lender goes and borrows against that. And then before you know it, it cascades. And now several people and several entities have a claim on the same asset. But now substitute house with Bitcoin. And now you can have 5 people essentially having a claim over the same coin. I think that's happening with the ETFs to some degree or another. I don't think we'll know about it until later. But one way to solve that is to self-custody. And that's why I think self-custody is so important, because then you solve that. That's why I think like there could be a very violent price movement up.
And so when did you then buy Bitcoin after this one instance of buying 6 coins, selling it to buy a drone that you crashed? I just want to keep reminding you of that because I feel bad because I've lost a lot of money in Robinhood call options.
Were you on Wall Street bets?
Yeah.
Of course. Yeah. Sorry, ask that question again.
So when did you then next buy Bitcoin after that?
Oh, 2017. That was during the block wars. I don't know if you guys were a part of that or remember that at all. So that's right now kind of like the biggest thing that's happening in 2020. So I'm not going to get like too into it. But in 2017 was a fight for like the soul of Bitcoin, right? And that was called the block wars. Essentially, people were split into 2 sections. One half thought, well, Bitcoin. One half wanted it to be a currency, and the other half wanted it to be a store of value. So the currency people wanted the block size to be increased to like 4 megabytes, okay, right? It was originally like 1. And the store of value people were like, well, let's keep it at 1. Because if you allow Bitcoin to become a currency, which has a much higher TAM or total addressable market size, currencies are much bigger than a commodity like gold, right? It addresses a much bigger market. Okay, so if we allow Bitcoin to become a currency and increase the block size, then eventually, like let's say 5-10 years from now, it'll be prohibitively expensive to run your own node, to basically secure the Bitcoin. The only people that can do that will be like big mining companies and big corporations, right? And so you effectively centralize Bitcoin to big business. And big business is subject to what? Government control, right? So they're like, let's not make it a currency. Let's make it a store of value. That was like my introduction, like the craziness, this whole battle. At the time, the argument that made the most sense to me was to have it a currency. Because I'm like, well, if Bitcoin's going to grow beyond this point, it needs a bigger thing, like a currency, right?
In terms of currency, you're saying just something that you use to pay for goods and services.
Like exactly. Use it to pay and
Jobber puts the power paid for a job well done in your pocket. With Tap to Pay, there's no more telling customers watch for an invoice or chasing
buy thing. Because even in the Bitcoin white paper, it says a peer-to-peer currency, right? And so I was like, okay, so Bitcoin should increase block size. In retrospect, I'm glad that it stayed small because then it means it's decentralized and anybody can run it. It's pretty cheap to do. So that was the block size war in 2017. But fast forward to today, in 2025, there's another war for the soul of Bitcoin. Not a lot of people know this because it's like really nuanced and nerdy. I mean, I'm not the best person to explain this. I kind of did a lot of the research yesterday. But essentially what's happening right now is there's a fight between, again, 2 groups of people. One that's trying to say, is Bitcoin money, right? A store of value? Or is it a store of information? All in not just economic data, but all sorts of data, right? So there's a split between these 2. Now, let me just ask you this hypothetical question. What is the best way, do you guys think, to destroy Bitcoin? Okay, if you were trying to take it down or destroy it, what is the best way to do that?
Unplug the internet.
That's one way. It's really hard to do, though. It's not really,
Okay,
there's no plug.
in all seriousness, I would say to destroy Bitcoin, you would have to destroy the faith of Bitcoin. So I think if
starting a business is exciting, but let's be side of things can be extreme. How do you make sure to say whoever people work this bit or make listen shot after this is thank you so much.
Destroy somehow dumped on the market, everyone would lose faith in that. Or I think like a huge solar flare that somehow takes out networks.
Okay, not bad. So we can't do Satoshi, right? Because like he's gone. He's never coming back, and we can't invoke him to come back.
How do you know he's gone?
Because he would have come back at this point if he was like incentivized financially and Bitcoin is worth hundreds of billions of dollars. At no point in time is there a person that's like, I'm going to wait. I have a couple $100 billion now. I'm going to wait until it hits $1 trillion or whatever it is.
And you can see wallets. That's how you know.
You can see it. Yeah, his coins have not moved since I
It's
forget what
his
year.
coins.
Yeah, it's in his wallet.
How many coins does he have?
Wasn't it like 1 million? Roughly
It's
a
a
million
lot.
coins. Yeah.
So what's the value of that?
It was like
Whatever it is, yeah.
$128 billion
Yeah, he's like one of the top
sitting in his
5.
And you've never seen that is his wallet transacting.
It's never moved, and it never will.
It hasn't moved since when? It was like 2000.
I want to say 2011, but I might be wrong. Yeah,
yeah.
something like
So are people speculating that he's passed away?
that. Most
Gone?
likely he's away. Yeah, the people who think he was, but the Bitcoin community doesn't really like to talk about who Satoshi is because that's an attack vector, right? Because if you figure out who that person is or who that group was, you can attack
That's
their
a
character.
vulnerability.
That's a vulnerability.
It's interesting. Michael Saylor has been asked, "Who is Satoshi Nakamoto?"
He gets mad.
and yeah, he just
Yeah.
it triggers him. Like he does not want to answer it,
Right.
and he gets like visibly upset.
Yeah, he calls it the immaculate conception of Bitcoin, right? Because it's
Mhm.
like no one knows who gave birth to this thing. And it's smart. Like we shouldn't really try to figure that out. But the point is that the best way to really attack Bitcoin is not a solar flare. We can't induce a solar flare. We can't get Satoshi to spend his coins. The best way to do it is to destroy it from within. Okay. So right now in Bitcoin, there's 5 pillars of power that make it decentralized: users, nodes, businesses, the miners, and the developers. Okay. So, like a lot of criticism that you hear people that don't understand Bitcoin, they'll be like, well, how do you know it's 21 million? Like, what if they like write in the code and they change it to like 40 million just to give themselves some more? And it's like they could do that, but they wouldn't be able to get that through without the majority consensus, right? Like everyone would have to agree that it's in their economic interest to do that. That's what makes Bitcoin so cool, is the game theory aspect of it. So it's the fundamental rules of Bitcoin have never been changed. But if you were like a rogue nation or a government and you wanted to destroy Bitcoin because you're like, hey, this Bitcoin thing looks cool. Like, how would I control it? Well, I would figure out who the developers are, and I might offer them like a salary, like $20 or $30 million a year. And I would tell them, I want you to make certain propositions in the software that changes the core aspect. And I would put out a huge propaganda campaign that's like, what is Bitcoin? Is it really gold? Is it really digital gold? Is it really money? Or is it a database of all sorts of immutable information, right? So here's specifically what I'm talking about. This kind of gets nerdy, but there's this feature inside of Bitcoin called the op return feature, op_return. And that feature has an 80 byte limit, meaning like that's the storage capacity of it. It's very small. It's about the size of a tweet, right? You can attach certain random points of data like metadata or some kind of proof or some kind of message. Fun fact, in 2017, during the block wars, the core development team, which runs the Bitcoin software, these guys are like the smartest, like nerdiest people, right? They do not like having a debate with people. So they shut people down, they censored people. And so the big blockers, the people who wanted Bitcoin to become a currency, they made a decentralized Twitter through this opera mechanism. And the way it worked is you could send a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a Bitcoin from your own wallet back to your, so you sent the money back to yourself and it cost you like a fraction of a penny. But in that transaction, you embedded a small tweet. And somebody made that into a website. It was like a decentralized,
a small
immutable.
tweet into that data.
Into that data, yes. A text, a piece of text.
Basically.
Right. And so they recreated a decentralized, immutable Twitter on the blockchain. That's how it was used. But again, it has that limit of 80 bytes. Actually, I brought a cool thing to show you what that looks like. So here is an image of an 80 byte size image. Can you tell what that is?
No.
That looks like Trump.
It does, kinda. I could see it. The suit, the blue suit, and the
Good
hair.
job.
and-
That is actually, it is, it is,
No,
it is. It is.
actually-
It is.
Wow.
Did you figure it out?
I had no idea, actually.
But it's hard to see.
Holy crap.
It's really hard to see, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was good, Jack.
Okay, good job.
Better
yeah.
eyes than I do.
Thanks.
Okay, so now the fundamental disconnect in the core development team is that they want to upgrade Bitcoin to remove the limit of the op return, right? They want to get rid of the 80 byte limit. What does that mean? That means that within a transaction, people will be able to include images and videos up to 4 megabytes in size. So now that image that looks like nothing to most people, unless you're an autist like Jack, that's the real image.
Wow.
Right? That's the Trump image. Okay, but that's like a good example.
What's the benefit of doing that, though?
Well, the benefit is now you can essentially have programmable money, right? Like you can have Bitcoin that's somewhat programmable. You could have NFTs on it. You can do a lot of like more advanced things, is
Okay.
sort of like what they're saying.
Sure.
But the Bitcoin community disagrees, and they're like, this is the worst thing we can do. Because imagine you're essentially bloating now the software, now the whole ecosystem with BS, right? Like with images. And imagine if I was like a pizza file person, right? Wanted to send illegal images or videos to somebody, and they didn't want to be stopped. They didn't want to be censored. They could now use Bitcoin and attach an image or a video that's illegal to transmit into this transaction, right? So if I were a government, I might want to regulate that. I might be like, hey, all these nodes that are handling all these transactions, you guys are transporting and transferring all these illegal images.
But here's the thing: wouldn't that all be on the blockchain? And then eventually, if that were ever to be cashed out, you could trace it.
Correct.
And so the person who cashes out 5 transactions down the line 10 years later, they're going to get caught.
It's not about who cashes out. It's about you transmitting things that are not necessarily something you agree with transmitting. You have no control over this because they remove that limit.
Sure.
But their argument is like, yeah, but we better do like NFTs on it. Now, people like Michael Saylor and people like myself, investors, were like, I'm buying Bitcoin because it's the best place to preserve my economic energy, right? Me to put my time. And I don't want Bitcoin to be graffitied over with data. Bitcoin is not meant to be non-economic data. It's purely for economic information, not NFTs and videos and pictures, right? So there's a big divide in the community right now. And the core development team, they're proposing that this change goes through. They want to get rid of this limit. The people on the opposite side, the people who oppose it, not that you need to know this, but it's the Knots development team. And there's this guy, I think his name's Luke Dash Jr., which a lot of people don't like, but he's like, let's just keep it as is. And a lot of investors are like, let's not change anything. Bitcoin's not broken. Let's not upgrade it. Let's not do anything. So the most likely outcome that will happen in October, this upgrade's going to happen in October, is that there will be no upgrade. So the nodes and the miners, they're not going to upgrade their software to software 30. They're going to keep it at 29. That's most likely what's going to happen. So only people like Michael Saylor really understand what's happening. But I think in the next few weeks, there's going to be a huge wealth transfer.
So from a 30,000-foot view, what is your strongest argument for Bitcoin and against Bitcoin?
What is the strongest argument for Bitcoin?
Hey traders, welcome back to the Trading View channel. In our new AI.
Oh man.
If you were to pitch me,
yeah.
I don't have very much Bitcoin.
Sure.
Maybe like 1% of my portfolio Bitcoin, and my portfolio, it's not that big, guys. But like actually, let me say
it is actually really big.
It's 0.5% in Bitcoin, I think.
Pretend he is Alex.
Sure.
Pitch Alex on Bitcoin. He doesn't own anything.
Okay.
And we've always joked, Alex, if you're watching this, whenever Alex buys,
we're out.
That's the peak.
Alex is our old producer, for those that are unaware.
Alex.
I love Alex. So this is borrowed directly from Jeff Booth. This is not my thing, but Jeff Booth says something really, really profound. So he says that the natural state of the world and the economy is deflationary. Do you understand what that means?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, stuff goes down in prices.
Stuff goes down in price. Like if you were to just have a fixed supply of money, like let's say I had a hypothetical $100 bill. I don't have one to show you, but like I laid it out and I was like, this is the world's money. Like it's $100. There's never going to be more of it. So naturally, the price of everything in that world would always go down forever. It wouldn't go up because as we get better at producing stuff, as we get more efficient, we invent better technologies, the price goes down, right? But for some reason, we don't find ourselves living in that world. We live in a world where prices of everything goes up forever, right? That's counterintuitive to how the universe should work. Why? Well, it's because the government has this special ability to make more than just this $100, right? So now if we duplicate that $100, the price of everything now is essentially doubled because it cost twice as much to buy that same amount of stuff, because the amount of stuff didn't double. It was the amount of paper that doubled. Right with me so far?
Mhm.
Okay. So now that money, that excess piece of paper, all of that economic energy, it needs to go somewhere to maintain and preserve its value. So that's when we hear, oh, did you hear stocks went up to an all-time high and gold reached an all-time high, real estate reached an all-time high? It's because the amount of money keeps increasing and it's always trying to find a place to go to preserve its value, right?
So it's basically like the actual value of something doesn't necessarily, the value of an asset doesn't necessarily increase over time, but the amount of dollars that
Exactly.
it takes
To
to
buy
purchase
it,
that
right.
does increase.
Exactly. Right. So when you compare that asset to a benchmark like the dollar, it looks like that thing went up in price, right? You're like, oh, well, you know, gold went up or real estate went up and now it costs more dollars. That's how we visualize it. But then if you were to take all of those things, right, and compare it against Bitcoin, then literally all of those assets are also deflationary against Bitcoin. Like, take real estate, for example. A couple of years ago when Bitcoin was at, what, 20,000, it took 20 Bitcoin to buy a house. Now it's like 4 Bitcoin, like a little over 4 to buy a house. And it'll continue to be lower and lower and lower, right? It'll take less and less Bitcoin. So all assets are being demonetized against a money that is fixed. It is the only thing that exists in this world that is stationary, that is fixed, a true money. And so through the lens and through the perspective of Bitcoin, everything is going down against it.
So I have a couple of questions about that then. What is the difference then between like Bitcoin and gold or Bitcoin and silver or raw materials that there is a fixed amount of?
Right.
And if you could take the same exact example for gold.
Right.
It's like, okay, with this much gold right now, you could buy like a crazy mansion probably or a really nice house.
Sure.
You know, with this much gold back in the day, you could have bought more.
Yeah, well,
Like-
gold has certain qualities that are not quite on par to Bitcoin, and also there's not an exact finite amount of gold. There's also an inflation to gold as we discover and as we dig up more of it. I mean, we could find one on a meteorite tomorrow for all we know. So, like, gold is not necessarily finite.
It's funny you say that because we just had
Robert.
RJ Mitty on the podcast,
Okay.
and he said he bought into a penny stock where apparently they owned the rights to an asteroid that
That's
is
made of gold.
full of gold that they're going to
That's
find a way to
crazy.
mine.
Right.
And I'm
So
like,
imagine
dude,
if
they're
that,
not going to.
but imagine if that were to happen. Like, what would happen? The
it would
inflation,
decrease the value of gold.
right? The deflation would, or the inflation of gold would increase, and therefore the value would be suppressed.
You know what's funny is that they found a way to make gold.
Oh,
Just
yeah?
like you could make a diamond in a lab, like a lab grown diamond.
They figured out alchemy.
Yes.
How?
They found a way to make gold. The problem, however, because this was a big discovery, is that
It costs
was,
more to make the gold than the gold is worth, right?
yes,
Yeah.
but the other is that the gold was very unstable,
Mm.
and so they were only able to make the gold appear for a short amount of time before it disappeared.
Right.
But the fact is, there is a possibility. Jack thinks I'm joking. I'm not joking.
I don't think
Look-
you're joking.
Look it up. Look
Where's
it up.
going if it's
Scientists-
disappearing? Is it just going away?
It's like poof.
It's just
Hey,
it's like
guys.
it was unstable enough to be a solid form for
Right.
longer than however many, like a fraction of a second or whatever. But
Right.
point being is that they could find a way just to manufacture gold and have synthetic gold that would be identical to the real thing at
Yeah.
some point in the future.
No, I believe it. Yeah, I believe we will have the technology someday to make and reproduce gold on some affordable economic level.
This credit card has an interest rate that's really, really low. How low? This low. The credit card that's
We can't yet, but maybe in the future we could. But Bitcoin is programmed to be fixed forever.
Most investing platforms feel exactly the same. Place to park understand in
percent match.
All you have to do is comps
in the description.
Off the US dollar, which we could just print more of.
Mhm.
It's costing more dollars to buy goods and services. If someone has this information, what should they be doing with their money?
Well, I think it depends contextually, like what that person's situation is. But like for me, I've diversified enough to where if all of this is wrong and all of this is crazy, I should still be okay. But for me, Bitcoin is a roughly 30%, 30 to 35% of my net worth. So it's kind of high for most people, but it's still not crazy for most like Bitcoin people. That's pretty conservative, if anything. So that's just my approach to it. But it's funny because like when I look at crypto, I feel like it's such an appealing industry for a lot of people because there's this promise of like get rich quick. It's like a thousandfold of your money. And what I find really interesting is that people make a decision that sounds intuitive, but it's completely wrong. Like, for example, I see a lot of people that are like, oh, I think XRP, let's just use that for example, is going to go to $1,000, right? It's like once you've convinced yourself that it's going to go to the moon like that, you've kind of already lost. And at that point, when people have convinced themselves it has the chance to go 1000x, they put most of their money into it, which is actually completely counterintuitive. What instead you should be doing is allocating a very small amount to a conviction like that, right? It makes sense because then you work backwards. You say, okay, if I think this thing's going to 1000x, I'm not going to mortgage my house and then put everything into it. I'm going to instead work backwards and say, like, let's say I put in $10,000 and at 1000x's, then I end up with what, $1 million, right? Cool. And then I made a lot of money. But if you sell your house, so the equity in your house, and let's say you're like, I'm going to go all in and I'm going to put in 100,000 because I know it's going to 1000x. Okay, fine. But the difference between you being right in that scenario is the difference between making $1 million, which is still nice, and making $10 million. There is a difference there for sure. But the pain between having $1 million and having 10 million is way less than the pain of being completely wrong and losing your house. Does that make sense?
That
So it's
does
just
make
like,
sense.
so if you really believe this thing's gonna 1000x, don't put your entire life savings into it.
I
Put in a
liked-
smaller amount.
I
Does that
liked-
make sense?
Yeah, I liked Alex Becker, his approach. He made a video a while back when we were talking a few months ago with Ethereum.
Yeah.
And Ethereum at the time, I think it was like $1,500. This is recently when everything kind of fell. And he says, guys, I think there's a 50-50 chance you're going to lose everything. That Ethereum's going to go from 1,500, you're going to lose all of your money.
Right.
But I think there's a 50% chance it's going to go to 6,000.
Okay.
And so that's an asymmetric reward.
Yes.
Risk versus reward that, hey, it's a 50-50 you lose, but in the other 50%, you could 3x your investment.
Right.
And I thought, you know what, it's a great phrasing.
Right.
And I invested an amount where I'm prepared for that 50%.
For
and
sure.
I bought in at $1,500.
It's
and
all
now
risk management.
4,200.
That's exactly
Yeah.
a great point that you brought up. It's all risk management. So if you see an asymmetric bet, that's exactly what I'm describing. Don't put your entire life savings into it. Just put enough to where if you lose it, it's not a big deal. And if you make it, it's still a lot of money. That's essentially a roundabout way of saying that.
So how are you investing your money now? If you have 30 to 35% in Bitcoin,
Yeah.
what is the other 65% looking like?
It's real estate, cash, stocks, and just miscellaneous things.
And what's the best investment you've ever made?
The best investment, definitely by far, Bitcoin. By far.
Really?
Yeah.
And it's not even close.
Not even close.
What's the worst investment you've ever made?
Oh, worst investment?
The
Probably.
drone?
I mean, that's not an investment. That's like a consumer thing. I would say probably so far, honestly, out of my bucket, real estate.
Really?
Yeah.
But have you made money in real estate?
I still made money, but it wasn't as much money as I could have made if I had bought literally anything else. If it was like the S&P 500 or anything else.
NFTs.
That's not an investment. I never considered that an investment. I considered it as like a marketing expense for YouTube. But granted, buy a lot of Ethereum, right?
Yes and no. I bought at 1,500 and I've not touched it since then. I've not added on to it.
Oh,
I've
okay.
not, I still have that and it's up almost 200% since
What's
then.
what's your like theory behind why Ethereum will be valuable someday?
I think the fact that Bitcoin is as valuable, it's a pure speculation bet that some of that's going to funnel into Ethereum.
That's it?
And
It's just like it's like a
that's it.
second place thing.
Sure. Yeah.
What?
Like, yeah. But then again, when you look at Ethereum in comparison to my entire portfolio, I think it's like 0.1%.
Okay.
So it really, I don't care. If it goes back down to 1,500, I don't care. This sounds so out of touch. So out of touch. There was a Rolex Oyster Quartz that I wanted, and it was $12,500. And I thought I would invest in Ethereum to pay for the watch.
Okay.
And I was going to sell it when it hit like 20,000 in profit to be able to cash out, pay the tax, and that way I get a free watch. And I've just kept it. And now I'm up quite a bit. So I
Okay.
got a free watch many times over from that investment. That was all it is. It was the same thing as me going to a casino except it was that 50-50 risk reward.
Right.
Where I was like, all right, 50% chance I lose it, or 50% chance I get 3x and just buy the watch that I wanted.
Right. But you're still
And then it's
holding on to
free.
it.
Yeah, I haven't sold it.
Okay. Do you buy any Ethereum, Jack?
I don't think I have any Ethereum. I might have like a couple grand
Okay.
in Ethereum, 5 grand in it.
Okay.
Yeah.
From my understanding, and like this is again like goes back to like risk versus reward management. Is I think Tom Lee from Fundstrat. I don't know if you guys had him on yet.
No.
And I guess Larry Fink from BlackRock. This is like their thesis for why Ethereum could someday be like the thing. But here's why I could never like put in a ton of money. So here's kind of how it looks for Ethereum. So Ethereum is supposed to be the blockchain that will be the rails for the tokenization of a lot of assets across the world, including cool assets like watches, art, and real estate, and things like that. So we're going to digitize and bring things like real estate onto the blockchain, Ethereum's blockchain. So like, for example, JP Morgan, they tokenized, treasury bonds. So they actually tokenized treasury bonds on Ethereum. And then BlackRock tokenized money market funds on Ethereum's blockchain. And I thought that was really kind of interesting because I could imagine a world where, for example, like, let's say I'm an investor and I want to buy a REIT, right? But I don't want like a specific REIT that I see as an ETF. Instead, I'm like, I love Hawaii and I love this street or this area, like this area called Lanikai, right? I think it's going to be a strategic street for real estate. So I want specifically this section or specifically that house. And maybe that corporation or that owner could issue some percentage of that house. Like, let's say like they issue 50% or 10% or whatever it is.
There's no reality that you're going to save $1 million and live on 4% return.
So that on my app, on my brokerage app, I could be like, you know what? Instead of buying an ETF that's a REIT, I could buy this area like Summerlin or like Henderson or this specific street. So you're going to get so granular because of this tokenization, and it's going to be accessible to everyone. And I think it's a possible reality that happens. So, and that's the same thing for watches, maybe cars. It's like, well, you know what? I want this like $20 million Ferrari collection from Hamilton, the guy you had on, right? But I can't afford a Ferrari. So maybe that guy issues some percentage equity in his collection on the blockchain. Maybe that's Ethereum. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So now I could buy it in my brokerage app. Like, that's going to happen. That's what BlackRock sees is going to happen. And presuming that it's going to be on Ethereum's blockchain, that's when you get all the gas fees and all the burning mechanisms. And that's when Ethereum could become deflationary. And maybe that's how it becomes valuable. But the point I'm trying to make is like creating this like universe, which might happen someday, is these are assumptions of assumptions of assumptions on assumptions, right? Like, we are making so many assumptions about it. That it, like, is it going to be this way? Will it actually be Ethereum, or will it be Solana, or will it be Cardano, or something else? We don't know. And so the more assumptions there are baked in, the more you could assume the price will go up. Like in Bitcoin's case, the difference between Bitcoin at $1 and 1,000, there's far more assumptions that were in place than there are from 100,000 to 1 million. Like, that's only now a 10x, and that's because so many of Bitcoin's early assumptions, like adoption by Wall Street and the securitization with ETFs and all these things, like, they've happened. Adoption by corporations, adoptions by countries. Like, these are all things that have happened already. So now the jump between 100,000 to 1 million is only 10x. Like, it's still a lot of money, but it's nowhere near the jump between $1 to $1,000. That's 1,000x because less assumptions had come true.
So what has to happen for Bitcoin to hit $1 million?
We talk about like these cycles, like these mega cycles that Bitcoin goes through. I don't know if we'll see another huge one. I think it'll be a slow, but by slow, I mean like still like 20 to 30% a year, melt up to 1 million from here on until like 2030 or whatever the year is going to be. Like, nothing has to change. Just keeps on going at the same rate that it is. You take all the crazy assumptions out of it, I still think it ends up at 1 million, like, inevitably.
So isn't Bitcoin about 1/10 the market cap currently of gold?
Yeah, about 1/13 or so, yeah.
I can't help but think that it has to be at some point 1/3 of gold or half.
I think so
of
too.
gold.
I think it's inevitable, yeah.
But then I can't help but think, if I think that way, it has to be priced in.
Yeah.
Like this isn't like some mysterious sort of like no one's ever thought of that before. People are paying the price today with everything currently priced in as to what they believe is going to happen with it.
Do you remember Chris Camillo from Dumb Money?
Mm-hmm.
I really like his thesis on Bitcoin. Like, he does not care about Bitcoin. He's like, I'm just a pure, like, social, what is this thing?
Social arb.
Social arb, you're right. Social arbitrage. And his entire thesis is really simple. It's just a reshuffling of monetary assets from things like gold and real estate and all the things that we will inherit from our parents and our grandparents. And it's like, well, thanks for the $2 million house. I can't afford the property taxes on this thing. I'm going to sell that. And gold, thanks, but I don't really get gold. It's not part of my generation. I'm going to sell that. I'm going to put some of it in Bitcoin. I'm not going to put all of it maybe, but some of it. And it's just like a simple reshuffling of assets and money from all of those back into Bitcoin. And a little bit from each little bucket, from, bonds, from gold, from watches, from cars, from real estate they might not be able to afford to keep up with. And it goes into Bitcoin. And that's like a slow melt up to $1 million.
Gold is becoming cooler now.
It is, yeah, that's true.
That's the other thing, is that I'm seeing a lot of people, our own age,
right,
now interested in gold just for the fact that it's gone up in price. They don't give about it though, but they just know, hey, it was $1,000 5 years ago, and now it's almost 4,000 an ounce. And just on the basis of that, it makes money. I like it now.
Yeah.
And so gold is coming back in style, whereas before it was kind of unpopular. But it does seem like overall people are more likely to buy Bitcoin who are younger than gold.
I
if
agree.
they had to choose between the two.
I agree. I don't think I'm that particularly old, but I miss the gold train. Like, I don't own any gold. I wish I did, but I don't have any. And I imagine the younger generation is totally out of it too. Maybe they're a little more in tune with it now that you said the price has gone up, but I don't own any gold at all.
What do you think about altcoins?
I think there's a lot of interesting projects. I'm just not into any of them. I think they're a distraction for the most part. I'm just focused on Bitcoin mostly. And even Ethereum, I'm like, I don't know. Like, all those assumptions we talked about, they might come true over time, but I'm not interested in venturing beyond it.
You know, it's going to be really interesting. At some point, they're going to do an ETF of the top 10 crypto
I think
holdings,
so, for sure.
just like the S&P 500.
Yeah, I think so too.
Except of that.
Yes.
That is going to be very interesting, and I think that is going to spur the market. Because I would place, let's just say I have 5% of my portfolio in IBIT,
Yeah.
but then they offer an ETF of the top 10.
Right.
Oh, man, I would probably put 1% or 2% into that.
Right.
I think that is a huge opportunity because there's a lot of projects out there that are interesting that I would never invest $1 into on their own, but I would into an ETF. What's also interesting is that years ago, I did this whole analysis on the top 10 cryptocurrencies by year, going back to like 2015. And the consensus was that really almost all of the profits in cryptocurrency came from Bitcoin and Ethereum, and that the chance of making money on anything else was pretty much like a moonshot. It was like a 1 in 100 chance. And so even if you invest in 100 different projects, you're going to like break even because 99% of them are going to lose money, but that one is going to have 100x return. And so it's just going to balance out between how much you make and lose. But overall, it was really just the majority of profits came from Bitcoin and Ethereum, and that's it.
Yeah, Europe actually had a product, an ETF that combined the top 10 cryptos for a long time now. But I imagine that if it came in the US, depending on how it was like allocated, if it was weight-based, which I'm guessing it would be like 80% Bitcoin, 10% Ethereum, whatever it would be. I think it would be a really interesting product, but I also think it would be kind of like a Trojan horse. I think companies like BlackRock would make a ton of money on the expense ratios and the management fees. But I think from a performance perspective, they would just be diluting it. Like, it's not worth it. I wouldn't be buying it, but I can see how it's interesting too.
It's also interesting to see how many brokerage coins are going up in price. Like the BNB.
Yeah.
$1,000?
That's interesting.
Wild.
Yeah. I'm not messing with any of it, man. I'm just keeping it really simple.
Good. Same. I just do IBIT.
Yeah.
It's so easy for me just to do IBIT in a stock account, and then I don't have to worry about self-custody.
Yeah.
Losing access if you forget the password. It's like, I hate all of that. I like the simplicity of IBIT, and all I care about anyway is the investment purpose of it.
The downside of IBIT, though, is that the year-to-date performance there's a delta of like 6%, which is pretty significant. Like, if you look at Bitcoin's year-to-date performance, it's 6 or 7% higher than IBIT's. And I'm trying to figure out why there's such a big delta. Like, that's a
So-
big delta. I know the expense ratio plays a small part of that.
Very small, but the reason is that the IBIT trades on a price that isn't one-to-one with Bitcoin.
Right.
So if everyone's buying an IBIT, there's going to be a premium that the stock's going to trade at a higher price than the underlying coin itself because there's more demand.
Yeah,
But that also might be, there could be at some point, it trades less than the underlying asset. And there might be an opportunity to arbitrage that if
Right.
that ever were to happen. But yeah, right now there's so much demand, it's trading at a premium.
Right. I mean, that's
why.
a lot of premium to give up, though. 6 to 7%. Like, imagine if it's 6 to 7% every year, compounded over like 20 years. Like, that's huge. Isn't that a huge argument for self-custodying it?
Could be, but then you're also paying quite a big spread on a place Coinbase. Like I remember seeing it recently. Even Robinhood is actually one of the cheapest places to buy Bitcoin. It was trading at 116.5, and if I want to buy it, I have to pay like 117, and if I want to sell it, I sell it for like 115. And that's how Robinhood makes their money on that spread. But that's a pretty big spread.
It is, but I
So
don't think
that's
it's
1% right there to
for
buy
sure.
or sell.
For sure. But like 1% compared to 6 or 7%, that's still not.
Could be too early to tell, too. I'd like to see that over 5 or 10
That's
years.
true. That's true. We should look at it
'Cause
from a
it's
5 to
it's a
10.
bit new.
Right.
But yeah, sure. Up until this point, it depends if you care about buying the Bitcoin itself. Like, what are the advantages of actually buying Bitcoin and custodying it yourself?
Well, those coins can't be rehypothecated. They can't be lent against by someone else. If something were to happen, you have full control over your coins. If an exchange collapses, you have to rely on the government to pay you back, and that sometimes takes forever. There's a lot of cool benefits to it.
Yeah. What about NFTs?
What about them?
What happened to NFTs?
I don't know, man. The fad died out, right? The whole we're talking about it on my YouTube channel. I'm like, when we hit a peak when people are spending millions of dollars on pet rocks, like JPEGs of pet rocks. Yeah.
I remember those are going for $400,000.
Sure.
And people were joking that you could just right click on it and
Yeah.
then like have the same thing. I never understood the NFT.
My
craze.
theory behind why NFTs blew up is it was hugely a result of the government print. That's all it was. It was the PPP money. It was the stimulus packages. It was all of that stuff. Like, people didn't know what to do with their money. And it was just boredom from sitting at home. And I think that was that phenomenon. And I actually think NFTs will come back, but in a completely different way. Like, it's not going to be, hey, look at my pet rock, it's worth millions of dollars. It'll be maybe more in the digitization of like events. Like, if you want to get like some concert tickets or something, that'll be an NFT, or maybe depending on how they securitize real estate, maybe those will be some forms of NFTs. But I think they'll come back from a utility perspective, but I don't think they'll be the same as what they used to be.
And what about CryptoPunks? Or Crypto
Yeah.
Kitties?
I don't know anything
What happened to
about it.
Bored Apes?
I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea. I'm not following any of it. I know they're down like 90%.
Dude, they're down a lot. CryptoPunks seem interesting to me.
Yeah, well, doesn't Chris Camillo own like a bunch of them?
Dude, Chris, we were talking in like 2021. He was buying, I forget what it was, like these nuclear sheep. And he's like, if you buy these nuclear sheep, they give milk. And the milk you could use to then buy more like. It sounds dumb. It's in a video. We have
Right.
it in a video and a vlog. We're recording this. I didn't understand it, but you could like milk these sheep that give and then use the milk to buy more nuclear sheep, and they're about to like spawn. You
Yeah.
could breed these nuclear sheep to like give like offspring, but then it's randomized to like one NFT. It's
Sure.
and it reminds me a bit of like
That's like a game.
Axie Infinity.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, yeah.
A bit where people were making like thousands of dollars a month playing this game and then like breeding the birds or something. I don't.
Jack, do you play with this stuff? I don't know, man.
I do not play with this stuff. This is more up Graham's wheelhouse right there. Breeding and playing with birds. Milking sheep.
You should put that
Nuclear
in the
sheep.
intro. I don't know. The only alts I have are just like the same ones I've always had, Omi and my NFTs, like the Spider-Man one. And I have no idea where they're at or what they're doing. They're still around. I still have them. And
Would you
maybe,
sell them?
I'd totally sell them. Yeah. Like, I've forgotten about them, but If they're ever worth anything, maybe I'll come back to it someday. Maybe they'll actually return. I don't know, but they're still around. I still have all of them. I never sold them.
What's crazy is that we used to have this vlog channel.
Yeah.
Graham Stephan After Hours, and all the videos
I
are still
remember.
there. And we were covering a Logan Paul box break.
Okay.
And Grant Navarre purchased a pack of cards, I think for like $20,000, a first edition pack. But then in addition to that, Logan Paul was selling the NFTs of the box break.
Okay.
All of them were sold out. And all the NFT was him pulling out a card, and it was like a hollow. And he was selling these for like $18,000 to $50,000. He wasn't forcing anyone to buy them, but people were spending $35,000 to get an NFT of just Logan Paul opening up the card and showing a hollow.
You know what I think? If it ever comes back and is worth anything, my theory is that it'll be like 50 years from now. When we look back at these moments at our youth, we look back at these memories so fondly, and we're like, remember when that was a thing? And we're all like crypto billionaires or Bitcoin billionaires, like, I'd buy that again. Like that, I could
like
see
Pokemon
that.
cards.
Yeah, like it's like a nostalgia thing. Like I could see it becoming a valuable thing when it becomes nostalgic. Like right now, it's just too close to home. It just happened kind of recently. But I can imagine if like 50 years from now, we'll look back at it like that was the first NFT ever, the CryptoPunk or like the Spider-Man or whatever it is.
Yeah.
I could see that. Kind of like Pokemon
I
cards.
try to think of that all the time of what is going to be the nostalgia play today.
Right.
All the time. Like the 2005 Ford GT was a nostalgia play.
It
they,
is.
They used to trade at like 120 grand. They couldn't sell the cars. And now it's like you get that car because that was the car you admired. Pokemon is a good example of that too.
But are you ever afraid that that's sort of such a moving target that beyond a certain generation, it's
Of
not a
course.
thing anymore?
Yeah, of course. I like old 1920s cars are plummeting in value.
Right.
Because the audience for that is they're passing away.
Right.
And no one cares. 'cause
That
they-
wasn't
they
a part of
couldn't
their
relate.
childhood, right?
But the original iPhone in the original packaging is now selling for like $70,000.
Right.
Or the original iPod. Things like this that were like revolutionary. Now you go back and that was something recent. And I wonder, what is that today?
Right.
What's out there today? Because there's something today that is going to be, oh my gosh, I could buy that right now and
Right.
just keep it sealed. And in 20 years, I'm going to make a fortune.
100%. Yeah. That's the Chris Camillo investing, right?
Yeah.
It's a social arb thing. But it kind of also makes you think the other way. Like, when is the top? Is it when I'm 90? Is it like, well, our generation is the last one that remembers these NFTs, that remembers these Pokemon cards, that remembers the GT40? I don't know.
But what are you nostalgic about today? That's what I think.
For me, it's Pokemon cards still. I don't think anything tops that.
And now they're back up in price.
Are they?
Pokemon, my gosh, went through its craze.
Graham, I think we're getting wildly derailed from it. Interesting.
People love this. People love this, dude. And we'll get back.
I know you've checked.
I've completely checked out.
I know, I
yeah.
could tell.
Pokemon went up,
Yes.
crashed, went up now even higher.
I think the new sets have gone up.
Nope.
Right? No?
Nope. The Charizard is now selling for like $450,000 again.
Really?
First edition Shadowless Charizard.
Wow, I'm rich again.
Yeah.
I still have my base set.
Yeah. Jack needs what is it below the screen here? The Subway
Subway
Surfers
Surfers
to
for
like
this
keep him
conversation.
engaged.
Okay.
He's not. Yeah,
Subway
we could just talk about this, but
You make a lot of interesting videos about global affairs.
Yeah.
The Russian economy, like China economy, Japanese economy. What would you say are like the top competitors of the US economy? Do you think that the US economy is falling from grace and what are your predictions for the US economy over the next like decade or so?
Yeah, I think the biggest competitor is definitely China. I actually went down this deep rabbit hole of like looking on YouTube of technologies and cars that China's coming out with. Dude, it's unreal. Some of the car brands and the features and the price, like it's no wonder that it's not allowed to sell these products in the US because none of our companies would compete or be able to hold a candle to these products. They are so much more advanced. Like Xiaomi released a phone that was kind of a carbon copy of the 17 Max Pro that just came out, and they actually called it the 17 Max Pro. I think like it was nearly an identical name. But I watched a review of that phone. Dude, it is legitimately like better on every front. Like it has such cool features. And I'm like, dude, if these products were sold here in the US, none of our companies would keep up.
Reminds me of the sports car that they came out with. The
Yeah.
Doug DeMuro reviewed.
I saw
at, like,
that. It has the
$70,000.
headlights of a McLaren and the body of the Purosangue Ferrari. It's crazy. And it has like 1,400 horsepower.
Yeah. If that were in the US, everybody would buy it. Like I
Right.
would gladly pay $50,000 over asking. For
Right.
that. It's just so unique and so cool.
It's
Their
like
technologies.
Yes. It's like a $40,000 car. Dude, it's unbelievable.
$40,000?
$40,000 car. It's unbelievable. It has like 450 miles of range. Like ridiculous. And so
But it
so-
makes
so-
you think, why can't we do that in the United States?
You tell me. I don't know why.
My understanding is that loose labor regulations, working conditions, things like this, and they don't quite have the guardrails in place for like the government like meddling with every little thing that
True,
allows
yeah.
these companies to basically produce this for such a low cost.
Right.
I've also heard that they don't have the R&D. So they basically we spend all of this money developing. Then China goes and looks at this, studies it and says,
Yes.
"Oh, okay, well that's how you do it."
Yeah.
And then they could make it without any of the initial investment.
Right. That's very true. Yeah. Combined with a low labor cost.
Correct.
And then you have a product that people actually buy.
Right.
If it was made here in the US, like, sure, we could make it, but it'd be like 300 grand and nobody would buy it.
Mhm.
For sure. That's a huge part of it. But back to your original question is, I think it's separate. Like from an investment perspective, I think the United States is still far and away the best country to live and make money in and invest in. But from a quality of life perspective, I think this is not the best country to live in.
What do you think is the best country to live in quality of life perspective?
I think Switzerland is far better.
Interesting.
Hold on, let me bring out. I think I have a chart here of the average life expectancy of people around the world, and we spend twice as much on healthcare in Switzerland. Or I'm sorry, here in the U.S. than Switzerland, and we are on average, we have a much lower life expectancy age. Let me find this chart. Check this out.
I have a rant on this.
So look at this. Do you see all that?
Jeez.
Like this is the United States, right? There's a dip with COVID, right? Makes sense, but that's a
Wow.
massive dip.
Wait, why did we dip with COVID so much more than what is that? Switzerland?
We have a higher rate of obesity.
And so we had more compromised individuals getting COVID, and so they were like,
I
it
imagine that
more
was a big
lethal
part
for
of
them.
it. Yeah, I imagine that's a big part of it.
The other thing could be,
Look
in
at that.
fairness,
That's insane
we reported a lot of deaths as COVID.
because hospitals
When-
were incentivized to report it,
Correct.
right?
So that
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete
seems to me highly skewed.
I think that's probably true too. But I think to your point, or what you said about certain health conditions and pre-existing conditions, I think we're worse off.
So I want to rant about this. This was really eye-opening to me. I went to the doctor for a checkup. I had not been in 3 years.
Mhm.
And she ordered a blood test. And I wanted to do all these additional tests. And she says,
"Oh man,
I can't order those tests."
Yeah.
I said, "Why?" She says, "Well, because you need symptoms
Yeah.
to be able to order these tests."
You need to be dying.
And so she said, "Do you feel tired and lethargic?" Sometimes. Okay, well, we could order that test.
Right.
Do you have, fogginess? Brain fog? Sure. Okay, we could order that test. And she kind of goes down the list of these symptoms that, yeah, sometimes I wake up and I'm tired. Sure. So we order these symptoms, but in total, it's like 8 tests.
Right.
And they bill my insurance $1,300. And my copay is something like 10% of it. So I pay like $100 and something of it. But anyway, I get it back and it turns out that I have like high thyroid antibodies, which suggest either high stress, I'm overtraining, lack of sleep, could be any one of them. So I thought that was interesting. And then I ordered my own blood tests and I paid out of pocket through a separate company. And they were charging like $500 for like 100 biomarkers. And I did that. And I got the results basically instantly within a few days. And it turned out I had no idea that I have like high LDL cholesterol. My heart biomarkers were like really genetically high, giving me a predisposition for like heart disease and building up plaque in my arteries, even though I'm like active and healthy. It's just a genetic thing. I never would have found that out if I didn't test on my own. And I started making these changes in my life now. Now I have a whole stack of supplements that I take on a daily basis, morning and night. I've adjusted my diet a little bit, and it's been about 3 weeks now, and I feel so much better just doing that change. I never would have figured it out had I not done it myself. Like, but the whole healthcare system is just designed to treat the symptom.
Dude, I wish you had told me this before. When did you do all this?
3 weeks, 4 weeks ago.
I could have told you this because, okay, so Corey and I went to Thailand specifically for that reason, because we wanted to test everything about ourselves. And we went to this hospital. I forget the name of it. It was like Bumrungrad or something like that. I don't know how to pronounce it. And we go in, and it's this like 10-story building, super high end. There's like royalty there, I feel like, from the Middle East, just people of all sorts of walks of life, right? So we make an appointment. We get the executive package. Costs like $1,000. I want to say. I paid like $1,200 maybe. So we go in there, and they do like every test known to humankind, like everything. They do chest X-rays. They do like everything for your organs. They do a heart test. Like they have you run on a thing. They monitor like everything. They have you pee. They have you poop in a cup. They take your blood, dude. They do everything. And I have like a 10-page report on everything on my body. And it turns out I have like fatty liver, which is a very common thing for Americans. But you're right. It's like you can't order these tests here in the US because you have to exhibit symptoms. And in that place where we were at, they just do the diagnosis. They don't do any kind of like treatment for it. And that's probably because they don't want to have a conflict of interest, maybe. I don't know. But that hospital doesn't treat against anything. It just purely is a diagnostic center. And they did just about like every test I could ever think of for $1,000.
How long did that take?
And it took 3 hours, and I got the results within 8 hours. No, dude, it's amazing.
Yeah.
Like, so if you ever want to do that, I would highly recommend going
Where
to
was
Thailand. Thailand.
In Bangkok?
In Bangkok, yeah.
Interesting.
Get the executive package. Corey got like everything.
And how much was it?
$1,000.
That's not bad.
No, it's amazing.
I wish you had an option to opt out, or like just some sort of health insurance that's just catastrophic over like $50,000. Because so far what I've done, I found it cheaper to pay for everything out of pocket.
Yeah.
Like I'm buying prescriptions out of pocket. I'm
Mhm.
going and just
Right.
telling them I'll pay cash. I did a whole heart screening.
It's cheaper oftentimes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was asking like, okay, they asked me, do you want to go through insurance? And I was like, does insurance cover this? They're like, sometimes, but we're going to be booked a few weeks out. And I was like, can I just pay cash and come today? And she's like, can you come right now? And I was like, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I paid $165, went in the same day, I just left, did it, and got my results back in 3 days.
Does that ever make you wonder, like, as you get older, if you realize how corrupt and how unfair the healthcare industry is? Does that make you think outside of that and, like, well, how many other things are not good for you? Like the food and that we eat and, like, everything about the quality of our
Yeah.
life here in the U.S. Do you ever think about that?
I saw it was an Instagram post or like a TikTok that says like, you know, when you're growing up, when you go to the grocery store and you realize that 90% of it is extremely unhealthy.
Right.
And now it's all I see. I walk in the grocery store and thinking, who would eat this?
Right.
It's awful. Like everything has a ton of added sugar. They add sugar. The amount of sugar in ketchup
Right.
is surprising. Like sugar in that? Really? And then you start looking at the sugar content of everything. They put sugar in everything.
High fructose corn syrup. Yeah, it's in
Yes.
everything. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the older I get, the more I become a conspiracy theorist about everything. Sound like that grumpy old guy that's just like, I don't trust anything. I don't trust anyone. I don't know if you're noticing that about yourself.
No, it's just when it comes to
Okay.
government running things.
So everything.
No, not necessarily. I mean, healthcare, I don't think that's a government run thing. I think it's just the insurance companies that are just finding ways to gouge, and a lot of that, like certain things are really run up by lawyers, and like insurance costs are high because it's
Right.
so easy to litigate. And so they have to be high because your chance of litigation is high.
Mm.
Because lawyers are very quick to serve you with something.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll agree to disagree. I don't know.
I've definitely become a lot more skeptical of things.
Yeah.
For sure. Everything. When I was a kid, I was extremely naive, and then you get burned a few times because you're naive.
Yeah.
And then you just have to become selective with what you decide to trust in and
Right.
not trust.
So
but I agree, yeah.
Now, really quick, I just want to say it is wild. If
Wreaths is going through some, all you need is leave
money. Nice to right.
With our cutting-edge chart trading feature and 300+ indicators, you can now trade directly
Down below in the description. Wayfair, every style, every home. Now, really quick, I just want to say that when Jack and I first started to use Shopify,
major brand West American
brand and social patterns, Shopify, turn your big
space to start Shopify.
From an investment perspective, very bullish from a quality of life, and I don't think it'll be the best country to live in for the next 50 years. I don't think it'll be the safest. I don't think it'll be the highest quality of life or the longest lifespan.
And you think Switzerland?
I think Switzerland's far better, yeah, for sure.
What about Japan?
Probably better, yeah. Probably better. Yeah.
I think we're going to see a lot of people our age retiring in other countries.
I think so too.
I think that's just the only way they're going to be able to do it. If you have $200,000 to $500,000 saved,
right,
and you're
which
60 years
is
old,
nobody by the time they're 60. Like very few people get to that amount.
If you're lucky enough to have $500,000 saved at the age
Right.
of 60, and you're done with work and you want to retire and you lose your job because a robot just took it, you can go anywhere in the world and live a fantastic life on $500,000.
I totally agree. Yeah. There's a lot of alternatives. I think that's going to happen.
In terms of the U.S. economy, what are your leading bullish indicators?
In terms of an investment perspective?
Yeah.
Well, I think the same reasons that got us here in the first place. I think we'll still remain the world reserve currency. And I do think there will be a challenger. I think Jerome Powell even said that. He's like, it's okay. It's going to be probably two competing ones. There's probably going to be China's currency. It's going to be our currency. But as long as we have the world reserve currency, I think it will always squeeze asset prices up, no matter what, because we have the money printer. And as long as the world is still in need of those currencies, of those units, then we'll always export our inflation to the rest of the world. And with that money, they'll be buying our assets. They'll be buying our treasuries because they'll want an interest on it. And that'll push everything from equities to treasury bonds. That'll always.
What determines the world reserve currency? Is it just like who has the strongest military?
I would say that was a big part of it. Yeah, I think that definition is changing, obviously, which is why the dollar's losing dominance over time. Like, not to be that guy, but
yeah,
I'll show you that.
The dollar has had its worst year, I think, since 1972.
Yeah, 2025, we've lost 10%. And here's what's interesting. If, here, strong versus weak dollar, let's see. Oh, there we go. So in 2025, the Dixie Index, which measures the strength of the dollar in 2025, has lost 10%, which is kind of crazy. So what that means is, like, I opened up my investment account. I look at my stocks. So year to date on this portfolio, I'm up like 14%, which sounds really good. Like, cool. Like, that's great. 14%. That's not bad. But the reality is I'm only up like 4%, right? Because the dollar's lost 10%, which means if you didn't get a pay raise this year that was 10%, then you lost money in terms of purchasing power. So that $100 at the beginning of this year now buys you $90 worth of stuff. That's literally this year alone, which means we're all forced to participate in the market, which is another answer to your question, like why is the U.S. going to continue to go up? Because we are literally forced to put our money in these assets. If we don't, we lose purchasing power.
But here's the thing I'm noticing in terms of daily purchasing power over the last year. You say the dollar's down 10%.
Yeah.
But I'm not seeing real estate cost 10% more. I'm not seeing groceries costing 10% more. I'm not seeing gas costing 10% more. I'm seeing a lot of those basically in line.
Do you go to grocery stores?
Yeah.
Where do you go?
Trader Joe's.
Trader Joe's?
Yeah. Why?
Well, that's not middle class. Trader Joe's. No, Trader Joe's is nice. I like Trader Joe's. Yeah. I thought you said Whole Foods.
No.
No.
Where'd you go? Erewhon.
Erewhon.
Yeah.
It's
Dude,
still the same price.
Dude, the $20 strawberry is still
paying
$20.
$30 per strawberry. That's funny.
I'm just not seeing everything rise by 10%. If
It's-
anything, I'm
but-
seeing
but-
gas prices are down a little bit. Energy prices are more or less the same. I don't know, but maybe that's because I'm so isolated here in Vegas.
Potentially. Yeah. I mean, no, I think we're definitely losing purchasing power over time. We're printing more money. It's constantly something that's going to keep happening. One thing I actually found really interesting is, I don't know if you saw this. Did you see that? So Berkshire Hathaway, Warren Buffett's company, in the last 27 years, it's actually matched the price performance of gold. Look at this. So in the last 27 years, gold
Where did this
And gold and Berkshire Hathaway, they've basically been the same.
So what does that tell you?
And then there's this one. So the total returns, it actually goes back to 25 years. This is just a 20-year against the S&P 500. So literally a shiny rock has outperformed all the smartest people on Wall Street, all the innovation. That's kind of nuts.
Sometimes I worry that these are very selective dates.
I thought you were going to say that, but like 25-year period. It's not like I was like, let's start right here and at a very recent time. It's 25 years worth of innovation.
But sometimes going back 30 years could change the picture quite a bit. Or when you look at it from 1978 to today, you get a bit of a different idea because gold, my understanding is that gold just hit its inflation adjusted price as to what it was back in the 1980s.
Yeah, it's caught up for sure.
It's caught up. So if you invested in the 1980s, you would have the same amount of money today as you would back then, adjusted for inflation. And that's after, what is that, 40 years, 45 years, almost 50 years, we'll call it.
But
and you
still,
have the same amount of money as back in the 1980s.
but the
if
most-
you invested at the peak.
Sure. But the most brilliant investor, like Warren Buffett, 25 years hasn't been able to outperform gold.
It does make me worry, too, that maybe Bitcoin could be one of those, of like, Bitcoin's version is the 1980s version of gold.
Right, where it doesn't do anything for 25
Correct.
years. Right.
And then 50 years later, you're like, oh my gosh, it just hit $2 million.
Right.
It's inflation adjusted.
That
Right? Like,
could totally happen. Yeah. I don't know what to draw from that
Yes.
conclusion. It's just like that's kind of crazy to me though. That a shiny rock was able to outperform some of the smartest minds in the world.
I think it's just the lack of confidence in the United States dollar right now is really contributing to that. And tariffs, I don't think, are helping confidence. And I think people just want a safe place to store their cash. And in terms of a safe place to put their money, stocks, investors feel like is overvalued. The dollar, they don't have faith that it's going to be worth the same 3 years from now. Bitcoin is a bit too volatile. Where do they put it now? Gold, silver, real estate, but even real estate is expensive relative to the current interest rate.
Right.
And
And
so
also
it seems like, yeah, it makes sense how it's
Right.
gold.
And also interest rates are going down, which weakens the dollar. So, less demand
Mhm.
from foreign countries to buy our treasuries. So that also weakens the dollar, which partially contributes to the 10% loss in purchasing power. It's a lot of things. Yeah.
I'm curious, have you made more money investing or with YouTube over the past year?
Wait, stop. Before you watch this next video, I want to make sure you know how My Business Doula, the ultimate business in a box for e-commerce, can help you start and scale your dream e-commerce business from anywhere.
So far, definitely YouTube by far.
Definitely by far.
By far.
Have you ever had a year where you made more investing than YouTube?
Before YouTube.
Oh, yeah?
Before YouTube. But I hope it doesn't come across that way on my YouTube channel. I'm not like, hey, I'm the investment guru. You should follow me because I make more money. I think I'm pretty transparent about YouTube being my main source of income. But I think on a long-term scale, I think obviously investments will make a lot more money than YouTube. But investing just takes forever.
Yeah, but you can't compare the two. Like, even if you're in the market earning 8%, you can't compare that to like a job that you're working at
That's
8
true.
hours a day,
That's
5
true.
days, 6 days a week.
Yeah, I think most importantly, as long as I don't position myself and I'm not dishonest with people and I'm not like, hey, look at my portfolio and look how much money I have. You should buy my course because I know what I'm talking about. I hope I'm pretty transparent about that. And I don't think that should be a secret that YouTube is, mainly it.
And so why did you give up investing in dividend stocks?
I didn't. I still have all my portfolio.
So you still held on to them, but you
Yeah.
you didn't continue buying more of them.
Correct. Yeah, I still have all of it.
What do you make annually on your dividends?
Like 30K.
That's not bad.
That's not bad.
And so
that's an income.
Why were you doing dividend stocks instead of just normal?
I think it made it really easy because the FIRE community, they preach the 4% rule and all these things. It's really easy to plan for retirement because you can see what your monthly income is. And I really like that aspect of it. And the reason that I changed it now back to index funds is just because of my tax rate. I think if it wasn't being taxed at the rate that I am, I'd be totally okay with staying in dividends. I think dividends are extremely powerful. And I would never knock anybody for being a dividend investor. I think it's really powerful. I know you don't like dividends. I know you're mostly an index fund guy too, but
It's just the taxes. I look at the taxes and I'm like, oh my gosh.
Right.
When you're earning so much from a job and then you get a dividend, obviously if it's qualified, that helps, but it's a forced tax payment. So automatically 20%
Yeah.
gets taken to the side, and then if you pay a net investment tax on top of that, there's another 3.8%, and then there's potential state taxes on top of that. It really adds up. Like, imagine living in a state like California, and you have a short-term capital gain. You're paying 37% federal. Then you could pay another 10% to the state, and then another 3.8 as a net investment tax. So you could very easily all of a sudden pay more than 50%
Right.
investing your money. That
That's
makes
true.
no sense.
Unless you had it in a Roth, in which case it would be tax free.
Correct.
Right. So that's a workaround, but you're obviously limited to like what, 7,000 is it now? A
7,000.
year?
Yeah. So I want to also talk about alternative investments because you bought a bunch of Pokemon cards.
Yeah.
So you have that.
I still have that.
How much money do you have in Pokemon cards?
Probably like 150 to 200.
150 to $200,000.
Yeah.
Andre's got an amazing collection. He has something that I want.
You could buy it. It could be yours for the cheap price of
300.
No,
I'm kidding.
So you have $150,000 to $200,000 of Pokemon cards.
Yeah.
Would you spend
but
on these Pokemon
that's
cards?
I will say that's the principal cost. Like that's my
Oh.
initial cost.
And
What
so it
what
could
is
be-
it might be less, it might be more. I have no
if
idea.
I offered you, I think you paid 150 grand
For the base set,
collection.
yeah.
If I offered you 150, would you take it?
I don't think so.
You wouldn't
no.
take it?
No, I don't think so because you can't find that set. So my set is one of 11 known to exist and one of only 15 that will ever exist. And the reason that we know that is because there's one card in it. There's this card called Chansey. And for the Shadowless PSA 10, there's only 15 of them known to exist. And it's still been at 15 through the Logan Paul era. Like, remember when Pokemon blew up and everyone was buying and everyone was grading cards? Dude, it's stuck at 15 the whole way through because that's like the hardest card to grade. So from that set, a PSA Shadowless Chansey is like impossible to get. So there's 11 known sets like mine that exist, and all the people that own them are like multimillionaires. Like they don't need the money, so you're not going to get them to sell unless they just absolutely need it. So that's.
I
you're
would buy
saying-
it from you. I'd
Yeah.
buy it at the price you paid. If you just want to say, hey, I want to cash out of it.
Yeah.
I'm sure you could also probably sell it for more.
Maybe. I think over time, probably. But I have not seen that set since I've bought it.
This set, here's the thing with Andre's set and just Pokemon in general. With your set, they don't trade. And so you don't know what price it's worth. It's also
Right.
really difficult to sell because the market for that is very, very, very small.
And usually the trades that do happen, like the buys, they're off market, so you're never seeing them. It's not like it's on eBay or something.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
And what about watches? I remember we were all in Japan at the same time last year.
Yeah.
You ended up buying what watch?
I bought a Longanzona, a Datograph. It's a platinum Datograph. I believe the reference number is like 403.035. It's a platinum Datograph, and the watch is like iconic because it's a chronograph, and it's one of the most iconic chronographs that was ever released. I think it was released in like 1998, and it was the watch that changed high-end watchmaking, or high horology as people call it, because it forced brands like Patek Philippe and AP to make their movements in-house, because prior to that watch they were all manufactured and modified from a company called Lumania. It was the Lumania movement. So all these high-end watch companies, they would buy that movement, they would tweak it, and they would put it into their watches. In 1998, during like the watch whatever gathering that they do, that watch came out and like stunned the world. And from that moment onward, the new benchmark for a high-end watch was an in-house movement.
And so then what did you pay for that watch and what is the current value of it?
I want to say that because we talked to Nico Leonard, we talked to like another watch guy,
Yeah.
and got his opinion on it, and they said that it was the most likely the cheapest datograph in the whole world, like that I found in Japan. And I asked the sales associate, I was like, when was this watch listed? And they literally said yesterday. I was like, are you just saying that? And they're like, no, we just got it in yesterday. And I look at the reference number, and it matches to like my birthday, like how old I am, like crazy stuff. And I was not planning on buying it, but I've always wanted one of those watches, so I paid $54K for it. 54 grand.
It was the cheapest one by probably $20,000.
Yeah. So like I think the next cheapest one, I don't know what the next cheapest one on the market is, but probably in the 70s, like low 70s.
And this was at a time when the US to yen conversion rate
Yeah.
was really good.
Yeah.
Like it had just ticked.
And there's no sales tax.
And there's no sales tax.
Yeah.
And so you got a smoking hot deal.
I think so. Like if I wanted to get my money out of it, I think I easily could.
So I'm curious, why are watches in Japan such a good deal? I've seen so much media on the secondhand luxury watch stores in Japan and how you can go and get like the craziest deals imaginable on some of the nicest, watches like Rolex, Pateks, APs over there. Why is that?
I think, well, at least part of the reason is because anything that's used in Japan, just because like their culture, they keep everything in such like neat condition. It's like pristine. They have things that are like vintage from like the 80s and they look brand new. And they also don't like to, like Japanese people don't like to buy secondhand. They always go for new. I think because culturally, maybe there's like bad things associated maybe with like buying used things. So from that reason alone, in Japan, their market is not necessarily for Japanese people. So all the people that are buying the watches are foreigners that are flying into Japan. So that's a smaller market than the entire country of Japan, obviously. So I think the prices are generally lower. At least that's one of the reasons why I think that.
Yeah, there's more supply than demand.
For sure.
Japan is also really against anything counterfeit. And if they're caught selling any fake watch or any like kind of Frankenstein watch,
Yeah.
they're going to be blacklisted forever. And these businesses have been around for decades with perfect ratings. So you don't really have to worry about like getting ripped off or getting like a fake watch.
And we asked, we're
But-
like, do you guys sell fake watches? They're like, no, you can't do that here.
Life's an adventure, and the 2025 Honda Ridgeline is built for all of it. Whether it's tackling
Now, what's also interesting is that I heard that a lot of Japanese people believe that when you buy a secondhand watch, the original owner's soul comes with that watch. Like their soul is somehow attached to it.
Okay.
And so when you buy that watch, you get a part of their soul. And so it's not considered like good to, you don't know what you're getting.
Right.
In that sense. And so they just don't want to buy secondhand.
So from a culture perspective, yeah, there's a little bit of superstition to it.
Correct.
Yeah. So yeah.
But you get a great deal. So the other interesting thing is that they will not really negotiate. Is that they price it at a point where like if it sells, great, but if it doesn't, like I tried to negotiate a Zenith Rolex Daytona, and I was saying like, hey, can you bring this price down here? Can we save here? Wouldn't do it. And then Macy found a ring that she wanted. And I'm like, okay, but if I buy this, can we throw in the ring at like half price? No. The most they did is they said, we're going to throw in a complimentary, like an extra Rolex box.
Right.
And we'll give you the extra box if you buy it. Okay, fine.
Yeah.
But yeah, they don't negotiate either.
No. So that's part of the reason why, I would say.
But what's cool is that they can take Amex, which is really nice. And they don't charge you an extra fee.
Well, we did
Why
get
is
our.
that- Why are you laughing, Jack? Because
That's just
if
funny.
it work, no, because the points. Just imagine putting that on a 2%, or imagine the Robinhood credit card, 3% back, or the Coinbase card and get 4%
Gemini,
back.
get some Bitcoin back.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's like not only are you getting no sales tax, a favorable exchange rate, but you could then put it on a credit card to get an extra 4% back.
Right. We bought our watches within a day of each other.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was.
How much did you spend on your watch?
I think total, including because I count the exchange rate and I count also getting points back on the credit card. It was like 19 something.
And what do you think it's worth?
Low end. I'm talking like fire sale, 21. And that's like fire sale. I got to sell it in 24 hours. I think it's probably worth 24.
Wow.
Did I tell you that
Yeah.
I bought a ring in Japan and I appraised it and what happened?
Mm-mm.
Oh, I didn't tell you that story?
Mm-mm.
Oh, dude, we were walking right by that store that Graham and I bought our watches from. It was called Okura. And I look and I'm like, dude, that's a really cool ring. It was a women's black opal ring. Okay. And I'm for whatever reason just obsessed, as Graham is like with aquariums. I'm like obsessed with Australian opals. And for whatever reason, I just know it like disproportionately more than most people know about opals. I was like, dude, that ring is so cool. So I go in the store and I'm like, how much is that ring? And they're like, dollars. I'm like, there's no way this ring is $600. It's a platinum ring with diamonds and a black opal stone that's like 2 or 3 carats. And I'm like, this is a $10,000 ring. There's no way it's $600. And I was like, is this an Australian opal or an Ethiopian opal? Because there's 2 types of different opals. Ethiopian opal, which is, I think, hydrophonic, which means it absorbs water or doesn't, one of the two. And then the other opal is just Australian opal, which repels water. It does not absorb water. But they have different characteristics. And I was like, which one is that? And they told me that it was an Ethiopian opal. And I was like, that's not an Ethiopian opal. That looks like an Australian opal. I know my opals, okay? And everyone in the store who was shopping there, they were like, no, that's definitely Ethiopian because Australian opals are only black. I'm like, that's BS. I know that's not true. So I gamble it and I risk it. I'm like, I'll buy it, right? $600. And bring it back to the US and I go to get it approved or appraised. And the appraisal came in at like $9,500. A ring that I bought for $600.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was crazy.
I guess you never know when that niche knowledge is going to come to your benefit.
Like that was like, again, so Jack and I talked about this. Like, you guys ever like go through life and then something happens and you're like, I live in a simulation.
All the time.
Right? Like we talked about how this is a true story. It was like midnight. It was like past midnight. And I was in a random arcade store with me and my friends in Kyoto, of all places, in Japan, Kyoto.
I don't even think I knew you were in Japan.
We had no idea that each of us were in Japan, but we were in Japan together. And I look and I'm like, dude, that's freaking Jack. We go up, like, the odds of us being in a city that we didn't plan to meet at past midnight at a random arcade store in a city like Kyoto. Like, that was insane. And just like the whole random knowledge of like an opal ring. And I'm like, what are the odds that like I would find this random store that had this random ring that I knew so much about?
What have you done with the ring?
I still have it. I got it appraised and I'm keeping it. And, you know, once I get married, that'll be like my proposal ring.
Ooh,
yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah, it was cool.
Paid for the trip too.
Well, if I sell it, but I'm not going to sell it.
But it does go to show you that if you come in with some knowledge,
right,
basically go to Japan, buy the right thing, and pay for the entire trip and basically get the trip for free.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
What would you say is the best investing advice you ever heard?
I don't know. I think like the most important investing quality of people that I've seen that have built wealth is like their ability to delay gratification. It's just their ability to project into the future and see that there's an older version of themselves that is grateful for their younger self saving and investing money and delaying that delaying buying the things that you think will make you happy. And on that note, I don't know if you guys agree with this, but like for me, when I want something and I'm like, I really don't want to buy it, but I really want it. And when I buy it, I feel this like sense of relief. But I figured out that the relief comes from not in owning that thing, but in the peacefulness that comes with not wanting it anymore. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, oh, I'm so glad, like, I have it now. I don't want it. And now it's not bugging me as much. And so if you're able to extrapolate that into the future, you could be like, okay, I could buy this thing, but maybe I can just skip the buying part and then go directly to the not wanting it.
A lot of the pleasure is in being able to buy something.
Exactly.
And also, I heard some wisdom, which was not wanting something is just as good as having it.
Right. That's
and
true.
So you could take someone that like, you know, really, really, really doesn't want a really fancy car for some reason. And they're living just as good as someone that like bought that fancy car just because it doesn't matter to them. Like
Right.
they have other priorities, other things that make them happier,
Right.
such as an aquarium.
Right.
Or other things that are just more significant to them. But if you don't want something, it's just as good as having it.
I remember reading a piece of advice like on the old Fire forums that
Mhm.
was like, oh, use this one trick. It was like, I could buy that. I was like, oh, what is this? And I clicked on it. And it was like, if the next time you want to buy something, save up enough money to buy it and then see how you feel about it.
Mhm.
And oftentimes, just the ability, like you said, to buy that thing is as good as owning it. So, like, it's like, it's my, I could buy that trick.
So the key is you could either save and make enough money to be able to buy the things that you, or you could just want fewer things.
Exactly. Yeah. You go directly to that part if you can.
Mhm.
And then also, like, I think this is the dividend brain of me, which is like most people, I think when they compare if they want to buy something, they're like, well, how many hours of my work does it cost? Like if something's $100 and they get paid $20 an hour, like, okay, it cost me 5 hours of my life to buy that thing. And that's how most people think about purchasing things. But what dividend investing has really taught me is to instead think about things in terms of 4%. So it's like, how much money do I have to have for that thing to passively exist in my life? And that's what we talk about all the time.
That's how
I just love
everything
that.
is.
I love that, the 4% rule. So like, how much money do I need to invest? If you don't have that much money invested in the market, then you have no excuse to own that thing. Like you can't afford it. That's how I've always looked at affording.
So is
anything.
that 4% per year or 4% of the
Well, if it depends. If it's like a recurring cost, like for example, if it's like a Netflix subscription, what's Netflix right now per
$12.99 we'll call it.
Let's say $13, right? Times 12, that's $156 a year, right?
Times 25.
Or divided by 0.04. That's $3,900. If you don't have $3,900 invested in the market at 4%,
you cannot afford.
You cannot afford that $13 a month. Like that's just how you think about it. I've always thought about it that way. I think that's the coolest way to think about it. And so that's what motivated me to build a dividend portfolio. Because then I could be like, okay, now I know how much money I'm passively making, and now I can delegate what things I can and can't afford.
Hey traders, welcome back to the TradingView channel. In this video, we're introducing our new AI indicator, which we've developed in partnership with OpenAI. Now, this is the first trading indicator of its kind, using artificial intelligence to analyze multiple market factors, saving you countless hours of crypto and stock market research, and helping you conduct professional-grade analysis on your own.
It's so addicting once you start doing that, though, because
Yeah.
I remember in a separate vein, it wasn't dividends, but for me, it was YouTube income because I viewed that as all passive because I would have done it anyway. And I remember making $1 a day and thinking, oh, wow, that pays for an all-you-could-eat sushi every single month for free. And then it started to become, wow, I got a free phone bill every single month at $50 a month. And then my car insurance is $100. Oh, wow, my car insurance is now free. And everything starts to like stack. And then pretty soon it's like, wow, my mortgage is now free.
Right.
This is free. This is free. Now I just live for free because I would be doing this anyway and I'm making money.
Yeah, that's so cool. And then you eventually realize that the quickest way to being financially free isn't necessarily by building a bigger portfolio. It's literally removing those recurring costs because that's way easier to do than needing that money invested at 4%. She's like, hey, if I could remove this car payment or this, like I just saved $100,000 from like retirement. That's the coolest way of thinking about it.
Yeah.
Do you think that the money printing in the United States is a strategy? This is a conspiracy theory right here to keep people poor.
That's a really good question. I don't
Because
think I'm that level of conspiracy to where I think that is an intentional thing that we're doing. I don't think people are that organized to be like, this is what keeps people poor. Let's keep doing it. I don't think that's the case. What do you think? You think it's intentional?
I tend to not buy into conspiracies, but also if you think about it, any money printing drives up assets. Assets are owned by wealthy people, not poor people. Poor people suffer with inflation. It's just what's happening. And they're printing money to try to help the poor people, but it's like clearly not. So I don't understand.
I don't think money printing has anything to do with poor people. Why would they want them to be? They would benefit more from people having more money because they spend more. Like if you gave $100,000 to an average person, I almost guarantee
To
for
be
the
gone.
average person, it'll be gone almost instantly.
Right.
They're
That's
not
true.
going to save it. So it's better for people to make more money. Like there's no incentive for the government to keep people
Well,
poor.
technically speaking, poor people are going to be easier to control with the government.
What I think is more systemically realistic is that the school system teaches people just to work and follow in line, listen to another person, do as instructed. You take your lunch here, you start here, you end here. You do this whole thing so you could work for someone else. It's just a very outdated system. That I think is probably more likely that they keep people in like a working hamster wheel. And then they shove it down throats of like, oh, it's good to go to college. And then now you borrow money. Now you're in debt. And then it's, oh, but you have to buy a house because that's the American dream. Now you buy a house. Now you have a $50,000 student loan and a $300,000 mortgage. You're not going anywhere. And now you have to take that job to keep making those payments because you don't want to lose your house and you can't default on your student loans, even with bankruptcy. So now you're kind of stuck. But then you're 35 and you think, oh, crap. I'm getting to an age where I should probably have a kid. So now you have a kid. Now you definitely can't take the risk to start your own business or do anything. So now you're stuck working that job you don't like to pay for the house, to pay for the student loans, and now you have a kid to support. And now you're just kind of, and so you keep working until you're 70 and then you die.
Right. So you're saying it's
Yeah.
kind of a result of our own decisions and kind of as a byproduct of a shared delusion that we all have about what it's like to live a
I heard
life.
that a lot of the school system was created by a factory owner, and this could totally be untrue, and I'm just rephrasing what someone else told me, was dictated by a factory owner who wanted more workers, and so they set up a whole system to basically keep people in this loop of like learning how to work for somebody else. And that makes sense.
Makes perfect sense. Yeah.
So I don't know if that's true or not.
I
but
think that's separate from the money printer question, but
the
I
money
could see
printing,
that.
I think, is purely a result of the government getting out of control in their spending, and this is the only way they could get out of it. Is just like, what do they do? They just
Here's
print more
how
money.
here's how I see the whole money printing thing. The money printer allows governments to do whatever the hell they want, whenever they want. Because if we operated on a fixed supply kind of a system, how long do you think people would put up with fighting wars or whatever the government wants? Because, like, if you were to fund a war, let's say, you actually have to tax people. You actually need the money and the revenue from people. But if you couldn't print money, if you could print money, then you can do whatever you want. And so I think that's a byproduct of power being exercised beyond what's in our best interest. And that's what Bitcoin is trying to fix. Like, that's why people are obsessed with Bitcoin, is because it's a fixed supply, and therefore governments have to be responsible. Therefore, they can't just do whatever they want.
So then what would you say is the main thing that is keeping people poor then?
Just a lack of financial education and literacy, mostly, and lifestyle decisions. I don't know, for whatever reason, these questions make me think of George Carlin. Do you guys know who that is? The comedian. He's like, oh yeah, the rich exist to like kind of inspire the middle class, and then the poor exist there to scare the shit out of them.
What do you mean?
Well, because it's like keep being in the hamster wheel. Like if you don't want to be like these people, you got to keep working. You got to keep doing
And
it.
the keep working is, look at this guy who just bought a Ferrari.
Right. You want to be like that guy, but
Yeah.
you definitely don't want to be like that guy.
So it keeps you stuck in the middle.
Right.
I heard somewhere that the worst thing you could do to someone is pay them $80,000 a year, because it's just at the right point where they're making enough where they don't want to risk it, but it's not so little that they're forced to take big action and make significant moves to do something that would drive their income so much higher and give them so much more opportunity. It's like that safety middle where it's just enough to keep you going. And especially if you get promised like a raise to 90K to then 100, and you see the trajectory going up, you're going to want to stick on that and not do your own thing.
The slowly boiling crab, right? I don't know. I just feel like in order to be, like, if you think about it mathematically, in order to be the one, like, if you think rich is to have a lot of money, if that's your definition of rich, then you got to do like what the 99% don't want to do, like to become the 1%, which is literally the opposite of what everyone else does. Like not going out to eat in restaurants and saving money and not owning a car and bicycling to work. It's like, that's what it takes to just have enough escape velocity to get out of that. And I think that's what I focus so much on in my early 20s, because my parents were immigrants and they didn't understand money. And I was like, okay, let me not do that.
I've really been following a lot of Alex Becker's videos. He has this new channel, Alex Becker Business, and he talks a lot about what people have to do today who are young to make a lot of money. And he talks about just like, if you want to be that 1% who succeeds and does something like really big, think of what everyone else is doing and then don't do that.
Right.
And you put yourself in uncomfortable positions. And one thing I really liked is he said the moment you turn 18, move out of your house, live with 5 roommates, just have a mattress on the floor and a computer and figure it out.
Yeah.
And I think that's pretty good advice.
That's a great point. Yeah.
I think a lot of people would benefit from doing that. And no Netflix, no video games.
I think
no drinking.
Literally all three of us did our own version of all of that. Like, I know you've done that. You've lived with like 5 roommates and you were house hacking. I know you did that. I did that in my own way with Airbnb, and I was renting out a room. I was subleasing. Like, we all had to do that and do what I think 99% of people just would not put up with. But if you can just get to that escape threshold, like that escape velocity, to where you're not reliant necessarily on that paycheck, even for a little, to go out and build a
Yeah.
business or whatever.
It's interesting. I get really frustrated lately when I see people who are like 18 to 21 not doing anything and just kind of like coasting because I'm like, they have no idea how much opportunities out there and just what they could get involved in. And I'm like, oh my gosh, it's just, it frustrates me to see a potential being wasted.
I've thought about that too, and I'm kind of like the devil's advocate on that because I think it's true that now more than ever there's more economic opportunity to make money with so many different things, right? With like the Ubers, the Airbnbs, and like the task rabbits, like the task economy. I get that, and also with social media, obviously, like the biggest opportunity. But I also feel like if I view it from that perspective, it's also very selfish because those are my interests. Like I'm interested in those things. So I'm like, why aren't you doing that? But I feel like for a lot of people, like what if they're not interested in that? And they like look at the last generation and, their parents and like how they got screwed by the system. I could totally tell like why they would feel that way.
I just feel like as a young guy, because that's our audience. It's like 90 something percent male. You have to create some sort of value.
Right.
There's got to be something that you're doing to stand out.
Cut.
Young Spike. And when you have that, like, that energy when you're young and you don't need to sleep 8 hours and you don't always look tired in videos because you didn't sleep and you're stressed. It's just like you have so much opportunity.
It's true.
That's where I get frustrated.
Do you ever think you're lucky sometimes to be interested in the thing that happens to make a lot of money? Sometimes I look at Warren Buffett and I'm like, that's a cool skill that he has, but it's so like one dimensional and he happens to exist in a world that rewards him greatly for it.
I think I got lucky in the sense that
you found
am naturally a saver. No, I think I would have made money no matter what I would have done. If it were aquariums, I know I would have made money doing aquariums. Because now some of these businesses that like the aquarium businesses, they're profiting like $3 million a year doing aquariums.
That's cool.
It's like incredible. It's a really, really, really good business.
Right.
I would have done that. There's just like whatever interest you have, I bet there's a way to make at least $100,000 to $200,000 a year on your own schedule.
At the end of the day, it's about like not necessarily your interests, but are you the type of person to like roll onto your back and just like kind of let life happen to you? Or are you the person that like comes up, fails against something, and then tries to learn from it and then uses that as like a tool in your belt to then, help solve a problem later in life? It's just your ability to provide value and learn from failure.
But then again, are you born with that, or are you raised with that?
Right. That's the $1 trillion question.
And here's an interesting one between Jason and Brett Oppenheim. Twins, raised same parents, same school, same experiences, completely different.
In what way?
Jason is very like type A, very motivated, business, works all the time. Brett is so laid back and chill.
Is he lazy?
No, I wouldn't say he's lazy. Actually, no, I would not say he's lazy. I would say that he just isn't interested in that constant grind and hustle. He just has zero desire to work himself beyond what he needs. And I remember this is years ago, but he would basically do enough business in real estate to chill for the rest of the year. Obviously, if there's a client or something that came up, he would do it. But some of these years, he could make, quite a bit of money and then just like, all right, I'm going to Greece for a while, is relaxing.
Right.
And then if he needs more money, he'll just be like, all right, I'm going to go and make more money. It just makes enough. It's just he's got a natural ability to just go and make money.
I really admire people like that. I don't think I'm one of those people. I'm not like, I need to constantly grind and make more money. I don't know. Sometimes I feel like people are so poor that all they have is money, basically. Only thing that cool. I can't relate with that.
How has your
makes sense.
definition of success changed then, going from being like from an immigrant family, not having a lot of money, and then going through life earning a lot of money, now having quite a bit of money post-tax, just like chilling?
I think my definition's changed a lot. Like nowadays, if I see someone with kids, I'm like, that's wealth to me. I don't know why. I just view somebody with a family as like being wealthy. Probably because it also costs a lot of money to have kids and maintain a good family. But that's just to me like more important at this point. But I also realize it's a privileged perspective because I didn't always have that perspective. It's obviously easy to have that when you have money.
Speaking of family and relationships, what is the best relationship advice you've heard? And what does the red pill movement
Oh my god.
get right and wrong about dating?
I don't think I know a red pill movement to like represent what it has right. You tell me.
I don't know.
You know what it is.
You were telling me all of this red pill jargon.
That's red pill jargon?
Right before the podcast. You were like saying the craziest stuff.
I was?
I'm
is
kidding.
it?
No, I'm kidding, I'm
What?
kidding,
I was like, what are you?
So what's the best relationship advice you've heard?
Oh my gosh. I don't think I've ever heard relationship advice.
Never?
Never. No, not
Then
really.
what is the best relationship advice? Like what works for you in your relationship?
Yeah, growing up, I saw my parents have a very tumultuous and like very bad relationship. And I always equated having a crazy relationship where you always fight as like love. And I think over time that definition has matured and changed. Like I was like, oh, I'm fighting with like my girlfriend. So therefore that means we really love each other. And the more we fight, the more in love we are. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's a really toxic way of viewing it. And I think as I've matured and I've gotten older, I've realized that you can be chill and, have your own time to yourself and not get like, bothered by a lot of things. And that can be love. And I didn't see that growing up. So I think that's just like experience and time of realizing that. And also just being so much later in life to have kids or like to want a family. And I think that just comes from maturing, which I did not see my parents do because my parents had me when they were like 19. So
it's always crazy to me because I think, oh man, if I had a kid at 18 years old, how old would they be now? It's like 17?
Right.
I always do that. I'm like, hey, instead of having Bailey, if we had a kid, they'd be like 5.5 years old. It's weird.
But
stuff
if you
like that.
but if you had a kid now, do you think you'd look back in your life and be like, I wish I didn't have a kid. I wish I could have just made a couple more million before I did it.
It's less about that and more about just the time. If I had a kid today and a child appeared, I would regret not having traveled more and done experiences that you just can't do quite the same after having a kid. And I think travel is a big one. And I would have been like, oh, man, instead of spending all the time working, I should have done all these other things that I just postponed.
Really? I don't think
Yeah.
you'd feel that way at all. I think you'd eventually get to do those things, whether it's with your kids or after.
Bill Perkins, because we talked about this on that pod, really opened my eyes. And he was like, your window is closing of you before kids.
Right.
And once you have a child, the you that's sitting here today is never going to exist again in the same capacity.
Yeah.
And he said, now is your time to do these things in your life because it's your last chance. And I was like, oh, wow, he's correct. So I'm in the mindset now where like, hey, now is a good time to travel.
Right.
Take it a bit slower, do these things that I just don't want to keep putting it off forever.
That's true. I don't think you traveled quite a lot, right? Yeah.
Japan.
Right.
But I want to spend a year and over the year, maybe spend 2 months
Right.
of the year, just spread out throughout the year, just traveling different places.
Do
around
you
the
have
world.
like a checklist of places you want to go and then you're like, okay, I'm ready for a kid? Or is it like how you feel or what's it based on?
I think, obviously, I love a checklist, but I think you don't need to hit everything on the checklist. But, hitting 50% on that list would be pretty
How
good.
many places do you want to see?
Probably 4 or 5.
Okay.
But spend like a week and a half in each.
Right.
So like 2 months out of the year.
Oh,
Every other month being away for like 2 weeks.
okay.
Perfect. Maybe every 3 months being away for
Do you
2
think
weeks.
you're working towards that, would you say?
Yeah, we're planning to go away this year, doing a few little trips, and then next year I want to plan and
Okay.
get that
Because I
done.
feel like at the rate that you're traveling, that I know you to travel, like you're going to take the next 10 years to get to the next 5 places. Because you don't travel a lot.
I said that
No,
like
I'm doing it more
Vacation.
often, though.
like Graham will treat everything as his priority. Like
Uh-huh.
for example, some gas valve will go out on one of his rental properties and he has to spend like, 6 hours of his time comparing quotes from different contractors, stressing out about it. And that's just something that like should realistically be so insignificant in his life.
Hmm.
But at the same point, if he just spent those 6 hours like trying to optimize the quality of his life
Right.
and doing the things that he says that he wants to do, like traveling the world
Yes.
and going to go visit places, it's like you should be spending that time optimizing for life fulfillment, purpose, meaning, quality of life, figuring out a few places you want to go to, picking some people you want to go visit them with.
Yeah.
It's like that right there.
Facing eviction, at risk of foreclosure, or facing other housing issues, know your rights. Community Legal Services is a
is actually like being meaningful with the way that
Agree.
you're spending your time.
Yeah.
And you prioritize so many other things that realistically you hate doing, you don't need to be doing, over the things that you want to do but you don't do.
Yeah, that's true.
That's a great observation. That's a really good way of putting it. From what I've observed of you being the way you are, and I'm similar in the sense of like once something's on my mind, I'm like I gotta do it right now.
Mhm.
But then the things that are so important to us, we sometimes forget to do and plan for, and just think they're gonna like happen organically, but they don't. And I just feel like, man, I think about having a kid, and I'm like, I'm 36 years old right now. When my kid's 36, I'm gonna be 72. Well, that's kind of depressing
But
to
see,
me.
I think we're gonna live into our 90s.
But
You know,
will
with-
we have the same like quality of life and health? Like right now, you're in your prime in terms of how you observe and view the world and experience it, and how your health is like. When you're 70, like okay, you might live to 100, but are you going to be as fit? And will you care about all this stuff? Like probably not. You know,
I don't know. I'm planning to live to like I want to hit 100. I'm just saying.
planning to do it.
I want to hit 100. I think that would be ideal. So I'm doing everything I can to live to 100.
Okay, I would love to live 100, but
You got to go to Thailand and get those biomarkers.
do, man.
That's gonna be the
and
hard
not
part.
take
Start
more
saving
than
up-
3
saving up now.
Not
Yeah.
take more than 3 hours, hopefully.
It could be days, man. I don't know.
We've gone full
It's not-
circle.
I just can't.
We've gone
on
full
command.
circle.
I'm not like you, where I could just like
Wait, so are you planning to have kids? You think
one day.
One day.
One day.
Like when?
I don't put a win on it,
Okay.
but at some point, yes, I would like to have.
Do you think you'll be like literally everyone that we know that's like, if I had known, I would have done it sooner? Do you think you'll be that way?
It's impossible to say because I'm not there.
Right.
Maybe, but maybe not.
But I just feel like we've heard that, and I've heard you tell me that. It's just anyone who has kids is like, like I was scared and I was putting it off, but wish I had done it earlier. And if you know that now, does that affect anything?
Maybe,
All right.
but maybe not. I don't
Okay.
know. Just because other people say it doesn't mean I always follow it.
Right.
I think you just come to your own conclusion.
Yeah, I wouldn't know either. I don't have kids yet.
And then what is the ideal amount of money to have?
Enough to do anything you want with, but not too much to where you want to do nothing.
How much is that?
Somewhere in between.
The amount?
You got to give an amount.
The way I would define it is just enough. Like well, enough is different for everybody.
So what's enough for you?
Enough to do what with though? Like just to live?
Yeah, what's the perfect amount of money for Andre Cech?
I would say I'd be happy with like $2 million. Or even
Grand?
$1 million. I'd be happy with it. I would make it work.
What do you mean? I'm asking what's the perfect amount
You
of
could
money?
you could
I'm not
just
asking
select,
the
you could
perfect
just
amount.
select an amount.
Yeah.
You could just select an amount, yeah, sure.
So select an amount.
What's your guys's?
The ideal, like a perfect.
That makes no sense to me. What does that even
I would
mean?
say
Like,
I would say the perfect amount of money for me is $10 million.
I was gonna say 10 million too initially, but I'm like, yeah, but like 5 million's fine too.
$5 million's great.
Yeah, exactly. So
100%.
like, how do you answer that question? 5 million's fine. 10 is better. 20 might be better.
But you're
50 might be even better.
you
You know what I'm saying?
when
It's
I asked you the question though, you're like, well, it's not so much that you don't want to
Right.
do things, but
Right.
it's also not
I
too little where
do
you-
It
really
depends. You
believe-
know what? On the age you get the money too. How old
True,
are you? Like
but-
at 30, I'd say it's a different age than at 60.
Dude, I do believe that having so much money though, like, can be a curse at a certain point. Like, I haven't had enough to where it's like it's become a curse, but
Here
I
would
think
be a
there
good
is
way to
amount.
phrase it.
Yeah.
You could gift somebody a lottery ticket and you could dictate how much money they get. How much would you give them? And it wouldn't ruin their life. You don't want to give too much, where all of
Okay.
a sudden it screws everything up.
Right.
But you don't want to undercut them either because you could decide how much they get.
Right. Yeah, I would say 10 million is a good amount. 10 million's great.
I would say like $4 million.
What's that 4 million?
I would
for you?
probably
4 million would be buying yourself a house, putting some money in stocks, spending a little bit of
No,
money.
give me like a picture of like how you've allocated that 4 million. You have $4 million net worth. What does that mean?
$4 million net worth.
You
For
said
me
4 million.
personally, or this
You said four-
hypothetical situation.
You said 4 million.
Let's say you take 4% from that. That's
Uh-huh.
$160,000 a year. Let's say you take 3% from that. That's $10,000 a month. That's what you can spend. Realistically, they're going to go F off with some of the money. They're going to spend it. But if you have $10 million instead of $4 million, I do think that once you add that extra digit in there, people are going to be like, oh, I need a Ferrari, I need a Lambo, I need this, I need that. With $4 million, realistically, people are not going to be buying well, I'm sure they will, but like I think 4 million is solid because it doesn't appear to be this insane amount of money where you're going to go buy a bunch of new Lambos, some Ferraris, and you could still just put it away in some stocks.
Hold on,
It
but
won't
you're
corrupt your
saying
life.
people or you?
People.
People? Okay.
I bet they would.
I think they would. I think you give anyone $1 million, it'd be gone in a year.
Okay, so what's the perfect amount for someone to win in a lottery then? For $50?
But that's what I'm saying.
Zero?
Like, but I'm assuming you're asking me, and I'm asking you, Jack. Like, what is your amount? Not like a hypothetical for
My
an
perfect
person.
amount of money,
Yes.
I would say would be probably between 5 and 10 million.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah.
Graham?
Me personally? Or for the average person? Because we were talking about average
You
persons.
personally.
50 million.
50 million.
Yeah. Because it's not enough where you could just private jet all the time, but you could get a nice piece of beachfront real estate.
Right.
You could be bi-coastal.
Sure.
You could take first-class plane tickets without really thinking through it, and you could have a great collection of something that's unique.
You don't think you do that with 20 million?
No. No, you're not buying first-class plane tickets with two beachfront Dude, a nice beachfront property is going to be $8 to $12 million.
Oh, if it's that expensive of a property, yeah.
But you could even have just a normal 2,500 square foot house on the beach in a great location in Santa Barbara, and that's going to be $12 million.
The thing that I take away from this conversation is that I'm very glad I am not in your perspective. I'm so glad that I don't have that same perception of like how much. I think that's like a burden that I don't have that you do, if that makes sense.
I don't think it's a burden.
I think it's a complete burden.
How is that a burden?
It just is.
It
It's
just
like-
makes- it
okay,
makes-
so the way I would define happiness for people is the difference or the delta between their reality and expectation, right? It's like where you are today and where you'd like to be. And the delta between where you are and 50 million or 100 million or billion is like crazy. Now, once you've reached like, let's say, it gets like, why are some of the richest people some of the most miserable people in the world? Because their reality is like
Number
at
one.
utopian levels.
Mhm.
Where do you go from that point? There is no more expectation there. Like there's nothing money will increase. So therefore, their happiness level, there's no space there. There's no
I would say
headroom.
I would say I'm pretty happy though. I'd say most days, like 10 being the happiest I've ever been in my life, and
Right.
1 being like really unhappy. Most days I'm like a solid 8 to like
Yeah, no,
8.5.
I'm not saying you're
most
unhappy.
days.
I'm just saying anybody who ties their happiness to like some perceived like wealth level it's like it's not a
But
burden.
I
you
like
want.
I like having a goal and then going after the goal and always having something.
Yeah.
Of like, hey, this would be cool. Like your Pokemon
Right.
collection, like that
Right.
150 grand thing.
Right.
That to me would be like, that would be cool. That would be awesome to have.
Yeah.
And so then I think about that and I think, oh, I just the aspect of wanting something. Like here's an example of something I postponed for a long time. I really want a Tesla Model S. And a used one too, like a 2023.
Here's how savvy investors are getting the government to send them tax checks.
This is a hidden gem that people
Tesla Model S long range.
Uh-huh.
I could go out and buy that thing right now,
Okay.
but I purposely don't buy it
Because you're
because-
edging yourself.
Yeah, in a way,
Right.
but it's just the idea of
That's
like
exactly
hey,
my
it's
point.
cool, but I
You're-
could, but
that-
I have fun
Right.
going and looking and like every
That's-
day be like, is today the day that
Because you subconsciously understand that by owning that thing, it's like that happiness that you have right now, the excitement, like that's what you're holding on to. Because you don't have it. You could get it anytime you want. That's exactly what I'm trying to prove.
Yeah, but my point being is I'm still happy just not getting that thing as I am just looking at them online and maybe getting one day.
Right, that's fine. But that proves my point that like there is some burden that is attached to like thinking that you'll be happier at like a $50 million
No, because
thing.
I think at some point I get the car, I get the 2023 Tesla Model S, I get a
Right.
good deal. I really, really, really enjoy it. And then after a year or two, I think, oh wow, maybe this Model X. And then I just edge myself a little further. But like I'm constantly just leveling up. It's like every
But-
year is a
but
little
there-
better
but-
than the year
okay,
prior.
but here's the way I view it is once you're on that hamster wheel and like you'll find the next thing to edge yourself with, right? You'll never find finality in that spectrum.
I would
Like,
hate to find finality though.
right, and I agree with that. But if you only attach that level of like happiness to just material things, that's fine. I'm not saying it's wrong, but like for me, I think there's so many different aspects of life that you can chase and edge yourself with that are not necessarily attached to like some financial figure and still find happiness.
But here's the thing: to get to that financial figure, you're not just making money out of thin air. You have to do something productive, and you have to do
True.
something meaningful. So, in the pursuit of that, you're doing something that's hopefully bigger than yourself.
That's true.
So
but
it's part of the process.
Yes, but that's financially. But then there's also so many different ways to explore that. Like you're talking about depth. I'm talking about broad, right? If that makes sense. Like you're talking about depth of
I think you
economics.
could have length and girth.
Oh, well,
So
I'm
you
a
know,
girth
I
kinda
think
guy.
You could still, I think you could still hit that beachfront property with a nice yard that goes out into sand. The
Well, that's
waves
fine,
break it. You
yeah.
could still do that while at the same time.
Listen, I
approaching
rented an Airbnb in Hawaii for like, dude, I spent stupid amounts of money for like a week. I spent like 15 grand for a week on like, it was like a $20 million house. I lived there for like a week. And I'm like, this is cool. But like, would I dedicate my entire life to chasing this thing? Like, I'm like, no, I'll skip it. Like, I don't want to attach my perception of like the journey of life to this thing that I just got to experience and it's cool, but like, I'm cool without it. It's not the end of the world for me if I don't have that. It'd be nice to have, but I don't want to spend the rest of my life like not traveling or not having kids or not having more meaningful experiences in lieu of this
See,
thing.
I think you could do both.
I think
you
can.
could still pursue that and still have a meaningful life and
It-
have a family and all that sort of stuff.
I think it, for sure, it depends on how you want to structure your
So
life.
there's nothing at this point that you want besides a family.
I think so, yeah. There's
Nothing.
nothing that I'm like, oh, I got to build a business because I want this thing. I'm so glad I don't feel that way. It's
But what about a yard with a pool?
That's nice.
See, I got you thinking now. Now
What do you mean?
Here we go.
I got that.
You don't have a yard and a pool.
What? Well, I don't need a pool. You know what is way more enjoyable to have a pool to go to a friend's pool because they pay for it and they maintain it.
Only if they heat the pool, which they don't do.
My friends don't do because
Nope.
they don't want to spend the money.
Nope, because it's expensive.
Dude, we went to Graham's July 4th party and he's like, I'm not heating up the pool. I'm like, dude, I'll pay you $5 to heat up the pool
It's
today.
way more than $5.
How much is
I
it?
got to get that beachfront property, man. That $5 compounded in Bitcoin.
I don't know. Haven't you like had the same experience where it's like eating someone else's snacks is always more enjoyable than like having it yourself or like going to swim at someone else's pool? It's just so much more enjoyable.
I like to have it myself, but I also don't. I have very few like desires. Like there aren't many things that I feel like I need in my life to be happy.
Why is that?
I think it's.
But don't you want a beach house?
No, no, no.
Why not? No.
Why?
Because I just got another house and it's such a pain in the butt, and I'm like, oh, like I want few things.
But if you have $50 million, you don't have to worry about that.
I would rather just rent it. You know,
You could rent the house, Jack. There's nothing
sure,
that says you have to
but
buy it.
I like what I really love doing. What I absolutely love doing, and I wish I could do it more often, is work throughout the day, see my friends, eat some good food, play pickleball at night. That's all I want. That's all I want, and I'll be extremely happy. And that's it.
Do you think that's like boring or like wrong? Or
No,
is it like,
no,
okay.
not at all.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
But then again, you walk in Jack's house and there are 30 pairs of shoes. The dining room is a ping pong table.
Okay.
The furniture is completely mismatched. And there are
The new
stuffs on
house, the
walls.
new house is going to be nicer. It's going to have, I'm going to dress it up well. In fact, maybe I'll put some pictures here or at some future episode.
Yeah.
Of the before and after old house, new house.
Yeah, you got to
guys will see it.
subscribe because in like 2 months, you're going to see this new set and it's going to be amazing. It's going to look incredible.
Oh yeah, we have a big announcement to make here on the Iced Coffee Hour, guys. This set that we've been using for the past few years, it will no longer be the set of the Iced Coffee Hour. Okay, if you want to get a behind-the-scenes glance at the set, tell you what, we'll post a picture on our members only page.
Oh.
Okay, we'll also unveil it as soon as it's done. And I'm telling you right now, the Iced Coffee Hour is going to have a massive, massive upgrade. Massive upgrade.
How about this for the members? Do a tour of the warehouse.
Sure.
That's cool. What are you going to turn this bedroom
incredible.
into?
Guest bedroom.
Okay.
This is a guest bedroom in Graham's house, and we've long overstayed our welcome. And on top of that, it's just so small in here. Like you guys can't really tell how tiny this room is, but it's cramped. I hit my head on that light all the time, and so we are going to be making an upgrade, and it will be insane. That's all I'm saying. Not many podcasts out there that are going to have a set like the Iced Coffee Hours.
It is beautiful. And the funny thing is too, I do really good work from the bedroom. Like my favorite is to be in bed with my laptop, coffee to my side, and just work.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to use this as my office to work in. And I just work from the bed. I don't know what it is about that. Just waking up and just being in a bed. And we have windows over here that overlook the tree and everything. So like I'm looking forward to having that.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. It's a nice bedroom. It's got an attached bathroom too. It's nice. It's en suite. Good talk. Are you going to buy a new house?
Am I?
Yeah.
So Jeremy has been trying to get me to buy a new house. Like every week, he's like sending me listings and like, look at this and look at this. And he's like, my agent found a house and we could go see it this weekend. I'm like, no, Jeremy. But I do look at the market daily.
Me too. Yeah.
And I would say if there's a house that came up that is perfect, and if I could get it at a price that it just, I'd be dumb to turn it down, I'd do it.
HELOC versus HEI. What's the difference? Let me show you. HELOCs are loans. You borrow, pay interest, and
Right now, AI lives on our computers, it lives on our phones, it lives on our screens.
But the next big phase of AI development and investment is already underway.
It is AI in the body of something, and that's going to change the world in a very, very big way.
Dylan Jovanet with Behind the Markets is digging into the stocks that are set to benefit most.
There are a few companies that are very, very well positioned to supply this. This company is actually worth 50% more than we thought it was worth.
He shares a list of 3 companies in 3 different sectors where all of the new development in AI robotics could lead to major gains for investors. Let's dive in. Dylan, so great to have you back on the show today. We always love having your knowledge. And one of my favorite things that we've done with you a few different times is looking at that next big thing. What's the next area where we're going to see a lot of the new investment? And I think that's what every investor wants right now. Of course, the discussion, Dylan, recently has been around AI. Everybody's talking about AI. But what comes next?
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is Base 44. This is a first look at the current industry-leading AI app builder, and you wouldn't believe the kind of apps that people are creating. Smart nutrition apps, inventory trackers, onboarding tools, you name it. And if the only thing stopping me from making the app is the idea, then why not build an app that gives me endless app ideas? So let's make it. Pro tip, I draft the full app spec in ChatGPT, and then I drop the prompt directly into Base 44. It gives me super detailed structure. And here it is. Everything I laid out in detail as it goes. This is pretty awesome, but I want to make it playful. So I'm going to add a swipe left and swipe right interface. The same usability we all know. Now I'm going to add one more feature. So every idea that I favorite will turn into a kickoff prompt to start building the app itself. And that's it. Just come up with your idea, any idea, and Base 44 will do the rest. So go to Base 44 and create apps with your name on it.
Do you want to know where to invest $1,000 right now? Well, forget about AI, quantum computing, electric vehicles, cryptocurrencies, or robotics. A little-known technology is projected to become roughly 10 times bigger than all of these technologies combined. The World Economic Forum says that it's arguably the most exciting human discovery since fire. And billionaire entrepreneur Vinod Khosla, an early investor in Amazon, Google, and OpenAI, says you can make 1,000 times your money by investing in this phenomenon. But if you want to claim a stake in this revolution, you have to act fast. We're about to cross what Barron's calls an impending tipping point. Blink, and you'll miss the boat entirely. So do you want to know how to get started with this technology? Stick around for the next 60 seconds, and I'll show you how. Hi, my name is Whitney Tilson. I'm a former hedge fund manager. I've been featured in virtually every single major financial publication and TV. And I even starred in a 60 Minutes story that won an Emmy for investigative journalism. How did I accomplish all this? I'll tell you this. I don't come from money. In fact, my parents were teachers who met in the Peace Corps. The secret to my success is that I have a knack for finding investments in massively disruptive technologies. I bought Amazon in 1999. I bought Apple in 2000. And I bought Netflix in 2012. Investments like that helped me grow my hedge fund from $1 million to $200 million and nearly triple my clients' money. But since then, I've walked away from the business of helping the rich get richer. Now I'm showing everyday people how they can build generational wealth by investing in disruptive technologies. The technology that just landed on my radar might be the most disruptive and lucrative one I've ever seen. One market insider predicted that it could be even more important than the Industrial Revolution. And I want to give you, free of charge, the name and ticker symbol of the company at the center of this disruption. You don't have to give me your email address, your credit card, or anything like that. Just click the button on your screen to access this free pick. This stock is a backdoor into one of the most exciting stories in stock market history, a story in which everyday investors have been effectively barred from participating. Meanwhile, Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg, and countless other Silicon Valley elites have been plowing vast sums of money into this technology. Now, it's your turn. Did you know that this year, nearly half of all millionaires are expected to come into their wealth by investing in tech? Mark my words, they're not doing that by buying stocks like Nvidia, Tesla, and Microsoft. They're becoming millionaires by spotting disruptions and buying the obscure stocks that are best positioned to profit from these disruptions. Our research indicates that you could make massive gains with this free recommendation. Plus, I'll share with you my new video that lays out this opportunity and how you can leverage it to change your financial future. You'll definitely want to make sure you watch that entire video. So with that said, click the button on the screen now, and I'll give you the name and ticker symbol of the company at the center of this technological sea change. I'll also send you my video explaining what this technology means for you, your community, and your financial situation.
That's a great question. First of all, thank you for having me. It's always nice to come and visit and talk with you, Bridget. You know, it's interesting. I've been reading the financial statements and listening to some of the earning calls for the Mag 7 and a bunch of other companies. And you know what's so interesting about that is that you get a real idea of what the future looks like, a preview into the future. Because you see where these companies, they're spending $20, $30 billion a quarter on what they call AI, and you get to see what they're spending it on, how they imagine this is happening. And, you know, what they're unanimously spending it on, basically to a company, is really what we call embodied intelligence, or EI. And, you know, basically right now, AI lives on our computers, it lives on our phones, it lives on our screens. And it's really about to jump off of our phone screen and run and jump into physical bodies. And that's going to change the world around us in very, very significant ways. It's actually wild. So we call it embodied intelligence. NVIDIA CEO, as you mentioned the other day, calls it, physical AI, but it is AI in the body of something. And that's going to change the world in a very, very big way.
Yeah, we've been talking about robotics for years now, but this is really that next phase of robotics, combining AI with robots. And that is going to lead to a lot more investment. And that means some big moves in the market for many different companies. I know this is something you and your team have researched for months now. You have a really in-depth report that our viewers can go look at right now. You can scan the QR code or click the link in the description of this video if you want to get right to that full, more in-depth report. But today in this video, we're really going to give the Cliff Notes version with just a list of 3 stocks and really 3 sectors that are all set to benefit most from the increase in investment and development into AI and robotics. So let's get right into that list, Dylan, of the first company taking this next level of robotics to a whole new place.
Well, it's interesting because, first we go to fundamentals and baseline. You have to remember something. The first company that I want to talk about today has absolutely nothing to do with robotics, believe it or not, but it powers it because, look, there's one resource that has been the backbone of every tech revolution in history, and that is energy. Every tech revolution is, at its core, an energy revolution. And you think back to when railroads ripped across America, coal production surged from 10 million to 200 million tons a year to power the steam engine. You think about when Ford's assembly line rolled out the Model T, oil production exploded literally from 20 million barrels to 1 billion barrels a year. So the same thing is happening with AI, even more so, actually. AI is placing tremendous strains on our power grid. And, there are a few companies that are very, very well positioned to supply this. And you have to think of it this way. And we see this issue with Tesla. When you're in a Tesla, a self-driving Tesla, right? It has to process a lot of information. Cameras, people, stoplights, GPS, all this stuff. That's pulling a lot of information, both from its CPU and from data centers. It's pulling a lot of information. And the only way that information gets there quickly is through energy.
The name is Luke Norman. I'm the chairman, executive chairman at US Gold Corp. US Gold Corp's been a publicly listed company on NASDAQ since 2017. In 2020, which we'll get into, I'm sure, later on in discussion, we made a major shift, which was we moved our focus away from exploration and into development and ultimately where we want to head, which is production. So in the last 4 years, we've taken our CK, which is acronym for Copper King. It's a copper and gold deposit just outside of Cheyenne, Wyoming. We've taken that from a concept, a scientific concept, to all the way through to feasibility study and fully permitted. So it's what we call a shovel-ready project, sitting, on the outskirts of a major township in the US and ready to go into production. Okay, it's a loaded one. It's a really fun project. For one, it's shovel ready. That means we're ready to go into production and it's fully permitted. The amount of projects out there you can count on one finger. It's very few. So that's unique about it. But what's some really wonderful little side stories on it is it's an open pit mine. So we're going to dig a hole and we're going to extract our copper and gold. Now, under the current permit to mine, that means we just put the waste material back post-production and we do reclamation. Well, our waste material is actually a highly valuable aggregate source. That's going to be sold off and fed into the Colorado Front Range as aggregate to help build and construct the ongoing growth in Colorado. And we abut the park. So our open pit is going to become a water source that will supplement the state park next door and save the recreational sites within the park as they need to expand the reservoir network, which was going to flood all the recreational sites out. And then even more interesting is that the pit sits higher than the state park current reservoirs, so it'll be used as a power source for the wind farms surrounding the project. So within the next 15 to 20 years, we'll go from producing gold and copper and aggregate to being an extension of a park. I've never been around a situation like this, where usually a mining operation, you go in, you create a lot of turmoil. There's a lot of spillover in terms of, people using cyanide and all the different factors that can be really impactful on the environment. This project is extremely impactful on the environment, but in a positive way. Yeah, the inverse. So, yeah, we're digging a hole in the ground and we're extracting minerals, right? And we're going to be ultimately supplementing a huge part of aggregate that's desperately needed in Colorado and into California, which is not even shown in the economics of this project, by the way. But there's a state park next to us that hosts two water reservoirs, Crystal Lake and Granite Lake. They're man-made impoundments, which are now these beautiful parks. They're surrounded by recreational sites and campgrounds and all the different things. They desperately need more water impoundment, and their only way to do it is increase dam heights and flood the park. So just by way of just pure luck, our post-production pit is going to save that park. We're going to have this massive reservoir that will fill in and tie into the parkway and ultimately become a part of the park. But then beyond that, of course, you've got the additional recreational sites that will come from it, but the usage of all our minerals and the waste material being sent off-site as an aggregate source ultimately means more revenues for the local communities. And the local community who own the royalty on the project is the school board, grades 1 through 12. So school books and computers on desks. It's just a remarkable project. Very. Again, it's, this whole critical minerals exposure that the US have finally realized that they need their own sources of these minerals and, predominantly metals, obviously, for copper and gold. There are questions around the amount of reserves that exist within Fort Knox, which is going to, if you're in the gold space right now, that's all you're thinking about. You're wondering, do they have the gold? How much gold is there? And if not, how are they going to replenish it? With gold, obviously, there's always a marketplace for it. But copper has been a really interesting one. Everyone's always, Dr. Copper is how it's referred to, because it's a key indicator of economic waves and moves, especially in terms of growth. Like China, we're always considered to be the overbearing kind of result in what would happen with the copper price was how things were happening within the economy in China. I think that there's been a big shift away from that. So there are huge supply constraints right now in the copper industry. And meanwhile, you and we're all learning now to adapt from, we don't just Google search, we'll use Grok or any of these AI platforms. These are requiring 10 times the amount of computation. And this is just going to, as we know, go exponential. And what does that require? It requires these big data areas and ultimately power transmission to get to these data storage facilities. So copper's demand is exponential. The other unique thing about it, again, is that it's a very enriched copper and gold system, but the mineralization continues well outside of what we've represented within the reserve reports that we've put out to market. So ultimately what I'm getting at is the economics looks splendid right now under our current 10-year mine plan, but the reality is there's a lot more metal there to be harvested. So the project values that are not quite represented yet into the public domain exist within this project, and that is just an ongoing resource. I would say it's definitely the United States' most unique mine. There are larger deposits, there are bigger mines that are going to come about in the US. Certainly in Arizona, there are behemoth copper deposits there. What, again, is so unique about this is it's feeding a community with taxation and everything, but post-production is going to leave behind this legacy of essentially a park extension and a pump storage facility for the surrounding wind farms. I mean, there's not many greener, more unique and environmentally friendly mining situations I can think of anywhere on the globe. A lot. Again, I use the word unique a lot. I think it's really fair in this instance. Uniqueness from the standpoint of where we're listed. You know, we're listed on a senior exchange in the US. I mentioned earlier, but around $140 million market cap as of filming. Our peer group are all listed up in Canada on the TSX Venture or the Canadian Stock Exchange. And in the US, those are considered grey exchanges, you know, grey markets. It's very, very tough for US investors to be able to access and invest into those kind of securities. So being listed on NASDAQ with, you know, an advanced stage asset, so there's a point number two, in fact, you know, a fully permitted asset that even our peers up in Canada don't have, you know, within North America, you know, we have access to this entire US investor base that many of our peers do not. That financing was right early in December of last year, okay? And what's really important as a takeaway, maybe again for the US investors, they're not as familiar with these names, but we ended up with some of, you know, Canada's biggest investors in our placement, and that, you know, the likes of Eric Sprott, who is one of the, if not the most famous investor in the precious metal space. They came in, that was their kind of their tick of approval that we had finally made it to, through our permitting, through you know, all our engineering and economic frameworking to this point that culminated in the end of November when we got the permits to mine. So $10.2 million we raised through that group of investors. Since then, we've also had an entire batch. In fact, we just put out press on Monday of this week previous that we've had another $7.3 million come into Treasury just through warrant exercises. So we have a very robust Treasury for a junior that doesn't require a whole lot of expenditure right now. We're sitting on close to 15 million US in cash, and a very tight balance sheet. You know, we talked about uniqueness earlier. We only have 12.8 million shares of outstanding on this company. So, you know, a very tight structure. And again, that's because we're aligned with our investors. Management, everyone, we're stingy. We don't want to see a whole bunch of shares issued unless there's a good reason or good purpose to do so. So a strong balance sheet we have, a very, very clean cap table, and a very tight share structure. That would be something in the pipeline once we're developed and in production. So very interesting side note about this project. You know, people just assume now, okay, we have to go build it. That's going to be a massive dilutive event against our market. That's not how we're looking at it whatsoever. We're talking right now, off-takers, streamers, you know, all sorts of names that probably a lot of people watching this are not familiar with. But what they are people who need these metals. They want to be involved in the culmination and obviously harvesting of these metals. So they're offering us, you know, $300 million in debt with minimum equity dilution to go in for us to start developing and producing at this project. So as we get into this final stage of engineering that we're doing right now over the coming couple of months, and we move to actual full financing on the project, I think we're going to surprise a lot of people when we come out with a heavily debt focused, which is a benefit. This is what we want as investors, okay? And a minimal dilution solution to go into production. 2025 is going to be a very exciting time to be an investor in US Gold Corp. There are a lot of things coming now. Our final feasibility, which is just now the full engineered package. From that, we raise the capital and we start developing the asset. That gives us a re-rate. Then once we go into production and we start generating cash flow, another re-rate. So a lot of value creation to be had there. And hey, look, I believe we're just about to be added to the Russell 3000 group of companies as well, which is bringing in more attention, more focus, more buying. It's going to be a very exciting time to be an investor in the company. I, just was thinking and talking about this the other day and trying to think of where's the fatal flaw? What are we not seeing? You always have to be introspective. You always have to think, what am I not seeing here? What is not, what could go wrong? You have to think about that. I just natively, I've been brought up to think that way. I think that the biggest risk or hurdle would be a major correction in the price of gold. Now, it's not impactful on the mining operation, ironically. This thing is steadfast to $1,300 gold. If gold's going below 1,300, then hallelujah. I have no idea what's happened, but free energy has met the planet. I don't know. Aliens have come. And other than that, some downward velocity in the price of gold would be impactful on our market capitalization. It would hurt the stock. But the project still returns a profit at $1,300 gold. It would still be massively impactful for us. Again, we're only $140 million market cap right now to be producing 110,000 ounces of gold a year at $2,000 gold. It would still be highly profitable. So there are no monsters lurking behind the curtains or any of that in regard to this business. Everything we've shaped up so far. I've got one of the biggest gold mine builders on the planet is our CEO, George B. He knows how to dig a hole. We've got a wonderful safe jurisdiction in Wyoming. Wyoming, we deal with state authorities. We're not on federal ground. The asset is real. The minerals are there. They've been there for millions of years. They're not going to get washed away in some flood. So there are no, fatal flaws around this project. It's just a hope that we continue to see a bull market so that everyone can enjoy this moment. Yeah, look, we can speak of volatility. We can talk about, absolutely, what's going on in the general markets, but we can also use history as a great guide. History never repeats itself. Yeah, right. And I look back historically, every time we've seen a major market shift, a downwards market shift, where do we want to start? The Great Depression, the 28 collapse, or do we want to look at the dot-com bubble collapse in 2000? We can go through to 2008 with the mortgage debacle in the US. Every time the broader market collapsed, gold followed it for the first 3-4 months of that cycle and then decouples and has a bull cycle. And it happens every time. And what's impressive and interesting about, just as a side note, this current bull cycle we're in is we're seeing volatility, but we've not seen a major market shift. We've not really seen the Dow or the S&P get heavily affected or to the downside. So whether this is sort of a harbinger for maybe some future volatility as to what gold is doing right now, truly I don't think a lot of people do know. What we do know is central banks, Chinese central banks, Russians have been acquiring gold for a decade or more, and it's a finite resource. I think back to some of those old comps or comparables to the amount of actual physical gold that's out there on the planet, and since then, tens of millions of ounces a year produced. So obviously it's increasing, but it is a very finite resource in terms of economically viable assets that you can develop and produce from. And the actual amount of physical gold that's out there, if you took all that gold that's in hi-fi systems or actual physical gold, obviously that's more the currency side of things, and you compiled it all together. I remember back about 15 years ago, they said it would fit in the average 4-bedroom home. It would maybe fill half an Olympic swimming pool. It's quite staggering how little physical gold is out there. So its impact relative to volatile markets, people wanting safe haven investments, there's not a lot of it around. So when money flows towards it, price is going to go a lot higher. Correct. Yeah. Just a simple, mineralization's exposed at surface. It's a simple shovel, crush, grind, and you sell a concentrate off-site. You don't get a simpler form of copper or gold mining than that. It's very low cost. We don't have to have people sleep. We don't have man camps. It's a glorified quarry. So it's a very simple operation. And what's good in life is simple, generally, right? I'd actually use a prime example. One of our largest shareholders in US Gold Corp, who remain anonymous, is the founder of 3 of the largest crypto mining companies on the planet. I'm sure we're all aware of the Marathons and Right Blockchains and Hut 8s, etc. Well, he's a part of those companies, and his belief is if you own crypto, you have to own gold. He just sees it as they're joined at the hip. You need that digital exposure to have protection against the fiat currencies, and you need the physical as well. And look, interestingly enough, he's also a huge proponent of copper. And again, why? Well, because of all of the amount of computation that's required, not just within the crypto space, but as we already touched upon, the AI searches, and then just the expectation, hope of everyone to decarbonize. So everyone talking about electrifying the automotive industry, etc. So the demand on both metals is just ever increasing. But that's off topic. Relative to crypto, I think if you own cryptocurrencies, you must understand and want to own gold. Really, it is a physical equivalence of that cryptocurrency. It's something you can go plant in your backyard, and it is never going away. It's a remarkable metal. Yeah, absolutely. I'm exploring opportunities like that all the time. I think there'd be a way to tokenize our gold pre-production. I'm still talking to people who are highly, highly sophisticated in that arena, because I am not. But I would love to tokenize our gold or find some really inventive way to excite the younger generation into understanding they can be an owner and an investor in physical gold and copper, and own that somehow, balance sheet onto the what do we call it? The blockchain. Thank you. See, I'm an old gold miner. Why not have a token that literally owns physical gold and physical copper produced right out of here, right in the US, could be stored offsite, obviously, as we produce it. These are things we're definitely looking at. I think that you've got to evolve. Again, I've used that word a lot today, I know, but you do have to evolve as a business, as an investor. We don't have to just go down the traditional pathways. And I think it makes a lot of sense to tokenize gold production. And I know people are exploring doing it, and I would love to be a part or at the forefront of that. And hey, I'm well enough connected in that crypto space with some of our current investors to probably find a solution for it one day. Yeah, we're going to get into production. We are going to get this project up and running. We're going to generate a whole bunch of value for our shareholders. And if we can create more value for our shareholders by getting into some kind of tokenization or crypto type scenario, ultimately with the blockchain supporting and maintaining the balance sheet on that production, then absolutely we're going to do it. Good question. So I was at Canaccord Capital in Vancouver, which is a kind of a very well-heeled brokerage company out of Canada that focuses a lot in the mining sector. And my business partner and myself at the time were invested heavily, and as with the client base, heavily into the junior mining sector. And what we noticed more and more was the lack of quality management. And we will definitely delve into this further. And what it represented was a lot of the companies we found were, the management didn't really have the same aligned interests with the investors. So, and that's purely because they didn't have enough ownership in the company. So I proposed that I would step out of Canaccord and go into one or two of the favored deals that we had at the time and start to help them become more focused on shareholder value. And by way of doing that was leaving an established business that I had to go out and branch into a kind of an unknown side of the business for me, which was managing public companies. And I found it far more rewarding, and it did wonders for the companies I got involved in, and I started to realize that maybe that was what I was meant to do. Yeah, well, I've learned over time to invest in myself. So a lot of the ventures that I had previously invested in, I would wonder what the heck happened to them at the end of the day. Management didn't meet the thresholds of what they wanted to achieve within a project, and then the companies would just seem to go away. And I thought that was not an acceptable way to operate a company. It's a business, but you have investors. If one portion of the business isn't working, then you pivot, or you help grow other aspects of the business until you can make it work, you can streamline it. And that's the very same thing we did with US Gold Corp when we pivoted away from pure exploration to development. Not just throw your hands in the air and say, hey, the business plan didn't work, so we're moving on. So that's why I'm invested heavily in US Gold Corp, because I'm investing in myself. But through that, I'm aligned with the shareholders. So I'm not in this business to fly around and have fancy dinners and just live off the company's treasury. That's, one of these sort of lifestyle companies. That's not what we are. All of us, the whole team, are all invested in the company. We're aligned with shareholders. So why does that matter? Well, now we care about share price. That's our prime motive. We want the share price to react accordingly, and the way to do that is to conduct our business in a way that creates value, shareholder value. We all succeed, we all win. Right now, so I am the executive chairman here at US Gold Corp. I'm also the chairman at Silver One, and I am the CEO of a more of a shell type company up in Canada. My 90% of my focus and time is spent, and I mean outside of just usual business hours, is spent with US Gold Corp. We have a finish line in sight, which is development production at CK. We have a wonderful executive team. I really love working with our CEO all the way through CFO, COO. It's just a great group of people that really know how to harness an opportunity. So it energizes you. So most of my time there.
So as we move to embodied intelligence, the demands on the energy infrastructure are going to go crazy. And, there's one oil company that is really an outrageous value play that has its finger on the pulse of the whole thing right now.
Yeah, let's get to this company. It's the first name on your list, and it's one that's had a recent kind of a pullback a little bit. It's a name we haven't talked about too often on this channel. So tell us about this company.
Yeah, it's Tourmaline Oil. It is TRMLF is the symbol. It's trading around $40 a share, and this is actually Canada's largest gas producer. And what's really cool is, just to give you an idea of how unbelievably profitable this company is, $1.5 billion in revenue with $514 million in net income for the second quarter, which, basically for every dollar in sales, they're bringing 30 cents to the bottom line. That is like Google profitability. And you could actually tell the guy who runs the company is a guy named Michael Rose. He's the founder of the company. You could tell he really understands how to run a business. He's been doing this for 20 years. So, with all that extra cash, all that amazing net income that they've been generating, they boosted their dividend by 43%, and they've been buying back stock aggressively, low debt levels. So this is a company that is literally powering the AI with a lot of contracts to supply energy to a lot of these big users that are really the foundation of AI.
And this is interesting to me because the list today is all about robotics, but this isn't specifically tied to it. It seems like it
Right.
could also just be tied to AI in general. As we see this
Sure.
increase in AI, we also see an increase in the need for this energy. But specifically, when we move to this embodied intelligence or the more robotic side of AI, do you think that there's going to be even more of a demand for the kinds of contracts that this company provides?
Yeah, I mean, look, if I would have said to you 10 years ago that Microsoft would be buying a nuclear power plant or Meta would be, you would have thought I was crazy. A private company, the demands for energy, especially, remember, if you're just asking ChatGPT a question, that pulls energy. Okay, that's not. But if you have a ChatGPT that's driving its own car, that's pulling all sorts of data in real time, you have to have reliable energy to power that. It doesn't happen without that. So these are going to be networked machines pulling from data centers, and those data centers have to have serious energy powering them, or these robot cars, which is really what they're turning into, they'll crash into people. Robot dogs, like lives are on the line. So security of data centers and consistent flow of energy is more critical than me just playing with ChatGPT on my laptop.
Yeah, and it's the kind of use for these kinds of new technologies that we don't even know yet because it's all so ongoing and all still developing. So there's going to be more use cases for these. And so we know it's going to need more power. A really interesting first way to look at this. Now, the next stock you had for us is not in the energy field. It's in something a little bit different way of looking at embodied intelligence and how this new robotics phase is going to impact other companies.
If you look at these companies are spending billions of dollars a quarter. Now, basically, when we talk about robots, we say to ourselves, they're now selling robots. The White House has a robot dog running around. It's amazing. You're going to see lots of those. Imagine every warehouse out there.
I highly recommend you partner with Elon Musk on Project Colossus before it's too late. What's Project Colossus? Well, according to Elon, it's the most powerful supercomputer of any kind in the world. Now, I'm here at Hyperloop Plaza, just outside of Austin, Texas, home to the new headquarters for xAI, as well as facilities for other Musk endeavors like SpaceX and the Boring Company. But I believe Elon's biggest project is actually happening elsewhere. Now, I recently traveled to the industrial zone of South Memphis to investigate this project, and you won't believe what I've uncovered. I'm about to give you all the details and show you why I believe Elon is about to shock the world again. I predict this supercomputer will make Elon the world's first trillionaire and mint more millionaires and billionaires than any other breakthrough in history. Why? Because it's powering what I believe will be the world's first superhuman-like AI, an AI that can learn, think, and solve problems across the board just like humans, but 1,000 times smarter. There's only one problem. This supercomputer is part of Elon's private company xAI. You can't simply log into your brokerage account and buy shares because it's not a public company. But here's the good news. I found a way for you to claim a stake in this Project Colossus without having connections in Silicon Valley, without having to be an accredited investor, and without having to be rich. In fact, you can get started with as little as $500, and it can be as easy as buying any other stock.
On August 22nd, I told viewers that the road to artificial general intelligence was already bringing massive changes to society and disrupting industries around the world. And to take advantage, I recommended buying a group of stocks, including these. Then I told them to sell a group of stocks before they got wiped out on the road to AGI, including these three. All three of my buy recommendations beat the market, while all three of my sell recommendations fell. This isn't a one-off. I've been issuing sell this, buy that recommendations for 30 years. In fact, knowing what to buy and what to sell at the same time is what earned me the title of America's top trader in a head-to-head competition against Wall Street's most well-known investing legends. Here's why this is more important than ever right now. In the next 12 to 24 months, I believe America will endure an age of chaos that is likely to be more difficult to navigate than any other period of your lifetime so far. Large, reliable companies will crumble, while smaller, little-known firms will dominate. I've put together a presentation for you right here that gives you 7 stock investment ideas completely free. You get my #1 sell this, buy that idea for the age of chaos when you click the button on your screen. To be clear, I have never given away this much research at no cost before. So take advantage of it while you can still get into these companies at great prices. Click now to see the names, tickers, and my full analysis while you still can.
It's going to have robot dogs patrol